3 races down, just 2 to go, but still 12 hours of racing remains to decide the outcome in Season 4 of the SimGrid Endurance Cup. The opening 3 rounds have seen 10 different teams score a top 5 finish, and whilst the competition has been of an undeniably high standard, one team has risen above the rest and stands now on the verge of achieving championship success. The RHG Esports team have twice stood atop the podium this season, with wins coming in both the season opener at Spa and in our most recent race at Paul Ricard just before Christmas. If things go their way again today, the title could well be theirs with a race to spare. It certainly wouldn't be accurate, though, to say that they've got it in the bag just yet. They may sit 46 points ahead of their nearest rivals, but with 100 points still on the table and mathematically 13 other teams who could snatch the title away from them, there could still be a few more twists and turns ahead in this season's story. And the venue for today's 6-hour race is more than capable of providing some storylines of its own. For the first time this season, we venture outside of Europe and arrive at the Kyalami circuit in Gauteng, South Africa. This very technically demanding racetrack was opened in 1961 and hosted the South African Grand Prix on 11 occasions. Since then, it's been through quite the transformation to become the circuit we all know and love today. And while it may lack some of the iconic corners of the likes of a Spa, a Suzuka or Bathurst, all the drivers on the grid know that this can be an unforgiving place to race and must be treated with respect. Its tight and twisty nature could suit some cars and teams which haven't necessarily shown us their best yet, so expect the possibility of some new faces to be challenging at the front of the field. All in all, a lot to look forward to over the next few hours, so settle in and get ready to enjoy the next chapter of the SimGrid Endurance Cup. My name is Andy McEwan. I'm happy to say I'm reunited today with a familiar voice to all of you regular SimGrid viewers, Alex Goldschmidt. Alex, great to have you on board. This promises to be a good race, doesn't it?
Yes. Good afternoon, Andy. Good afternoon, everybody, wherever you're watching in the world. Thank you very much for joining us here on the SimGrid. Yes, first appearance, I think, since the final qualifying session of the SimGrid VCO World Cup, the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, late last year. But yeah, Kyalami, it's a roller coaster ride. It hosts the Kyalami 9 Hours for the Intercontinental GT Challenge. It's done that since 2019. There's plenty of overtaking opportunities, a lot of camber changes. I think we're in for a real humdinger here for the penultimate round of the season.
I tend to agree with you, partly because we always seem to get good racing here at Kyalami, and partly because the season up until now has never really failed to deliver excitement. There you can see confirmation of the point standings. RHG Esports, they are 46 points clear of their nearest rivals. Yes, Heat, one of their 2 cars that are in contention, the 150 example being that runner-up at the moment. 46 points sounds like a lot, but as I said, there are 100 points still available. However, if RHG Esports can outscore Yas Heat by 4 points or more today, they could be champions, dependent on where the rest of that top 14 ends up in this race, because the top 14 teams are separated by that 100 points. In theory, if someone like TF Racing or Wipperman Racing were able to win both of the final 2 rounds of the season and RHG Sports were to non-score in those 2 rounds, highly unlikely, I realise, but it could happen, then we could see a big turnaround. But either way, whilst I think the championship could be decided today, Alex, I would go so far as to say that's fairly unlikely.
Yeah, with this kind of circuit, everyone's going to be eyeballs on stalks for 6 hours. I can't wait, really, to be honest with you. But we have had a bit of an interesting development that 6 of the teams today have, well, unfortunately, the previous round, Paul Ricard, failed to, as per in the regulations 5.5.1, 6 teams have got a qualifying ban as a result of not failing to notify an administrator of their retirement from the race. And there's some quite big teams, one of which is the number 5 of Williams Esports in the Ferrari. You then got the likes of the number 100 Turn 1 Pro, the 56 of SMP Racing Esports, the 171 of Team Racing Point Red, the 41 of Simware Pro by VDS, and also the 154 of the GTWR RHG Academy Blue cars. They're all going to be sitting out the 20-minute qualifying session, Andy, and that is also another twist in the tail for today.
It is, especially for that number 56 SMP Racing Esports teams, because they are one of those that are mathematically still in contention for the championship. It's a long shot there, 98 points off the top, but that certainly isn't going to help their chances of digging themselves out of that hole. And of course, even if you can't win the championship, getting into the top 5 in points, which is far more achievable for lots of those teams running towards the back of the top 10, for example, that is important because that gives you a share of the not insignificant prize pool that we've got on offer for the Endurance Cup. The top 5 teams all get a share of that. Of course, the further up that top 5 you finish, the more money you receive, but getting into that top 5 is pretty important, and one of the teams that are on the verge of doing that, they're not quite there yet, but they have been improving steadily as the year has gone on, is the Prime E-Racing team. Prime E-Racing, the number 77 Aston Martin squad, they arrive here at Kyalami 7th in the championship, but as I said, their results have steadily been getting better and better as the season's gone on, and I'm delighted to say we're joined by one of their drivers now. Tobias Schur has taken some time out of his pre-race preparations to come and chat to us. Tobias, thank you for doing that. How are you feeling ahead of this 6-hour race?
Hello, I'm feeling quite well. I think we tried our best to prepare well for this race. It's a bit difficult with the Aston here. I think it's not the best track so far, but we'll see what we can do. I think a top 10 result is definitely possible, so we'll try to get that.
That's really been your philosophy, I think, throughout the races so far this season. You know, you started off with a pretty disappointing 31st place finish at the first round, but then you've been in the top 10 in the previous 2 races, 7th in round 2, 5th at Paul Ricard. So I guess, although it was a disappointing start to the season, it's always nice as a team that you can show that you can bounce back from that.
Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, we had a disconnect in Spa. I think we also were running in the top 10 at the moment it happened, so that was a bit of a shame, but since then we just try to do our best in the races, and yeah, we'll see if it's enough in the end for a top 5 position in the championship. It will be very difficult. I'm not sure because of Bathurst as well. I mean, it's always difficult to drive there. A tiny mistake could cost you the whole race, but yeah, we'll just try our best and we'll see what happens.
Is it fair to say then that this week's race at Kyalami is the one that maybe you weren't looking forward to all that well? Because I think from my limited understanding anyway, the other 4 tracks, including Bathurst next time out, they do quite suit the Aston Martin, don't they? What is it about this track that the car doesn't really like?
I think it's just the whole track. It feels a bit understeery in many corners, and it's just difficult to get the fast lap times consistently. It's possible with an aggressive setup, but that also comes with the risk of more mistakes during the race. So yeah, we'll see. At least it's probably not going to rain, so we could be aggressive on the setup. But still, it's just many corners where we struggle a bit to get up to speed. Yeah.
Well, we hope you can manage to dig a good result out of this. Qualifying is going to be important in that respect. Who's going to go out in the car for qualifying, and what's their game plan for that session?
It's gonna be Bastian Richter. He usually doesn't drive for us, but Sven Hettich, who normally is the driver with Niklas and me, unfortunately couldn't drive today, so we got Basti. I think you couldn't wish for a better replacement though, so I'm sure he'll do a good job. And yeah, I think quali is very important today because Kyalami is a difficult track to overtake. So let's hope it goes well, and yeah, we'll just see.
Excellent. Well, best of luck, Tobias, to you and the rest of the team, and yeah, we'll see where you end up at the end of the 6 hours. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Tobias Schur then, who is, Alex, I think perhaps not expecting that this will be the best of races for that team. It is, looking at the calendar that we've got, we started at Spa, a big, high-speed flowing circuit. Then we went to Monza, another high-speed circuit. Paul Ricard is a high-speed flowing circuit. This place isn't really that, is it? So I do sort of think we might see a bit of a turning of the tables here. Some cars that maybe didn't do so well at those first 3 rounds might see this as an opportunity to turn their season around.
I think Tobias was very, very poignant when he said that they've got Bastian Richter in that car, and we all know that Bastian Richter is no shrewd cookie. I still remember doing the Silverstone Classics with David Christie back in late 2020. We got an idea of how quick he was, and he's kept that pace, and that's why he's one of the top ranked drivers out there with the Aston Martin. It's a car that he's driven before. But this circuit here, Andy, I mean, just over 4.5 kilometres in length, is no walk in the park. I mean, there's camber, there's elevation changes, especially when you're going up through Sunset, through into Clubhouse, and then you've got the S's, which goes down the dip. You've then got Loicop, turn 10, a very deceptive, tight left-hander. Then you've got to swing that car all the way around and then go down the mineshaft. It is, like I say, a roller coaster ride. And then we've seen, I mean, you and myself have both commentated together on Kyalami. I still remember when we did that hoot that was the economy challenge way back when, and
yeah,
that was but this is going to be flat out from the word go. It's going to be pedal to the metal. Strategy is going to be important. Obviously, when Tobias mentioned about the disconnect they had at Spa, that put them 31st, but they've still managed to climb their way up to 7th in the championship. They're not too far away from 457 Audi of GTWR RHE Academy Black, who've got Tobias Pfeffer, Giorgio Simonini, Andrea Capoccia behind the wheel of that car in that Audi. So that could be that's a very strong trio there. We know the credentials of all three drivers, so it's about how the cars are going to handle around here. And Tobias was very honest about the fact that he went, right, the Aston's not going to be a great car. This circuit is pretty much going to be favouring the likes of the rear-wheel drive, rear-engine cars. We've got a couple of Porsches in here as well, let's not forget. You've then got the Audis, you've then got the Ferraris as well, and the McLarens. So I think that the mid-engine cars could have a little bit of a slight advantage at this circuit.
Yes, which of course goes completely against my theory in that we might see some different cars doing well, because at the moment it's an Audi leading the championship and two Porsches second and third, so that has kind of been the way that things have gone already this season. Qualifying underway then, 20-minute session. That long really, and with so many cars heading out onto the circuit, it's not the longest of laps either. Getting an early lap in could be your ticket to the front of the grid, because traffic is definitely going to be a factor, not just in qualifying, but in the 6-hour race later on as well. Here is Bastian Richter then, the super sub for Prime E-Racing, trying to wrestle the best qualifying result that he can out of this front-engined Aston Martin. But a reminder, it is car number 9, RHE Esports then. Nick Hoban is in the car for the qualifying session. I noticed that their objective for this qualifying session is quite simple really, isn't it? Qualify on the front row. If they can do that, they stay out of all of the usual early race antics. We almost always see a collision through the first sector of the first lap here. So for the championship leaders, knowing that all they have to do is have a average race here and they've got a chance of wrapping up the title, qualifying in the front is a big step in that direction.
It is, and it's also got to be about the case of keeping that consistency. You know, the number 9 car has not placed outside of the top 3. It's been on every single step of the podium through the last 3 rounds at Spa, Monza and Paul Ricard, and twice it's been on the top step of the podium. Niklas Huben now up into P. Well, the thing is, they're all doing their outlaps, so this is going to be a real interesting telling point. And the good thing is that we've got pretty much a lot of the machinery that is associated with GT3 action all across the world. I mean, there's been the big news that Valentino Rossi is joining Team WRT in an Audi R8 LMS for the 2020 season in the GT WCE, which is great news for SRO. That's going to bring a lot of the Valentino Rossi fans to all the tracks around the country, and also that includes Brands Hatch this year as well. But other drivers here like Maximilian Volmuth from Renvelden, another fantastic talent, George Boothby in the 150 Porsche for Yaz Heat. Boothby's done great work, and obviously one of the biggest bits of news that came in the sim racing community was the recent signing to Williams eSport in the number 5. Tinko van der Velde has just been signed with them.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? Tinko's been around for a little while now, but that is a big step for him, certainly, to be affiliated with a team like Williams Esports. They've not necessarily had the best run of form of late, I think it's fair to say, but with Tinko's arrival, that might just give them a little bit of extra momentum, maybe. It's going to be fascinating to see how that new partnership works out. That's something I really enjoy about sim racing, and I don't think, as a relative outsider to sim racing only a year ago or so, really, I don't realise how much of this sort of stuff goes on. The driver market in sim racing is very much a thing, and it's fascinating to watch the chopping and changing of driver lineups as we move along. Right, early lap times coming in then. Alexander Novikov's Bentley was, I think, one of the first cars on the track, hence why he has set the fastest time for now. Maximilian Volmuth here for Renvelten Esports is about to come across the line and set the 4th fastest time, almost an identical time actually to that of Bastian Richter, so the two Aston Martins very evenly matched at the moment. Nick Hoban already with a good effort there, 2nd fastest for him, and here is the Bastian Offerman driven McLaren. He's just come through in 7th. A bit of a tricky session this for the drivers, because like I said, getting an early lap in is quite important because of the ever-present threat of traffic once we get into the second half of the session, but getting an early lap time in is tricky when the pressures are low, the temperatures are low, and the drivers maybe haven't quite got their eye in yet. And
we have got a yellow flag out on the circuit, the 995. The Lexus RCF GT3 of Renvelten Esports was briefly stuck on the outside of turn 13, the Crocodiles. Samir Ibrahimi in the number 72 Porsche goes P6 ahead of Jan Willem van Ommen. Leon Otocki, more famously known with the Unicorns of Love. There's a bit of a mutual gathering between them and Rutronic E-Racing in the number 33 Audi, which currently sits 8th at the moment. And rounding out the top 10, covered by Andy, just over 8.5 tenths of a second. You've got the number 23 Bentley, that's Tarek Adam in the GTR WRHG Academy Bentley, and then rounding out the top 10 is the 165 car with Mazzetti behind the wheel in the Aston Martin. So a lot of machinery as Nico Huben just goes top of the timesheets, 1 minute 39.815, nearly 3 tenths ahead of Novikov.
Yes, but I have to say I didn't expect, admittedly early in the session I know, but I didn't expect there to be 3 Bentleys inside the top half dozen. Alexander Novikov was on provisional pole, he's just been demoted to 2nd as you said, but Alberto Garcia is also one of these quick Bentleys, comes across the start-finish line, was 6th, stays 6th, albeit with a small improvement in time. Yuri Petrochenko in the number 11 car is the next man that he's trying to beat, but there is actually the better part of 2 tenths of a second between those two, so a little bit of separation there towards the front end of the field. But the Bentley, it's one of those weird cars in that it is a front-engine car, but it doesn't always seem to follow the front-engine pattern. Circuits that the Aston Martin struggles at, for example, the Bentley, if you can get on top of it, it does seem able to drag out slightly more performance on a circuit like this one, and that's certainly what the early timing sheets are telling us is the case. I noticed that George Boothby had improved there to 3rd, excuse me, and that is significant because Boothby in that 150 car is 2nd in the championship. They're yet to win this season though, that Porsche squad, and they will be rueing, won't they, that disappointing 12th place finish last time out.
Yeah, considering it was 4th at Spa and 2nd at Monza, so but then also you have to look at the consistency of the Renvelten Esports blue Porsche, the number 72 that currently I'm looking down at the moment. Samir Ibrahimi behind the wheel is currently 11th. They've had a 3rd and 2 8th place finishes and are currently tied on points with the 383 Aston Martin, and that's the Darren King, Jan Willem van Ommen and Mike Noble Aston Martin. So Maximilian Volmuth again goes up into P4, 1 minute 40.240. And then quickly gets dumped down by Tobias Pfeffer in the 457, who goes provisional pole in the GTWR RHG black car in the 457. Nico Huben makes it an all-Audi front row lockout in the minute, but Alexander Novikov in the 42 Simware Pro by VDS car currently sits P3 in the highest place Bentley. There's 3 Bentleys in the top 3, 3 Astons in the top 3, and 1 sole Porsche because George Boothby is still sitting 6th, half a second off of Tobias Pfeffer, Andy.
and is in the pit lane as well, so that's the best he could do on that first set of tyres. He's going to come in, maybe make a few setup tweaks, stick a fresh set of rubber on that Porsche and go out again in the final 10 minutes to try and improve. Ibrahimi comes through 6th fastest now for Renvelton Esports, the number 72 team that sits 3rd in the championship. As you said, relatively consistent. There's just the one podium finish, that came at Spa, but then there's 2 8th place finishes in the other 2 races. Consistency really can win you championships, usually anyway. The trouble is that the RHG Esports team have had such impressive hit rate as far as race wins and podiums, as you said, never outside of the top 3. All of a sudden, consistent sort of top 10 finishes don't really cut it against that sort of performance. Primary Racing coming into the pit lane. Bastian Richter very hot there on his way into the pit lane, but he does come in for a fresh set of boots. Chris Hartveld here for the RHG Academy car jumps up into 3rd. He was on the outside of the second row, now jumps onto the inside. So the Audi's just starting now to flex their muscles at a circuit that we did expect them to go well at. Alberto Garcia, they're doing something that I think we'll see lots of people doing today. Alex running a little bit wide there out of Cheetah. There's an awful curb on the apex of that corner that you don't want to go anywhere near to, but of course in avoiding that you sometimes end up missing the apex and running wide on the exit.
Yeah, well, Alberto Garcia has just gone up from 13th to 11th. Yeah, that particular sausage curb on the inside of Cheetah, I've seen people launch cars skyward with either 2 or 4 wheels in the air. And at the moment, the top 31 teams that have set a time, there are 6 that have that have got a qualifying ban due to failing to notify the administration team that they were retiring from the previous round at Paul Ricard. The top 31 rounded out by the number 12 BMW M6 GT3, the Logitech Team RLR. They've got Sebastian Apostol behind the wheel. The top 31, 1.3 seconds adrift, and as Sebastian goes up into P27 on a little bit of a faster lap time for the BMW M6, which is now unfortunately confirmed to the halls of Pantheon at BMW, because the M4 GT3 is now the new young upstart, and already that's going to be that's been shown on ACC and also will be running for real life at the Rolex Daytona 24 Hours at the final weekend of this month.
Yeah, always nice to see a new iteration of a GT3 car, but especially when it replaces such a fan favourite, it can be sad to see the old one go, can't it? This is a fan favourite car, most definitely. The Lexus, which was a bit of an enigma at Paul Ricard last time out, because they didn't qualify especially well, the Lexuses, but they just had they had a much better race pace than they did qualifying pace, which was interesting. I wonder if we'll see the same sort of thing from them here today. Henrik Gamble here has only just left the pit lane though. I'm not sure, Alex, why they're so late out of the pits, but that doesn't really help them in their qualifying efforts.
I mean, it also depends on when you want to be out at the right time, because the deeper you get into qualifying, we're only into the last 9 minutes of the session. Have they taken a gamble that could pay off, because the track is now optimum? The track temperature is 30 degrees Celsius, so hopefully if they can light up the tyres quickly in terms of the optimum heat window for those tyres, that could pay dividends. But Huben is gunning for provisional pole. He's 45 thousandths off of the 457 GTWR RHG Academy.
Yeah, this car dominated last time at Paul Ricard, so we have documented already they could become champions here today. They're going the right way about it, that's for sure, because the 457 car, which is the only one faster than them at the moment, is some 62 points behind them in the championship. They don't have to beat that car in order to take the title. It's only really the Yas Heat 150 car that they have to worry about beating in this race. Out of the tight left-hander there goes Henrik Gamble meanwhile, but it'll be interesting to see whether or not Nicholas Hoban can get that number 9 Audi onto pole position. Here he comes then into the final sector. He's dropped a little bit of time. We think it's going to be very, very close. Only needs to find half a tenth of a second here. Inch perfect coming out of Cheetah. Just one more corner. This is the final turn at Ingwe. He's dropped a bit more time, we're hearing, as we go through the final sector. Needs to be a mega final corner if he's going to wrestle that pole position away from the 457 car. What is the time? It's not an improvement in the end. What about Yuri Petrochenko? He brings the Bentley across. He does improve to 9th, but Huben there, interestingly, losing time in the final sector. That should be Audi territory, really, shouldn't it?
It should be, because we were hearing he was 10th up. That would have put him on a low 1 minute 39. His lap time, Andy, was a 1 minute 40 point, nearly a 1 minute 40.6, and nearly 9 tenths he lost in the second half of the circuit. Henrik Gamble goes in with a 1 minute 41.192. I don't think, if I'm completely honest here, that will R8G Esports decide to go for broke. I mean, if they win it, great. But they have to, as you rightly said, Yaz Heat, Renvelton Esports Blue, and the CDA, DAL and ACR car, the Aston Martin, they are still within contention. And like, just seeing the point spread between teams, like between first, well actually between second and ninth, that's a 40-point spread. So any disaster for any one of those teams could bring one of the lower teams up to the fore and really have a great battle going into the final round of Season 4 of the Endurance Cup.
They're also sort of protected where they are at the moment, depending on how much team play we see this afternoon, but the top 3 cars at the moment are all R8G affiliated cars, so they've got teammates essentially that would be starting right now directly ahead and directly behind them. That at least protects them a bit in theory as far as the first lap is concerned, because that run up into the first corner, and we'll talk about this I'm sure in more detail in the build up to the race itself, but that is fraught with danger. It is so wide going up that hill that always there are people tempted to make it 3, 4, even 5 wide up there. If you know you're starting the race surrounded by teammates, even if they're teammates that want to beat you in the championship, they're less likely to try and win it in the first corner. That's the theory anyway.
Theory is one thing, practical's another. I have seen that Tobias Pfeffer has actually eked out that gap over Nico Huben by, get this, 5 1,000ths of a second. So the gap now is half a tenth between first and second. There is Tobias Pfeffer making his way through the Jux K sweep and into the left-hander at turn 5 barbecue. And one of the nice corners on this circuit is the right-hander coming up here at Sunset. You know, you're going in at about 4th gear, 180 kph. You're then turning in. You're having to sort of like lift off the car, and there has been a change because keep your eyes on Magic Malinowski. He's now got in behind the wheel of the 150 Porsche for Yaz Heat Richard Mille, because now they've decided George Boothby has given all he can, and it seems like there could be a possible issue for George Boothby. That's probably why they've switched Magic Malinowski into there, Andy.
Yeah, I'm hearing he was having FPS issues, which will be a distraction at best, won't it? And it could very easily lead to you going off the track altogether. So that's a sensible choice, but he'll have to hope that he gets that sorted before his opening stint. Quite often we see the drivers that qualify the cars are the ones that then go on to take the opening stint of the race, but they may have to change their strategy accordingly if he can't get that problem sorted. And I'm afraid I'm not enough of a tech wizard to tell you how he would sort that out, but I'm sure he'll have a good idea himself. Tobias Pfeffer bails for the pit lane. It's no longer, though, an R8G Audi 123 because Alexander Novikov has brought the number 42 Simware.Pro Bentley into 3rd place, so he jumps now onto the inside of row 2. He and Hartweld have been trading that position a few times over the course of the session. Very quick pit stop there for Tobias Pfeffer. He should have time for 1 or 2 more flying laps in the session. But yeah, Simware.Pro, whose other car, of course, is not taking part in the qualifying session. The 41 McLaren is serving that qualifying ban. That's the Ogorodnikov, Bogorodsky and Abeladze McLaren 720S GT3. But the Bentley, Alex, is looking strong. So Alberto Garcia makes his way up into the first corner then, heavy braking up at the top of the hill and through the left-hander then at Crowthorne, and Alberto Garcia, let's ride on board with him, shall we? See what the lap looks like from on board the Odox Motorsport Bentley. Turns it left into barbecue. Crucial to get a good exit here, and both he and the Aston Martin ahead of him actually dipping 2 wheels onto the dirt there. That won't have helped their run past the old pit lane, and now we turn into Sunset, fastest corner on the track pretty much. Through the right-hander it goes on just that bit longer than you expect it to, but there is a tiny bit of tarmac runoff area that they can use. They get the car back over to the right for the braking zone at turn 7 Clubhouse. Again, the Aston Martin runs wide, and with every corner Garcia is getting closer and closer to it. Bails out of the way. Good stuff there. The lap had clearly gone. No point getting in the way of the Odox Motorsport car. Left and right there through the downhill S's, then climbing back uphill. pick your braking point into Loikop. That's so hard to do. You cannot see the apex until you're practically on top of it. He nailed it though, just got enough of the apex curb. Don't bother with the second apex, and now up through the gears, down into the mine shaft, flat out through here if your car's handling well, which it looks like it is. Back over to the left as soon as you can for the heavy braking zone into the crocodiles. That is definitely an overtaking opportunity if you're feeling bold. And now it's all about traction up the hill towards turn 15 here at Cheetah. There's the curb on the inside. You can touch it, but you don't want to hammer it because then you will be off into the weeds. Another heavy braking zone now down into Ingwe, turn number 16. Get on the power, control the wheel spin. Across the start-finish line he will come. Is it going to be an improvement on 11th place? The answer is no. It was still entertaining to ride on board with him, but that was not, sadly, the fastest lap that car's had in this session.
Yeah, and actually that car that was in front of him was Milo Mazzetti in the 165 Aston Martin. That will be the GTWR RHG Academy Red entry, as we're back again with Niklas Huben from RHG Esports in the number 9. That's the Zancho Simsport Audi just getting out of the way. So now it's really interesting to see the different dynamics in terms of the characteristics from front engine to rear wheel drive to now mid-engine rear wheel drive as Niklas Huben now makes his way up to Loikop. And sometimes, like going into Loikop, you're going through at first gear, Andy, but sometimes you're allowing it to go through turn 11 and let the car drift wide, because this is going to be possibly the last opportunity for Niklas Huben. If he gets across the line, he might have this and maybe another lap, but it just depends on how much fuel is in that Audi. Comes out of the crocodiles. There is a yellow flag. That is the number 17, I think I've just spotted, going through into Ingwe. Here comes Niklas Huben, and that's one of the Porsches I think I've just spotted. Out of the final corner, turn 16, Ingwe. Huben will come across the line. He will have another chance if he wants to go and get the upper hand on Tobias Pfeffer. And on that particular occasion, it was a 1 minute 39.817 to 1,000 slower than his quickest lap time in quali so far.
That's a good sign though, because it shows that that initial effort that's put him second fastest isn't a flash in the pan. He's got that pace consistently in his pocket. That bodes well for the race later on, because qualifying is now 10 seconds from completion. But of course, if you're on a lap at the time the time ticks down to 0, you are still able to finish that lap. That certainly counts for Maciej Malinowski, who's only done half the session here after George Boothby had to step out because of some FPS issues that he was suffering at his end. Malinowski's not had a huge amount of time then to get into the groove. We're hearing Niklas Huben's been off the road, so second place is as good as the Audi will do. But what about Malinowski could do with getting this Porsche a bit closer to the number 9 car, which is currently starting on the outside of row 2. Malinowski and the Ass Heat Porsche would currently start on the inside of the 4th row. This is the car that is second in the championship. They're 46 points off the championship lead. They've just been demoted as well, because Jan Willem van Ommen has got the 383 Aston Martin into the top 5. Can Malinowski respond? Yes, he can. 5th quickest. That is a lot more like it, and not bad, Alex, for a driver that really only had half a session.
And also Pip Jan Willem van Ommen by 3 1,000ths for the inside of row number 3, but Alberto Garcia's. Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, I mean, look at Hartveld and Malinowski. The gap between them, 2 tenths, Andy, is like an absolute eternity. But I'm just wondering to see how things are going to. I mean, we've got Leon Otocki now coming through in the number 33, Rushoniki Racing with 3 tenths up at the moment. So this could put the Audi into maybe the top 10 if they're lucky. And he comes across the line P13 behind the number 34. That is the TF Racing Souvlaki outfit. Alberto Garcia, where does he factor in? Doesn't improve, I'm afraid. A 10th down on his best lap. And will start a little bit further down than they would have expected or hoped. Down in 11th place, the inside of row number 6.
Yeah, you make a good point there about the gap at the front, actually, because the first 2 rounds of the championship we had pole position decided by less than a tenth of a second, but last time out, Yas Heat, actually, the 149 McLaren, were nearly 3 tenths up on the competition, so we have seen this once already this season, and again here at Kyalami, admittedly the top 2 very close, but then that gap back to 3rd fastest. So qualifying over then, it is the 457 car then that sits 6th in the championship that has the pole position, with with Nicholas Huben there. A solid effort in second place. I think he'll be pretty happy with that one. The championship leaders, if they finish second in this race, as long as they're not second behind the Ass Heat 150 car, that will be enough for them to win the championship. But that is a long way away. We've got 6 hours of racing coming your way this afternoon on the SimGrid here from Kyalami, the penultimate round of the SimGrid Endurance Cup. Third fastest for the Bentley there of Alexander Novikov. Really good effort that from the Bentley. We started the session with lots of the Continentals at the front of the field, but actually by the end that had dwindled, and that 42 car appears to be the one that's got the pace. Chris Hartveld demoted to 4th in the late going there by Novikov, with Maciej Malinowski, as we documented, improving nicely there to 5th at the end of the session. Jan Willem van Ommen 6th fastest, 7th fastest, Maximilian Vollmer, 2 Aston Martins together. Samir Ibrahimi in the 3rd place in the championship, Renbelt and Esports Porsche, 8th on the grid for him. Bastian Richter is 9th in the number 77, another championship contender. We spoke to his teammate Tobias Schur earlier on in the night, and Yuri Petrochenko 10th. I'll tell you what, Tobias and the rest of that Prime E Racing team, I don't think, Alex, they expected to have qualified inside of the top 10, so 9th place, I think they'll take that.
I did say about Bastian Richter being no shrewd cookie, and he definitely proved it in a car that he's used before. So by them having the opportunity that Bastian to come on board for this round of the championship, I think that might give them a little bit more confidence. Whether that's going to translate from qualifying into the race is something else that we're going to find out as the 6 hours of Kyalami here on Season 4 of the Endurance Cup unfolds.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be an interesting race. We've always felt it would be. And, OK, we've not had any big surprises there in that qualifying session. The cars that you would expect to do well have indeed done well. But I think here, more than at any other circuit that we go to, qualifying at the front is just so important. I mentioned during the session there, Alex, that the first sector here at Kyalami is so treacherous on the opening lap, and it doesn't really end there. It's just such a tight and narrow circuit. You have to be prepared to give people space on the opening lap, but there is always somebody that just isn't prepared to do that, and it's going to be interesting to see who the culprit may or may not be once we go racing. We'll find out about that in a few minutes' time. Don't go anywhere. The race is coming up very shortly, but for now, let's catch up then with the man of the moment. Tobias Pfeffer joins us now. Tobias, congratulations. A really, really good qualifying effort. The dream start to the race, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy after like driving 4 months, not ACC, and now getting the pole again. It's amazing. Feels good.
That's interesting then. That's something that you sim drivers have to deal with quite a lot, isn't it? Jumping from one platform to another, and I guess a lot of people would think that that's pretty easy to do. It isn't though, is it?
Nah, it isn't. Especially I have to work, but like I don't know, it's not my full-time job, sim racing, so it's quite hard to get used to the one sim and then to the other. You know, it's a long term to get fast again, actually.
Well, fast is exactly what you are, because you are fastest in the session. It was pretty close though. Nicholas Huben there, half a tenth behind you. How are you going to manage the situation here at the start of the race? Because you're both RHE affiliated teams. The number 9 car is leading the championship. You need to try and outscore them today. How hard are you prepared to race that car?
Well, I actually didn't talk with them much about the start, actually. So I don't know how it will work. But I think if the other guys are faster in the race, we will probably let them pass, because obviously they could win the championship by that. So yeah, we will see, actually.
That's interesting then. So we might see that develop over the 6 hours of racing. Good qualifying pace there. Are you confident that you can translate that now into race pace? Because this is a difficult circuit to run a long stint on. You've got to look after the tyres, you've got to look after the brakes. Is that something that you think that your team is on top of?
I think, I mean, the Audi is not the quickest in the race. For example, the Aston is faster. But I think for me personally, I can be faster in the race. I have to struggle a bit. I had to struggle in quali, you know. It was I could be a bit faster, so I think in the race it will be a bit better actually to get in the flow and all that stuff. So I think yeah, we have the pace.
Okay, well, we'll wait and see how it all goes. Congratulations though on the pole position. Best of luck for the 6 hours.
Yeah, thanks. Bye bye.
Tobias Pfeffer then will be nervously waiting now for the 6 hours of racing to start. We will be back in just a few minutes, about 3 or 4 minutes before the cars will start gridding up ahead of the penultimate round of the SimGrid Endurance Cup. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to the SimGrid Endurance Cup, the penultimate round of Season 4 of this great championship. Andy McEwan and Alex Goldschmidt here with you for the next 6 or so hours. The race is just a couple of minutes away now. The cars will be gridding up very shortly ahead of what promises to be an enthralling afternoon or evening or morning of racing wherever you're watching us from around the world. If you are watching us on the YouTube channel, do get involved with your messages and your comments. Let us know what you think of the race. We do try and monitor them as much as we can. If there's anything that you'd like us to try and give you an answer to, then we'll do our very best to. We will also periodically be asking you some questions and asking you what you think is going to happen. The first poll of the day has gone up. Will the 457 car, the GTWR RHG Academy car that has qualified on pole position, win the race from pole position? They only did so by 0.5 of a second, and it's just as tight in the poll. Of the 39 of you that have voted so far, 49% say yes, 51% say no. I'll tell you what, if it's going to be that unpredictable for the rest of the day, Alex, we're in for a treat.
Light the fires is all I'm going to say, Mr. McEwan, on that one, because I think there's going to be plenty of Chinese fireworks here in the virtual recreation of the Gauteng province.
I think so. It's fireworks usually happen in these races. I mean, every race we've had, there's been something that has happened that was completely out of the blue, completely unexpected. Of course, last time at Paul Ricard, it was the slightly embarrassing demise of the Yas Heat 149 McLaren, which a certain James Baldwin had a rather spectacular accident in as he ran into a car that was exiting the pit lane, his reason being that he was looking at the wrong monitor at the time. So it goes to show, doesn't it, that even the very best drivers, even those that are operating right at the top of their game, they can make mistakes. And that's at Paul Ricard, where you've got a bit of time to relax and you've got a bit of time to just just take stock of the situation down those long straights. Here at Kyalami, you don't get an opportunity to breathe. The longest period of time where you're not really doing anything is the run down the pit straight, but that's the best overtaking opportunity, so even there you have to have your wits about you.
Very true, but you've got to have them even. Your eyeballs will be on stalks, Andy, when you see 4 GT3 cars wide going down through the kink and into Crowthorne. That is quite an unnerving, rather exciting sight at the same time. And to be completely honest with you, with a circuit like Kyalami, anything can happen. We all know that happens in both sim and in real racing circles, but here, you know, this is going to be one of those pivotal rounds. We've been mentioning about RHG Esports, the number 9 car, which starts, looks like might be Jordan Sherritt's going to be starting behind the wheel of that car, but it's an Audi front row lockout. Tobias Pfeffer was basically saying, yeah, we're not too sure. You know, the Audi's not got the pace around here, but the pace isn't always respective of what happens over a period of 6 hours, because you're going to have to factor in mental fatigue, physical fatigue. Are there any mistakes that might be happening? Does someone accidentally speed in the pit lane? You know, there's so much that can go wrong in a 6-hour race.
There is, and a lot of that is out of your control completely. Let's have a look down the grid then, shall we? Pole position for the 457 car. Interestingly, Giorgio Simonini showing as the driver. We'll see if that stays the same by the time the race gets underway. The championship leaders alongside them, the number 9 car just has to outscore the 150 car by 4 points or more today, and they could be champions, and they've out-qualified them by a number of positions as well. Great to see the Bentley up there of Alexander Novikov, the 42 car. Bit of a surprise maybe to see Simware.pro up there, but the Bentley clearly looking strong. The only non-Audi on the front 2 rows of the grid, because it's the number 32 car, another RHG Academy car, the white team, that rounds out the top 4. Then the 150 car, the Porsche, that is second in the championship, had a disappointing run though to 12th place last time at Paul Ricard. They need to bounce back, or it could be the end of their championship aspirations. They've got the first of the Aston Martins alongside them, the 383. That is the CDA, DAL, ACR Aston Martin, the Darren King, Jan-Willem van Ommen and Mike Noble machine. Another Aston Martin comes up next. That's Felix Rupert, who we've seen go well here at Kyalami in the past. He's got Samir Ibrahimi alongside. Samir and the Renvelten Esports team are third in the championship, still chasing their first win of the year. They did have a podium finish at Spa, but haven't been inside the top 5 since then. In fact, 8th place is where they finished the other 2 races, and that's exactly where they'll start this one, just inside the top 10 then, ahead of Tobias Schur there, the Prime E-Racing team. They didn't expect to go that well here this weekend, but they've qualified inside the top 10. They are the 3rd fastest Aston Martin, and they've got 3 Bentleys right behind them. The number 11 car is next. That's the Vipperman Racing Bentley Continental GT3, just scraping into the top 10, and then the 6th row is an all Bentley affair with the 121 ahead of the 34. That's the Odox Motorsports car, just pipping the TF Racing Souvlaki squad, who will start 12th on the grid. You can see those 2 Bentleys there, big machines, and that can make a bit of a difference here at such a narrow circuit. We often joke that they're difficult cars to overtake, the Bentleys. Certainly the case at a circuit like Kyalami. By contrast, though, it's the light and agile mid-engine cars that we see next, the 33 Audi, which lines up 13th on the grid. Retronic E-Racing with the Unicorns of Love Sim Racing squad. They line up 13th alongside the first, yes, of the Lamborghinis, which we haven't seen the best of this season so far, it must be said. That's the 63 example. Aston Martin and Ferrari next, 164 ahead of 92. The 92 car there, which is a late addition, I think, to the entry. And then it will, 192, excuse me, then 133 and 177 Bentley ahead of Aston Martin. Towards the back of the field then, not any big surprises. Maybe surprised to see the 166 cars so far down the order. That's the McLaren you can see just to your right there, which Bastian Offerman looks like he's going to be starting for the Beto Sim Racing team. Maybe would have expected a little bit more out of them. Tariq Adams, number 23 Bentley, was up near the sharp end earlier on in the session as well. And there, the first of the Lexuses, that's the number 7 virtual driver's car. That car is 9th in the points and had a really strong run last time at Paul Ricard. As I said, those cars did qualify slightly worse than they raced last time out, but they've got an awful lot do to get into the points. Remember, the top 22 finishers will score points at the end of the 6 hours, with 50 points for the win, all the way down to 1 point for finishing 22nd, and 2 bonus points for the team that sets the fastest lap. That could be crucial come the end of the race as to deciding whether or not the championship is wrapped up here or not. Williams Esports Ferrari number 5 there, the Dare McCormack, Igor de Oliveira Rodriguez and Tinko van der Velde car. Tinko making his debut with that team. They've qualified some way down the order and right towards the tail of the field here. We've got those that were not allowed to qualify, Williams Esports being one of them. The 41 Simware.Pro McLaren didn't qualify, nor did the 56, 100, 154 or 171 cars. That was for an admin error, basically, not notifying us that they'd officially retired from the previous race at Paul Ricard, and the penalty is a disqualification from the qualifying session here at Kyalami. So there you have it then. We've got getting on for 40 cars setting out onto their green flag lap. 6 hours of racing ahead of us, a championship on the line. I'm quite looking forward to this one, Alex.
Yeah. One of the things that the teams are going to have to worry about is the track temperature, Andy, because that's jumped up 6 degrees Celsius since qualifying. We're now at 36 degrees Celsius. And it looks like, as always in South Africa, blazing sunshine. The first half an hour of this race, the track is at its optimum. And you know, to be honest with you, we've got some people coming in on the YouTube chat, so thank you very much for getting involved. If you haven't already, give us a like and subscribe whilst you're at it as well, and hit the notification bell. Good to see Oscar Sandberg, one of the guys from Turn 1, is cheering on the trio of Andre Michel, Dave Hardy and Marcel Villert in the 100 Aston Martin. Which is going to be starting in 35th position, one of the 6 teams that you mentioned that had that qualifying ban. We've also got Rockefeller Racing being given a shout out as well by RR Boosted 45. Jorge Santos is really looking forward to this one as well, looking at some of the best GT3 racing on Assetto Corsa Competizione. And right, the poll has been completed, Andy. For the 4-5-7, will they win from pole? It's a 50-50 split after 68 votes. We're about to go green for 360 minutes. Oh, the butterflies have already started, my friend.
Tell me about it. So Andrea Capoccia it is that will start the pole-sitting Audi, the 457 car. Interesting to hear that no team tactics have been discussed between these two cars. Remember, the 2 front row cars, they have different liveries, but they are both affiliated with the RHG team. The Academy cars are the white, red and black ones, and then the RHG Esports car, the championship leading car, is that sort of black and dark green car that will start alongside. Capoccia in for 457. Jordan Sherritt starts the number 9, and the number 42 car, I noticed, that's also got a different driver than we saw in qualifying, that car being started by Kirill Sadirov. That is how it looks at the front. They're going to be 3 and 4 wide though in a few seconds by the time they get up into that first braking zone for Crowthorne. Place your bets now, everyone. The penultimate round of the SimGrid Endurance Cup about to get underway. 6 hours of racing ahead of us, 2x2 formation to the start finish line. The lights go green after quite a long hold. Now, maybe, there we go, and we are away and racing. The rush towards the first corner begins, and who is going to get in there first? The inside line held by the pole sitters, the championship leaders on the outside line. Already they're 3 wide back in the pack, and there's a spin in the middle of the pack. Carnage! Oh. But it's the championship leading car that gets the lead through Crowthorne for the first time. 5, 6, 7, 8 cars off the road further back, including some of those that were banned from qualifying, and that I guess really is their punishment. The 7 car as well. Look, the Lexus is pointing the wrong way. One of the quickest cars last time at Paul Ricard is now right at the back of the field. That will certainly be investigated in a moment or two. How about that, Alex? What a brilliant start there from the outside of row number 1. It's the championship leading car that leads the way.
They needed to get that done early and did that at the right moment. It was a bit like the Who playing a mean pinball, going down through the kink and into Crowthorne's. The number 7 car having Valentin Barrier behind the wheel, and that car has been dropped all the way to the tail end, Charlie, of the field. I counted at least probably half the field was involved in that melee, like literally cars being turned around into the wall. But Jordan Sherritt, it's his home soil. He is from South Africa anyway. And of course we have to give a shout out to our good friend, the man behind SimGrid, Dave Perel, competing in the Le Mans Virtual 24 hours with the Ferrari Esports squad at this very moment. So good luck, David. Jordan Sherritt knows this track like the back of his hand. There's a lot of talent that we both know of that have raced here in South Africa, and it's really good to see that our friends, our administrator on the YouTube chat saying, as David Christie would say, you hate to see it.
You certainly do, but if you're an Audi fan, you love to see a 1-2-3 for the Audis that they've managed to complete after lap 1, because Sadirov, who remember started third in that 42 Bentley, he's dropped down a position. George Boothby has held position, importantly, in the 150 car, still 5th on the grid for him, as further back Patrick Pignon here tries to defend 9th place for Electronic E-Racing. He's got going around the outside Maximilian Vulmuth, and then Bastian Richter, who has lost a couple of positions there from the start. Richter started just inside the top 10, he's just outside of it now, but he's just almost picked up a place on Vulmuth as they head through the left-hander at Barbecue. It is an absolute scrum from about 5th place back, and this really highlights the importance of qualifying well, because Jordan Sherritt, having taken the lead at turn 1, he's already more than a second up the road. His life is a lot easier right now than it is for the drivers we can see on screen. This is a real battle pack.
Yeah, Andrea Benedetti running at the top 3 at the moment, but Sadirov doing a great job. Jordakis for the TF Racing Suvlaki crew running P12 at the moment. But the good thing was Bastian Richter had the presence of mind going side by side with Maximilian Volmuth through, of all places, the Juxke Suite. Got it nailed through Barbecue and managed to pull away, and he started to do so. So Bastian Richter is going to be chasing after Patrick Pignon in the 33 car, which is about nearly 0.8 of a second up the road. But then you've got the likes of Yuri Petrichenko, who is the second highest placed Bentley. That's in the number 11 Vipperman racing car. Yuri Petrichenko partnered with Florian Mack and Luis Hortas. So a strong showing from them initially, but Jordakis really is in the middle of all of this. And one of the other things is that just behind they've got Gerard Martinez Amer in the Odox Motorsport car, not too far behind. So there's 2 Bentleys squabbling for 12th on the road.
Yes, they are, and that is always going to be an interesting battle with 2 of those big Continentals dicing with each other. Lots of different lines being taken there into Crowthorne on this, the 3rd lap of the race. Right now, the car that doesn't seem to have the pace at the front of the field is the 3rd place car, isn't it? There is a bit of a queue forming behind the number 32 machine of Benedetti, and this is all kind of part of it. This is the fight for 5th place. We're on board with Jan Willem van Ommen in the 383 Aston Martin, chasing down George Boothby. Remember that this Aston Martin that we're on board with is also a championship contender. They are 4th in the points, and they're only about 6 points behind Jas Heat, who are directly ahead of them. So even if you can't win the championship, finishing 2nd is better than finishing 3rd or 4th. So this is a significant battle here between 2 of the top teams in the championship.
And also, this is sort of, in some respects, Porsche South Africa's backyard, because they actually own the circuit in real life as well. So you would think that the 911 would have that sort of pedigree and advantage. But looking at the lap times at the minute, just seeing that Jordan Sherritt, Andy, is in the low 1 minute 41s. And he's fastest of anybody, a 31.0 in Sector 1, a 29.9 in Sector 3. And he was 1/100th quicker than the man that we see in front of Jan Willem van Ommen, George Boothby, in the middle sector. So Jordan Sherritt, because he's got clean air, he's now extended that gap after 5 minutes over Andrea Capoccia to 2.1 seconds. Sherritt is going to go for broke. And look, like, it's literally, he's stormed away without a care in the world.
He's over 2.25 seconds clear after 3 laps. That is ridiculous. Here is an attempted move for 3rd place. Meanwhile, Kirill Sadirov for Simware trying to get up the inside. He takes a tighter line than the Audi of Benedetti, who has dropped himself a 2nd now behind Andrea Capoccia in 2nd position. So of the 3 Audis, this is the one that is sort of playing rear gunner now, isn't it? Trying to defend from the Bentley, trying to keep the rest of the pack at bay as they run now towards the right-left sequence here. This high-speed sequence of corners, difficult to follow another car closely, really, through Sunset and into Clubhouse, because you do rely a bit more on the aerodynamics to work well through that part of the track. There's the leader, there is the 2nd place car, and here the fight for 3rd then. Benedetti defending well for now. Where do we expect this Bentley to be a bit quicker than the Audi, maybe? You would usually say straight line speed is the Bentley's advantage, but there aren't a lot of straights here worth mentioning, are there? I guess a good exit from the final corner and a good run past the pits could be Sadirov's chance.
Yeah, I've just noticed a couple of cars actually sitting in the pit lane at the moment. The double 9.5 Renvelton Esports white car, Henrik Gamble, is in the pit lane, as is the 777 Alienab Racing Star Tools car that had Vinny Oliveira. Both cars were in the pits, but Oliveira has got back out underway, so I'm wondering if the double 9.5 has ended up with the brunt of the short end of the stick, as it were, Andy, through that initial first lap melee going through into Crowthorns, and has had terminal damage, so that's really put paid to hopefully having a good run in this race. Lara McCormack sitting in 37th position at the moment, and the way that Jordan Sherritt is absolutely muscling his way around this circuit, again, a 1 minute 41.040. We're going to go to replay here. Now, this is the start phase, Andy. I think I'll leave this one for you to take us through it.
I've got my eyes covered, to be honest. I don't really want to see this again. Let's see if we can piece together where it starts. We're following the 133 Bentley. I think the Aston Martin just ahead perhaps is one of those that ends up getting turned sideways. No, it's the Bentley that goes first and then tags the Ferrari, the 192 car. And then it's like the big one from Talladega, isn't it? There's just nowhere for the cars behind to go. You're 3 and 4 wide, 2 or 3 rows deep, Alex. You just leave yourself no options. If something happens in front of you, you can't slam on the brakes, you can't swerve left or right, because you've got cars on every single corner of you. So I know it can't be helped, it's the first lap of the race, but that is why that run to Crowthorne on the first lap is so perilous.
Yeah, I mean, we're just going to keep on seeing as they come through into Sunset. The 133 has got one of the oh, yeah. That just instantly just went. That was a bit of a tank slapper there, as Michael Hamlet has mentioned into our ears. I mean, we're getting updated by our production team, courtesy of McEwan and Michael Hamlet. Big thank you to them as always. But yeah, it's the thing is that with an incident like that, the 192 car that had Luke Southwell behind the wheel, that was the proto-charged SimSport Ferrari. So they're currently sitting in 29th at the moment, so yeah, and Renvelton Online have actually, a big thank you to them for messaging us in the YouTube chat saying that Henrik Gamble's car retired after 3.5 minutes of damage repair worth. So yeah, the thing is that when you have that kind of incident where one car gets turned around, gets flung into the walls, the first thing that you're not going to be doing is probably holding on to the brakes, because you can't stop the momentum of that car, plus also the amount of G-forces going through. Hitting the brakes is not going to do probably one of the damnedest things, as Sadidov trying to go up the inside of Andrea Benedetti, of all people, going through Clubhouse, and there is George Boothby. Oh, Sadidov squeezed Boothby, and then Boothby looking to go side by side, and again another clash, and Boothby's in the wall!
Oh, second place in the championship. George Boothby is off. I did not like any of that. That was completely unnecessary. Kirill Sadorov, there's one thing to defend your position, but we're 10 minutes into a 6-hour race. He came across on Boothby down the straight. Boothby got up the inside of him regardless into the left-hander. The two met in the middle, neither willing to give way. That will definitely not go down well, but that is huge drama for our championship contenders. George Boothby has rejoined. He's out of the top 20, which means he's out of the points, but more to the point, will almost certainly have damage to the front and possibly the rear of that car. Doesn't look too bad from the outside, but he's surely going to be fighting some sort of a handling issue, and he's now back in traffic. That did not need to happen, Alex.
Yeah, and I fear that a penalty is probably going to be coming away to Sadorov in the number 42 Bentley. I mean, the thing is George Boothby had every right to be there. He was side by side with the Bentley. It was literally front bumper to rear bumper. They were pretty much parallel, weren't they, going through into turn 8? But now Boothby, you know, we know for a fact that George Boothby is going to be absolutely fuming. But the rest of the team will be calming him down and saying, look, at least it's happened 10 minutes in rather than 10 minutes to go. And now Boothby is already getting his elbows out, and he's just thrown it up the inside of the 154 Bentley. That's Trancanelli behind the wheel, and then there's an Aston. That's the 56 car. That's the SMP Racing Esports Aston Martin. That's got Sherapenin behind the wheel. Boothby is now going to bring the fire and brimstone. I mentioned Chinese fireworks. I think George Boothby, he might have a firework in his back pocket or two.
Yes, I would imagine so. I was about to make the point that this car had good pace. It was a bit stuck in traffic, but it was gaining on that second, third place battle, and that was the battle that really sort of started kicking off, or third place, I guess. Benedetti defending from Sadirov. When Sadirov went for a move that didn't work, it delayed them enough that suddenly Boothby was right on their tail, and he was setting purple final sector tyres pretty consistently as well. So that is such a shame. The car clearly has speed, but all the speed in the world now is not necessarily going to dig them out of this hole. Here's the replay. So there you can see Sadirov, he goes for a very ambitious little jink up the inside of Benedetti. That's never going to work. Bails out of it, but he's slow on the exit as a result. Boothby's up the inside. There is absolutely no excuse for body slamming someone down the straight line. They've got an overlap, and then neither driver really gives each other enough room through the S's. At any point there, either of them could have backed out of it. The actual collision, I would say, is not all that bad. I think that is just 2 into 1 doesn't go, but it's the little hip check that Sadirov gave to Boothby on the preceding straight that I think may well get him in a spot of trouble. He has dropped a couple of positions anyway, down to 5th, but yeah, moving into someone when they're fully alongside you down a straight is not normally looked on favourably by the stewards.
Yeah, that could be classed as a racing incident as well, because looking at it from that perspective, yeah, I mean, Sadirov and Boothby, they were both going for the same space of part of tarmac as you said, but we're going to leave that one to race control, and if they decide that's a racing incident, they could be spot on the nose with that one. But for me, that's a 50-50. It's difficult to call with something as where you've got those tight margins, Andy, to keep your eyes on.
Yeah, most definitely. We will, of course, update you on any potential penalties that start appearing. Potential's not the word, is it? There will definitely be penalties. There always are, especially in the early stages of the race. We have live in-race stewarding team that do a brilliant job of dishing out the penalties, but only where they're necessary. They don't get too heavy-handed with them, and we'll wait for updates on them on that, and also, I'm sure, that lap 1 incident. Right, on board with Patrick Pignone here in the Rotronic E-Racing with Unicorns of Love Audi, which is the 4th of the Audis inside the top 10. He's got the Bentley of Yuri Petrochenko in his sights, but Petrochenko is behind the number 72 Porsche. That car doing what it's done all season, Alex, staying out of trouble in the early stages. It's never been the fastest car on the track at any point this season, but that number 72 car has gained a couple of places from where it started, and if they can keep doing that and get another top 5 finish by the end of the day, that will do them very nicely.
Yeah, I think it's about, as you said, keep out of trouble. That's the best thing. And with the Endurance Cup, it's always about it being a marathon, not a sprint. You tell a racing driver that. The first thing they're going to do is ignore you, quite pure and simply, because everyone wants to push the envelope. And the thing is that Jordan Sherratt now has, over Andrea Capoccia, a 4.3 second lead. Right, okay. The incident that caused the melee going through to Crowthorns, Andy, has been declared a racing incident, the one off the start-finish straight.
Yes, so the decision was that the initial 2 cars that made contact were both just sort of joining each other's lines. One was moving left, the other was moving right, and that really is the definition of a racing incident. It's unfortunate that it then went on to collect so many other cars, but you don't judge by the outcome. Absolutely right. You judge by what triggers it, and if there was nothing wrong there as such, then it could take out 20 cars. It still wouldn't be worthy of a penalty. I'm sure there will be teams that were caught up in that maybe won't be happy to hear that, but I respect that decision most definitely. That is, as Michael Hamlet tells us, racing, and sometimes these things just happen. Speaking of racing, Petrochenko getting away a bit here from Pignone, but he's really starting to ask some questions of the Porsche just ahead of him, isn't he? So David Michel going to have a little bit more defensive work to do here, and as he does so, they're dropping away from the top 5. 2.6 seconds is the gap. Here we can see it then. Yuri Petrochenko in 7th place for the number 11 Vipperman Racing squad. They are mathematically the last of the 14 teams that could still win this championship, but they need to win both of these final 2 races and hope that the championship leaders don't score. Right now that looks very unlikely to happen, but they're still chomping at the bit here to try and get a good result. And you feel, Alex, that if they could clear this Porsche, they might just have the pace to bridge the gap to the top 5.
Yeah, I mean, Yuri Petrochenko, another fast driver from Germany. They do love their high speeds, and effectively, you know, Petrochenko has got a, you know, looking at it from the weight perspective, the Bentley has always been known to be heavier than the Porsche 911, and here is where it happens. But with a tight and technical circuit, Petrochenko will be trying to eke out the maximum out of the Bentley Continental GT3 It's just dependent on, is he being a bit more strategic in comparison with Michel, who's just up ahead in the number 72 car. Sometimes when you're 15 minutes into a 6 hour race, not 6 minutes, is what I'm talking about there, because otherwise we would have had the checkered flag quite a long time ago. But it's strategic, like coming down here into Mineshaft, you've got to really time it right. If you can get the Bentley to stop on a sixpence with the brakes, turn the car in, hit the apex nice and clean, get the power down nice and early without spinning up the rear wheels, then you've got more of a chance. And now Petrichenko coming through into Cheetah is right up the exhaust pipes of Michel at the moment, and had a little bit of a look going through into Ingwe. So Petrichenko is going to get a good run on the 72 Renvelton Porsche coming through the kink and into Crowthorns on what will be the start of the 11th lap of the race.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be close enough to throw it up the inside, isn't he? But Michel knows that, goes into the pit lane exit to defend. There's almost contact. Petrichenko isn't bashful about getting close to the back of the Porsche as he goes around the outside, gets run out of road a little bit. That's always going to happen. And still, the number 72 car stays in front. But Yuri Petrichenko, I sense a little bit of frustration here. He's having a lot of these sort of half looks up the inside, makes an absolute mess there through the left-hander at Sunset, and he's surely going to be under a little bit of pressure now from the cars behind. Yes, he is. Look, you can see the Audi there of Patrick Pignon is right on his tail. They're bringing with them Bastian Richter as well there in the first of those Aston Martins, who has a little peek up the inside heading into the left-hander at Clubhouse. This is getting very feisty, this battle. So too is the one for third place. We've had a change, and we had a change for fourth, with Sadarov getting ahead of Benedetti, I'd noticed. Getting ahead of Willem van Ommen, but now Willem van Ommen's got a pair of them, so it's all changed there. We'll see if we can dig out a replay or something, but the last time I looked at this order, it was Audi from Bentley from Aston Martin, and now that ain't the way it looks. The Aston Martin of Jan Willem van Ommen, showing his experience there, maybe taking advantage of a bit of a tussle between the other two cars, has been able to move into a podium place, and finally that Audi stranglehold on the podium positions is broken. Two questions then: can Willem van Ommen catch Andrea Capoccia? And if he can he get past him quickly enough that Jordan Sherritt isn't already 10 seconds up the road? Because right now he's halfway there and we've only completed 11 laps.
Yeah, and he's been running below the 1 minute 41.5 second bracket. Just put in a 1 minute 41.475. Andrea Capoccia has just put in a 1 minute 41.782, so it's just over 3/10 ahead. Jan Willem van Ommen, in the meantime, has been upping the pace. And we've got a replay. I think we've got a replay coming up here, which we'll just take a brief look at. Now, this is the 32, that's Benedetti. And there's a Sadirov going up the inside. That was through Crowthorne, and straight away Van Ommen's just mugged the pair of them. There's a little bit of contact between the pair of them, but Sadirov, I think, might have outbraked himself a little bit there, giving Benedetti the opportunity to fight back. And now Sadirov again looking up the inside. This is going to be dicey going through Clubhouse, and the Bentley's on the apex. Runs the Audi a little bit wide, and Benedetti now back down into 5th position.
In fairness to Sadarov, he left Benedetti room there. He could have muscled him out onto the grass on that occasion because he had the inside line, but chose not to. So that was good driving, but his first attempt to overtake Benedetti, less so perhaps. But anyway, Bentley goes 4th, but still isn't in the podium places because, as we saw, Willem van Ommen was able to take advantage of that. Right, we've got our first penalty to notify you of then. A 15-second time penalty going the way of car 192. 192 is the proto-charged SimSport Ferrari, and that is for avoidable contact with car number 23 on the first lap, 23 being the GCWR RHE Academy green car, which was a little bit deeper in the field than the teammate cars. So that's the first penalty. I don't think we saw that one, but that was just one of the many little bits of contact on the opening lap. Sometimes you can't help it, but sometimes it is a decision a driver makes in the early stages to go for a 50-50 move. If it goes wrong, you always run the risk of a penalty.
Yeah, there's always that. And we've also got our first track limits penalty just coming through as well, I understand. But the thing is that with the tight nature of the circuit here, as we look at this battle here, Michel, Petrichenko, Pignon, Richter, Vormuth could be involved in this, so it could be a 5-way scrap for 6th position. And I mean, Bastian Richter is really pedalling along well in that Aston Martin as they go through into Sunset Bend at turn 6. I mean, he's at flat chassis Bastian, and not too far up the road, I spy with my little eye 2.3 seconds up the road for from Michel is now Benedetti. Michel's gone off the track, and that was through Clubhouse, so that's going to open the floodgates if someone manages to get past, and that first person, and he could be Yuri Petrichenko.
You're right there, they are catching Benedetti ahead. Here is a replay of, is this the penalty I was just talking about? Looks like it might be. There's the contact, they both go around. In fairness, the Ferrari does lose more time than the Bentley, but that's not really the point. You still cost the Bentley positions, so that's why the penalty was applied. But yeah, look at this train of cars. This is 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th positions, all nose to tail. We've got Porsches, Bentleys, Audis, Aston Martins all together here, and they're catching Benedetti by a couple of tenths a lap up the road as well. So this could soon become the fight for 5th position. Not that they're exactly working with each other here to gain on the cars ahead. They're all fighting each other, that is for certain. The other gap that is coming down quite rapidly is the one for second place. Jan-Willem van Ommen is gaining quickly on Andrea Capoccia. He's less than a second behind him now, and he's only been in that position for a couple of laps. Not a good place to make contact. That was Yuri Artak getting into the side of another Bentley, which has exited stage right and is in the barriers. So that is Atkinson, we believe that was, in the 747 car. There he is, Jonathan Atkinson, the MSL racing car. You can run side by side through there, Alex, but if you make contact, it's not going to be a small accident.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, you know, looking at the cars, you have the likes of Stefano Apostolo around them as well. So going through mineshaft into the crocodiles, it can get a bit hairy, especially if you're pushing 140 miles an hour plus at 5th, 6th gear going through mineshaft. But now we come back to this battle royale. It's always about who's going to be tripping themselves up first, and it's especially going through Clubhouse. Now down into turn 8 and turn 9. I'd like to get an onboard if we can from Bastian Richter right up the exhaust pipes of Patrick Pignon. Oh, now has Petrichenko gone for the move? I think he has. Oh no. My goodness, and he's collected Richter, and Pignon gets hung out to dry, exit stage right at the top of Loikop. And that is, I think there is going to be a penalty coming very, very imminently, because Romagnoli now up the inside of Pignon going through into the crocodiles. Oh, Pignon was very, very close there. Romagnoli's going to try and get the entrance into the right-hander here at Cheetah, and as long as he doesn't hit too much curb, he got away with that one. Even with 24 minutes completed, Andy, the drivers are taking so many unnecessary risks. It's literally throwing the championship upside down and shaking it all apart, and the ones that are really profiting are the championship leaders.
Oh, well, yeah, they are 6.7 seconds up the road from anybody else now, although I think the time of it being an Audi 1-2 perhaps is short-lived, because Willem van Ommen is on the tail of Capoccia now for second. But I think the reason we're seeing all of this is precisely because of the nature of this circuit. It is not an easy place to overtake, so when you're given an opportunity to have a go, you sort of feel obliged to go for it, because you don't know when your next opportunity to overtake that car is going to come. The trouble is, because it's so tight and so narrow and such an unforgiving track, if you mess that overtake up, or if the other car doesn't comply quite as much as you'd like them to, it's going to end in contact, and it's very likely at this early stage to catch multiple cars in it, and we've seen that on a number of occasions already. So we said that Kyalami was a circuit that needed to be treated with respect, and yeah, one or two drivers maybe not quite living by that mantra at the moment, but it's all settled down for the time being. The second place battle, though, is about to ignite, and I think based on the speed that Willem van Ommen has here, it ain't going to take him that long to find a way past Andrea Capoccia. That gap was 2 seconds about 3 or 4 laps ago. It's 0.2 of a second now, as they are about to make their way through to the end of the 14th lap of the race. So as Patrick Pignon continues to defend from Romagnoli, it is another Audi defending from another Aston Martin that we may need to turn our attention to next, the fight for second place. And if Willem van Ommen can get past Capoccia quickly, he might just have pace to go after the leader. Here they come, look, Capoccia defending already, weaving around to try and break the slipstream. That's a bit naughty. Kirill Sadarov is on their tail as well, which means that fireworks can only be just around the corner, and Willem van Ommen, for that reason, if nothing else, will want to get on with this to get past Capoccia before he has to start dealing with the Bentley behind him.
Yeah, the thing is now that Jan-Willem van Ommen is in the dirty air of Andrea Capoccia, it's going to handle a bit awkwardly. You know, as soon as you get into that dirty air, the aerodynamic imbalance can sometimes be a hindrance and also a curse at the same point. The gap's now out to just over 0.3 of a second. I mean, Van Ommen, and he was taking at times the best part of half a second to 6/10. out of Capoccia, but he's brought along Sadirov for the ride, and the number 42 Bentley is also looking rather menacing. So Capoccia is not just defending, as Pignon up the inside of Romagnoli round the outside is currently trying to do everything in his power to get past Pignon, but the number 33 Audi is doing a really good sterling defence. This is a great battle between the two. Romagnoli again getting a bit more pace, a bit more slipstream, looking towards the inside, going into Loikop turn 10. The left-hander taken at first gear at about 70 kph's. We go back to the battle between second, third and fourth, and now Sadirov, a little bit of a touch to the right rear corner of Van Ommen, and he had to back out of that one. If he'd pressed the issue any further, Sadirov would have been on the receiving end of a penalty, and it's nearly coming to blows between Romagnoli and Pignon for 11th position through the Crocodiles, and Jordan Sherratt is still running on the 141.60s. Romagnoli's through Cheetah of all places, and gets the job done on Pignon to take 11th position, and here comes Cardinale in the number 63 Lamborghini. You've got Jack McIntyre for Sancho Simsport, you've got Bodovec in the number 17 SLO Racing Team coming through as well. So everything's concertinaing together, and we're now nearly at the half-hour mark, nearly completed. Pignoni's gone back on the offensive as Romagnoli defends, going through into Crowthorne, so we ride on board with the number 33 Audi. One slight slip-up, like we can see here at this circuit. As you said, Andy, they have to respect the circuits, and here at Kyalami, it is taking no prisoners at all.
Neither is Kirill Sadirov, who very nearly was dishing out his third bit of significant contact in this race, but you're right, he just bailed out of it in time so as to not spin Willem van Ommen, but it does mean they've dropped the best part of a second behind Capoccia again. Patrick Pignon, I think, is fighting a damaged car now, possibly after that contact earlier on, because he was faster than this initially. Remember, he was running right at the front of that 6th, 7th place battle, so I expect that car to maybe not be handling quite like it should be. Maybe, therefore, we expect a longer pit stop for them when they first come into the pit lane, so that they can sort that damage out. We're expecting pit stops just after the 1 hour mark. They'll try and stretch these pit stops as long as they can, with the end goal being that you make your last pit stop as short as possible. Of course, the less fuel you have to put in at that last stint, the fewer laps you have to run to the checkered flag, the quicker you can make that final pit stop. So where possible, expect them to run literally as long as the fuel tanks will allow them to. Right, another penalty now. This is a 15-second time penalty again, this time for car 100. That is the Turn 1 Pro car. Now, that car had to serve a qualifying ban and then started from the back of the grid, and somewhere on the first lap it tagged the 777 Alien Lab Racing Aston Martin, and for that contact it's being given a 15-second penalty. So yeah, starting from the back of the grid, having served a penalty, the last thing you really want to be doing is then picking up another penalty the first lap of the race. Change here for fourth as well. Kirill Sadirov ahead of Benedetti now. And this this time, let's hope he was able to make...
Third. Sorry, Andy, it's third. It's he's just passed Jan Willem van Ommen, and that was going through Crowthorns, and Van Ommen gave him a flash of the lights after Sadirov did the move.
Okay, well spotted. Sorry, I was distracted by the penalty. So, okay, so that's interesting then. Yeah, it's Capoccia up the road, and Benedetti's dropped a long way back from this group now, hasn't he? So you're absolutely right. Capoccia second is the next one in the firing line then. Sadirov up to third, and Willem van Ommen in fourth place. Kirill Sadirov is one of, if not the fastest driver on the track. He's just getting involved in a few too many scuffles for my liking. If he can make one good clean pass here on Capoccia, I'm going to be really interested to see what his pace is, because actually that lead gap is creeping down slightly. It was getting on for 8 seconds a couple of laps ago. It's now 7.3.
Yeah, Jordan Sherratt's just put in a 1 minute 42.7, 1 and 42.5, and Sadirov, get this, it's over 9/10 of a second quicker. So because he's hustling these other drivers along, that gap is starting to peter downwards. But I think now that Jordan Sherratt is probably getting into a rhythm here, and the gap now is about 7.2, 7.3 seconds. One of the biggest things here with the Bentley, because it's front-engined, the front tyres are going to take a little bit of a torturing here, because it's a technical circuit here at Kyalami. The Audi's going to be a little bit kinder because the engine's stuck in the middle of the car as opposed to the front of the Bentley, even though that 4-litre twin-turbo V8 on that Bentley Continental is shoved as far back in the engine bay on the front of that vehicle to give it the best centre of gravity distribution possible. the front tyres are still going to be tortured because of that amount of weight on that front axle.
Which is interesting though, isn't it? Because when we spoke to Tobias Pfeffer after his qualifying run, he said he didn't think the Audi had brilliant race pace. So, yes, I agree. In theory, the Audi should be perfect here. The mid-engine cars always tend to look after their tyres a bit better. This is a tyre critical circuit because you're really using up those rear tyres. There's lots of traction zones where you're accelerating from low speed to high speed. So because the drivers like to have their traction control switched down as low as possible, because obviously when it interferes it slows you down, that does mean that they run the risk of spinning the rear wheels, overheating them, wearing them out. So that, you would imagine, would be easier to manage in a better balanced mid-engine car, and yet the Audis, as the race goes on, don't seem to have the raw pace that they had both in qualifying and over the first 15 or 20 minutes of the race. So we'll monitor that as we work through this first stint. We're just past the first half-hour mark of the race, and still plenty of racing to go. This midfield battle just settling down slightly. Patrick Pignon now falling into the clutches, though, of Emanuele Cardinal in the Orange 1FF Racing Team Lamborghini, and Jack McIntyre closing in as well. Jack McIntyre there in the number 22 Audi, having a solid run here. The 22 car has not had a particularly stellar season. They've had a couple of moments. In fact, I seem to recall them being involved in some contact last time at Paul Ricard as well, but running solidly up the order for the time being. George Boothby has recovered only 4 positions since he went off inside the first 10 or 11 minutes. He is running in 20th place now, whilst Nicky Bogorotsky is into 29th. This was the 41 Simware.Pro by VDES McLaren that served that qualifying ban. They started right at the back of the field, but it looks, Alex, like they've managed to stay out of trouble, and they're inching towards the points. Remember, top 22 at the end of the day will score points.
Yeah, so 6 positions away from that, and at the moment, running in the 142.7s is the number 41 McLaren. So, yeah, and then they've got the number 53, that's Marcus Eichhorn from the Leipert Esports Green crew, who are sitting in 27th position. So, funny enough, the sole Mercedes AMG Evo that we've got in this grid. So there's a lot has changed since the version 1.8 update on Assetto Corsa Competizione, but Bogorotsky is trying to get past rather quickly, and the Merc is not showing the pace that we would normally say is reflective of that car, because when it got introduced, the Evo version, along with the Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo, the cars were really the car's pretty quick, and you can see how defensive Eichhorn is being on Bogorotsky at this particular moment. And now they're going to go through turn 11, and the number 41 McLaren nearly had a sniff up the inside there.
Yeah, just thinking about it, isn't it? 2 completely different GT3 cars here. The front-engine Mercedes, the mid-engine McLaren, they're both going to excel in different places, but really there's not a lot to be won here for the 53 car in defending this place. Bogorotsky looks the quicker of the two, and in a way, if you just let him go, which he has now had no choice but to do, Bogorotsky going through there through Cheetah, if he lets him go and works with him, they might both be able to close in on the cars ahead. So now that's happened, we'll see if that is what occurs. Right, back to second place then, briefly, because there is George Boothby, easy for me to say, who has now got into 19th place. He found a way past the Vidamari Bentley, and now has the Samir Foch Ferrari right ahead of him. That was for 18th place. Then about 2.5 seconds worth of clean air. Here comes Sadirov to the inside, to the outside. This is a really difficult place to try and make the overtake. He's going to have a look to the outside to get the better exit there from Loikop and get the run down the mine shaft. I would my house on the fact that he's going to have a go into the braking zone at the Crocodiles. He's flashing the lights, he's weaving around in the mirrors of the Audi. Capoccia defends the inside line. Zadarov to the outside. Can he get another switch back? There's a tap in the tail of the Audi is sideways. Capoccia hangs on. It's got trouble written all over it, this.
And who's got the ringside seat? Jan Willem van Ommen in the 383 just behind. I think Jan's got to do the best thing and just hang back, because he knows what has happened before when Sadirov's been involved in a bit of a contretemps is probably the politically correct term I'm going to use right about now, but going down the main straightaway into the kink at turn 1, heading down into the 90 left at Crowthorns. Sadirov's got a little bit of a toe here, but not enough to close in on the Audi. But I think sometimes discretion is the better pass of valour, isn't it, Andy?
for most people, yes, not for Kirill Sadorov, though. He is an attacking driver, isn't he? Every opportunity he sees to go for a move, he goes for it. And in fairness, you know, it's exciting to watch. There's no doubt about it. And if he can learn to rein it in just a little bit more, he is certainly showing some real potential here at a track we didn't expect the best of from the Bentley. He's going to have another go here. Is he into Clubhouse? No, the inside is defended. So Kapoccia's learning where he's vulnerable. Basically, every time they look at breaking into a corner, that's where Sadorov's going to have a go at him. So Kapoccia is defending into all of those big breaking points, but the effect it's having is that it's costing them chunks of time now to the race leader, Jordan Sherratt. On the previous lap, Sherratt was 8/10 faster than this group, and I venture on this lap he could be even more so than that. The gap is creeping towards 10 seconds because into every major braking zone, Kapoccia's driving around the inside edge of the track. He's perfectly entitled to do this, but the frustration is building aboard that Bentley in third place, and Kirill Sadorov, it's only a matter of time before he really goes for a send. Again, the door is slammed in his face, but again, Kapoccia stays ahead.
I mean, the thing is that Sadorov does not need to risk anything. He just needs to stay where he is, hold position. It's comfortable, he doesn't need... One of the things that I'm a bit worried about, Andy, is the fact that Sadorov is flashing the lights whilst in the braking zone. The thing that you need to do is concentrate on your race. Sometimes, you know, because they could very well get an undercut on the 457, our pole sisters for this round here at Kyalami. Jan Willem van Ommen's just taking it nice and cool. He's not rushing, and a very good point by Will Dendy in the chat saying Kapoccia might be better just letting him go past. Actually, that's not a bad call there, Will, because you know there could be that pent-up frustration, but then is the driver going to think about that? Is the team going to tell him, say, look, hold station, or you know what, let him pass, because we don't want to have our race compromised? And that's what the 457 does not want to have. They're currently sitting 6th in the championship on 74 points. They had a DNF last time at Paul Ricard, as did the 149 Yaz Heat car. And plus also, Sadorov and Kapoccia, this is losing them time, let's not forget either.
Yeah, I think Sadorov is the fastest car on the track, but this battle is costing them best part of a second a lap. So, yeah, that's not benefiting either driver, really, Kapoccia or Sadorov. So, yeah, let him go. Next time he tries to send it up the inside, slot in behind, even let the Aston Martin of Willem van Ommen go if you have to, and then just sit behind them and let them tow you up to the leaders, because before he started defending, Kapoccia was a little bit quicker than Jordan Sherratt as well, so he should be able to maintain that pace if he let them through. But hey, there's a reason we're commentators, not racing drivers, isn't there? That's what we would do, but we're not out there making these decisions out on the racetrack, and as it is, Jordan Sherratt is loving what he's seeing. And his mirrors, there it is, contact at the final corner. That is, unfortunately, a big bit of damage, I fear, for Benedetti. And again, for the second time in the race, Jan Willem van Ommen could benefit from this. No, he backs out of it. That's interesting. Was Jan Willem van Ommen maybe to blame for that? Because that looked like a redress. Here comes Benedetti back up the inside for second place into the first corner. And interestingly, Sadorov doesn't really put up much of a defence either there. So I wonder if there'd been a bit of a tangle between all three at the final corner. Yeah. And maybe both Sadorov and Willem van Ommen decided, you know what, it's better that we don't benefit from that, because if you punt someone and give the place back, the stewards are sometimes a bit more likely to look leniently on you. That's all conjecture. We'll find out in a moment what happened, but it did have that look about it, didn't it? Yeah,
I mean, the thing is, we just caught the tail end of that. Right, okay, let's have a look at the replay here, coming down. So, look at the run, the closing speed coming through, bang, straight to the rear bumper. It spins Kapoccia, and he gets a tag from behind for good measure, courtesy of Jan Willem van Ommen, who quite literally, I think, had nowhere to go. And Kapoccia was the biggest loser on that one, and Kapoccia's now down in 7th.
Yes, because actually you're right, that's Benedetti then that comes back up the inside of Sadorov, so my apologies, I thought that was the other GTWR RHE Academy car, but it's not. It's the car that had actually been the slowest of those three Audis really at the start of the race, which now finds itself into second place. And yet again, Sadorov still can't make the move stick. He thought he had, and then instantly has to give it back. So, yeah, the initial contact was definitely his fault. However, he has still gained out of it because Kapoccia is down in 7th place, so I fear that may well be the final nail in the coffin for Sadorov, really. He's got away with the previous bits of contact by the looks of it, but that one maybe one punt too far. We'll wait and see what the stewards have to say. For now, though, he's still staring at the back of a black, white and red Audi. This time it's the number 32 of Benedetti, which is not yet having to drive too defensively. On the insert there, you can see the fight for 6th place. That's Bastian Richter, for 5th place actually. Bastian Richter trying to take 5th place away from David Michel's Porsche, which again, Alex, has managed to pick up the places. It's looked for a good half an hour like it was about to lose this place to the Aston Martin. It hasn't, and when it all kicked off up the road, Michel was able to pick up another place.
Yeah, I think also you've got to keep an eye on Bastian Richter, a danger driver who's a last-minute replacement in the 77. There's Capoccia, Chordakis, Martinez. So we've got a Porsche, an Aston Martin, an Audi, the one of Capoccia thereof in the 457, and then the 2 Bentleys of Chordakis and Martinez Amer. That's a 5-way scrap that's going to be going on for quite a bit of time. I mean, we're over 40 minutes in. And again, Benedetti, has just opened the door for Sadirov going through into Loikop there. And Benedetti is firing back in the Audi. They're going to go, do not tell me you're going to go side by side down through the mine shaft. Benedetti's going to fire it up the inside if he gets an opportunity. Sadirov closes the door, hard on the brakes. Is he going to outbrake himself and open the door for Benedetti? Yes, he does. And Benedetti's going to get the run going through into Cheetah. This could be rather close here. And Benedetti gets through by the narrowest of margins. And Jan Willem van Ommen must be laughing at the moment, Andy, because he's loving every single second of seeing what's happening in front of him.
He is and he isn't. He's enjoying it because he knows he could be the beneficiary from all of this if they do come together. However, last time they came together, he also ended up becoming a part of it. Also, it's now delaying him to the point that Michel and Richter and Capoccia and Chardakis and Martinez, they're all on his tail as well. Look, we've got 7 of them now, all together fighting for second place. It's terrific racing. It's a shame, in a way, that this isn't for the race lead, but Jordan Sherratt has just absolutely checked out at the head of the field now. Sherratt nearly 15 seconds up the road from this, and here comes Sadirov again. He's clearly quicker than Benedetti. He just can't quite prise the door open and make it stick. He was never going to get it stopped into the braking zone at the Crocodiles last time around. Indeed, he didn't. And when he ran wide, Benedetti was able to take advantage. Benedetti defends the inside line into Clubhouse. The Bentley should be faster off the corner, but he's got to watch his mirrors because Van Ommen is there as well. You can see him just sticking his nose out of line. You'd be forgiven for thinking this was a 20-minute sprint race, wouldn't you? We've got 7 cars, absolutely nose to tail. Audi, Bentley, Aston Martin, Porsche, all represented in this gaggle. And again, it's the Bentley to the outside. Sadirov, he is never being shown the inside line there. This is a brilliantly stout defensive drive here from Benedetti. He's doing nothing wrong. He's placing his car well into the braking zones. And he is really starting to frustrate the Bentley driver behind him.
He's doing a bit of Sergio Perez action on Sadirov, isn't he, is Andrea Benedetti. But yeah, now you've got Jan Willem van Ommen, you've got Michel, Richter, Capoccia, Chordakis, Martinez. Romagnoli's only a second and a half behind Martinez at the moment, so that's from second down to 10th that could be embroiled in this battle for what is the runner-up spot. A little bit of a run wide there by Benedetti coming through the exit of Ingwe. So now Sadirov has got to try and get past, but he's not close enough behind. Just keep your eyes on the braking zone heading into Crowthorns, and Sadirov a little bit later than Benedetti. Well, Benedetti actually was a little bit later than Sadirov going through into the braking zone for Crowthorne. Up the Juxcase sweep once again, turns 3 and 4. Now into the left-hander at Barbecue. Benedetti is pulling off an absolutely masterclass of defensive driving, and Sadirov has got no real answer. Van Ommen wants to get past, but can't get the job done at the minute, but might just be hanging fire. And we're 45 minutes in out of 6 hours, Andy. This is absolute craziness.
Yeah, that is absolutely the word. It's enjoyable to watch, but you're just sort of waiting for the next calamity to unfold, aren't you? Kirill Sadirov taking a bit of heat in the YouTube chats, yes. I noticed at the moment, but I can kind of understand his frustration here. 5 or 6 laps ago, he was 6 seconds off the lead and catching. Now he's 16 or 17 seconds off the lead. All he wants in the world right now is to make a clean pass for second, get away from this group, and chase down the race leader. But he's seeing his and the team's opportunity to win this race sinking down the drain now with every defensive move that Benedetti makes. And just as I said, Benedetti's doing nothing wrong, and in fact now Sadirov losing second place because Van Ommen was up the inside and has made the move stick into the Crocodiles. That was a lovely move there, no contact at all, and the Aston Martin goes third. But yeah, you have to almost feel for Sadorov here. I know he's been dishing out a few bits of contact, but the frustration he's feeling, knowing the pace he's got in that car, and now, to add insult to injury, he's lost a place as well.
I hate to think what the team radio chat is like between him and his teammates at the moment. That's the biggest thing, because I can feel my ears burning right about now. But the thing is now that Van Ommen just waited and bided his time and got through at that particular point. So now Sadorov's going to come under fire, because I can guarantee that Michel and Richter and Capoccia, you look at the gaps between 4th to 7th, that is what, a second and a half covering those 4 drivers. I don't think it's going to be a second and a half for much longer.
No, probably not. It will either really, really compress, or all of a sudden someone will split this pack by getting something wrong and it will all sort of come to nothing. We'll wait and see. For now, though, actually, Benedetti may be just settling down a bit. Now that he doesn't have Kirill Sadorov sort of wildly weaving around and flashing his lights in his mirrors, he's got Willem van Ommen closing in, admittedly, but he might have a bit more faith in Jan to make a clean pass. He maybe just is settling into a rhythm a little bit, although the Aston Martin certainly is catching him up at the top part of the circuit. Speaking of Aston Martins, there's the next one in the queue, another one of the GTWR RHG Academy cars, but not an Audi this time. We've got 3 then of the GTWR Academy cars in this group. And,
right. Yeah, and there is another penalty that's just come through as well, Andy. Incident between cars 56 and 41. That's the SMP Racing eSports car and the number 41 Simware Pro by VDS McLaren. Penalty to car 41, avoidable contact, 10 seconds.
Right, so that is the other Simware.Pro car.
Yeah.
Not the 42. So, okay, interesting. A car coming out of the pit lane that looked very Lexus-like, as meanwhile for second place there's almost a challenge, but just behind, out wide goes Benedetti, Jan-Willem van Ommen, the inside, he'll have the inside line for turn 5, there's almost contact. Of course, the Bentley of Sadorov wants to try and fit through that gap as well, but there just wasn't the space, and that is how you make a clean pass. You force your opponent into making a mistake, you sweep past them, and then wave at them in your rearview mirror as you drive away. That's the plan anyway for Jan-Willem van Ommen. There is well, actually both of the Lexuses together. They're both laps down after their lengthy pit stop visits, but at least they're not out of the race, as I think we heard might be the case earlier on. They're getting rather involved in this top 10 battle right now. But there you can see the 349 and just ahead of it the number 7, both back in the race. That's good news.
Yeah, and Romagnoli in the 164 Aston Martin making its way through. We're on board with Chodakis in the TF Racing Souvlaki Bentley, now closing in on the 349. And again, we go back to this battle. This is for P3, so Jan-Willem van Ommen is now going to start leading the charge of the Light Brigade, because he's pulled away from Andrea Benedetti. And again, Sadorov is flashing the lights at Benedetti into the Crocodiles. Both cars hard on the brakes. Sadorov looking towards the inside through the Crocodiles. Benedetti keeping it planted round the outside. And he gets through, and now Dave Michel in the number 72 car and Bastian Richter in the 77. Richter's trying to send it up the inside of the Porsche through Ingwe. That's very close indeed. Richter mounts the curbs, a little bit of a side check there from the Aston Martin on the Porsche, and it's 2x2 hurrah down the main straightaway. And this is for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th position. And Bastian Richter again, he nearly got into the back end of Michel there. But Michel up the inside of Sadorov, and Richter's trying to get through, and Sadorov gets mugged through Crowthorne's. Epic stuff.
What a move! How on earth did he get that Porsche stopped, and now he loses the place? Up the inside goes the Aston Martin, and Bastian Richter! No, and around goes the Porsche in traffic. He's collected by the Bentley. Big accident there. What a shame it had to end that way. Oh my word, that was a send and a half into turn 1 there for Michel, but then it all goes wrong from a couple of corners later. We'll dig out some replays and try and dissect all of that if we can. And still, somehow, out of all of this, the Audi is ahead. There's a bit more contact further back. But somehow this 42 Bentley is still stuck behind now the second of those Audis of Andrea Capoccia. I believe that Michel's been involved in another bit of contact, by the way, whilst he was rejoining the circuit on his own, this was, we think. Of course, the car could well have been damaged after the initial bit of contact. Blimey. Well, I said a lap or so ago, Alex, that this could go one of two ways. It was either going to settle down, it was all going to explode into life. It was the latter, wasn't it?
I did say Chinese fireworks, and they've definitely been sent out in the direction of the 42 car. Because you know what the funny thing is? They do say karma does come around, doesn't it? As Andrea Capoccia's right in front of Sadirov and right up the back end of the 42 Bentley as Romagnoli of the 164 Aston Martin. This is absolute craziness. The 63 Lamborghini of Cardinali goes into the pit lane just before the 52-minute mark is struck. And
That's
this
early,
is
isn't it?
this is just really, really. When I got the call to say, "Can you join in?" and I was like thinking, Kyalami's going to be interesting. The word "interesting" has now been blasted into sheer insignificance, Andy.
Yeah, interesting is the understatement of the year, isn't it, really? Right. Stand well back, everyone, because this is about to get messy. So, first of all, there's a bit of a punt here, unintentionally, I think, onto the back of David Michel's Porsche. Maybe that gave him the momentum to then sling it up the inside of Sadirov. There's a bit of a nudge on the apex. They both run wide, and Bastian Richter thinks better of trying to get past them both in one go. Then, they come through turn 5. He's up the inside of the Porsche. There's a bit of a hip check. And it is the Bentley that gets into the back of the Porsche, and then the second Bentley comes absolutely barreling in. That was Martinez, I think, wasn't it, that came in and ended up in the wall. He has had to pit for repairs, so has Michel in the Porsche, and that will send them both tumbling down the order. But yeah, the contact that sent David Michel round, I'm afraid to say it was dished out by that 42 car, wasn't it?
Yeah, and Dave Michel, unfortunately, it's difficult for the 72 car because they were right up at the sharp end of the field. And now they're down outside of the top 25 position. So we're going to have a look at the second incident here. So, Dave Michel, this is where they came through. You've got the Sancho car just up ahead, and this is going through Sunset. And, oh no, there's been a touch. There's been an assist from the Lamborghini. So there was a little bit of a slight clash there, a little bit of rubbing. And that's what sent round Dave Michel. Romagnoli's in the pits now. And the 111 of GTR Endurance Team's Jarno Kausch is into the pits as well. A lot of drivers coming in because we're fast approaching the completion of the first sixth of this race, Andy, and the fireworks I don't think have abated at all.
I am surprised that we're seeing so many in now, though, well before the first hour, really. We've got 6.5 minutes left of the first hour. Traditionally, we see them getting on for 65, 70 minutes. So, yeah, I'm sure there's a reason. Maybe tyres, maybe they have struggled a bit with this really high track temperature, 38 degrees, and of course they've started the race on full fuel loads. The first stint is always the hardest on the tyres because it's the hottest part of the day and you're really having to drag those tyres through the first 20 minutes or so, fighting tooth or nail. Well, who am I kidding? First 50 minutes or so you're battling tooth and nail for positions, and maybe they're being forced in early because the tyres have started to fall off a bit of a cliff. We'll see if we can find out some information on that as we go. 5-second time penalty for Williams Esports, by the way. This is for contact back on lap 1 against the number 7 car. So yes, there are quite a lot of incidents here for the stewards to deal with, and they deal with them in a chronological order. So they're still dealing with stuff that happened on the first lap of the race. That was 31.5 laps ago, Alex. So give the stewards time, they will catch up, but it might take them the rest of the race to do so.
Yeah, the thing is that if they're going through them in the chronological order, the thing is that does take time. And there are multiple stewards looking at the respective incidents, and no doubt they will be looking at the number 42 car. So they have to...
You think?
Yeah. You would imagine they would do. But
yes.
that's what they're there to do. So we here are just sort of seeing as we can. But now we've got this battle here for third place, which has got Andrea Benedetti being closed in on by the Prime E Racing number 77 Aston Martin of Bastian Richter. I did say that this driver could be one to watch, and he's proving it in spades now. Look at the gap between him and Andrea Capoccia. It's probably to the tune of nearly 2.9 seconds.
Yeah, this was the team, remember, at the start of the broadcast that told us they didn't have a hope of doing well here. The car wasn't well suited to Kyalami. It was far too understeer. They were going to be way off the pace. Yeah, they're running in 4th place now and right on the tail of the 3rd placed Audi. There was Kirill Sadirov getting involved with the lapped Lexus, which of course will probably have significantly fresher tyres than these cars because it came out of the pit lane, 5-10 minutes ago or so. So that car will have a pace advantage, but is so many laps down that it really shouldn't be getting involved with lead lap cars, and if ever there was a car you don't want to get involved with, it's that blue and black number 42 Bentley, because Kirill Sadorov has been in a feisty mood, shall we say, over this first hour of the race. He's still there in 6th place though at the moment. The order then, as we approach the end of the first hour, Jordan Sherritt leads the way. He is no longer the fastest car on the track though. Jan-Willem van Ommen in 2nd place has been consistently a tenth or so a lap faster than him. That's good news. The bad news is he's nearly 17 seconds behind. So Jordan Sherritt, 16.7 you can see is the gap, and actually on that lap, 2 tenths faster for Van Ommen. So he is faster than the Audi, but are they going to be able over the next 5 hours to bring down that sort of an advantage? 3rd place then is the number 32 Audi of Andrea Benedetti. You can see his teammate there, the 457 on screen. This little group all chasing down Benedetti in 3rd and Bastian Richter in 4th position. Kapoccia is 5th, Sadorov 6th, and Chowdakis in 7th place. That's another good drive that from the number 34 Bentley, which you can just catch a glimpse of, the white and red car in the background. Patrick Pignon in the number 33 Audi is 8th. Jack McIntyre into the top 10 now in 9th position. And rounding out the top 10 is another one of Porsche's. That's the number 17 example, which is running pretty well at the moment, actually. The 17 slow racing team, not living up to their name, actually. They're going pretty quickly, and through all the people's dramas, have managed to pick their way into the top 10.
Yeah, we're getting to that stage, Andy, that I think we're going to see quite a few more pit stops take place, because normally with a full tank of fuel and a set of tyres, they'll probably be able to go for the best part of over an hour. And Kapoccia again going defensive. This is a repeat of what we saw earlier, and good move there by Kapoccia to keep Sadorov at bay, going through the exit of turn 11, going through into Mineshaft, and they got Chordakas just behind. And Jan-Willem van Ommen's been rather patient, and he's done he held back, he waited, used discretion, and then waited for things to unfold, and they did unfold in front of him, and now he's starting to move forward as Benedetti from 3rd place goes into the pit. So this is now going to be the de facto position battle for P4 as Richter gets promoted to 3rd place, as the Pignon's now in the pit. So we're going to see, I think, a flurry of pit stops for the next few moments or so, Andy.
Yeah, again, before the end of the first hour though, Kirill Sadorov's mood is not going to be improved by the fact he's having to defend from a car that is a number of laps down, running in 29th place, 2 laps down at least, the number 7 car, but that's exactly what he's having to do, and that's rather letting Andrea Kapoccia off hook here in 4th position. But yeah, interesting to see people pitting before the end of this opening hour here. I wonder if that will continue to be the trend as we go on into the race. I wouldn't be at all surprised if Jordan Sherritt is one of the last cars to pit there, because he has built up a 16.5 second cushion, and he's not really had to abuse the car or the tyres in order to do it. He's been able to do it because it's all been so hectic behind him that he's just naturally had a second a lap or so in hand over them, until Willem van Ommen dropped into 2nd place, and now he is just that little scotch faster than him. But a big gap that Sherritt has. He can afford to pit a little bit later, try and stretch the fuel if he can. Kapoccia there runs a bit wide through Loikop. That Audi does seem to be falling off a bit through the second part of this stint, and here we go again. Kirill Sadorov is on his tail. The Bentley, though, Alex, doesn't look quite as racy as it was earlier on. You have to imagine the amount of scuffles that car's been in, it cannot be handling absolutely as it should be. So if the Bentley's got damage, that's not going to help his prospects of taking this 3rd place.
And that's probably scrubbing the front tyres as well, like I was mentioning a little bit earlier on. So Kapoccia and Sadorov and Chordakis all into the pits at the same time. Hard on the anchors from all 3. And now that's going to really start opening the floodgates, because the minute now I count 4 cars in the pits. We've had a few already come in. I think they're trying to play the strategy call as they see it, as we now hit the first hour completed on this race, which has been, I think, probably for an Endurance Cup race, the amount of drivers that have decided, yeah, we're going to go in now. We're going to chance it. Because with the temperatures, I mean, we've gone up 2 degrees, and we're like right at the high point of the sun. It's like high sun at the moment, 1:10 in the afternoon. If that track temperature gets over 40 degrees centigrade, these tyres are going to be absolutely tortured here, Andy, and that's not going to play well for setups over the course of the race.
No, it's not, absolutely, and it will certainly, as we're going to see a move here, are we Benjamin Bauman under pressure from Romagnoli? No longer, because Romagnoli goes through at Crowthorne. One's a bit wide, but he should be okay through the Sky sweep to make the place his own, and indeed he does. That's 12th place then for Romagnoli. But yeah, if we are going to see excessive tyre wear, that will make the undercut even stronger, won't it? So if you pit 5 minutes earlier than the cars around you, you're going to have a big short-term gain. The problem is that you get nothing for free in motor racing. Yes, you get the short-term gain, but then your tyres have to go an extra 5 minutes over everybody else's. So these cars that are pitting early, they may well re-emerge further up the order once this first round of pit stops is done than they were at the start of it. But will they be able to stay there? Bastian Richter, we can see, is in. Borovec is in as well in the number 17 Porsche. Samir Foch is in the 328 Ferrari. We're still waiting, though, for Jordan Sherritt and Jan-Willem van Ommen and Jack McIntyre, the top three, to pit. McIntyre, of course, has inherited third, as others have pitted, whereas Sherritt and Willem van Ommen are genuinely running in those top two positions. But yeah, tyre management is definitely going to be a factor, and it does look like it is this undercut that some of these teams are going for, particularly, as I said, in the first stint, Alex, because this is the stint where the tyres take the most punishment.
Yeah, very true. And at the moment, Jan-Willem van Ommen is... Right, okay, so we are going to have another penalty being issued. And drive-through penalty going to car 100 is the Turn 1 Pro drive-through penalty for avoidable contact with the 54. And I've just heard that there is an investigation now happening against the number 42 car, and they've just switched drivers. So Alexander Novikov, who went out for qualifying, is behind the wheel of that car.
Yeah, they work through these penalties, or these not penalties, these incidents, they work through them chronologically. So 42 is next on the list, and they are going to, we believe, look at all of car number 42's incidents at the same time. So that is the sensible thing to do. I think there are apparently only one or two other incidents to look at, so they're going to get those ones out of the way and then move on to everything else. So there you go, that should keep some people happy. Right, into the right-hander comes this nice little battle. Leon Ottoki has jumped into the number 33 Audi. He's got Manis Girardis right in front of him. These are all cars that are pitted then and are just trying to reassert themselves out on track. If you've pitted early to get the undercut, though, Alex, the last thing you want when you re-emerge onto the track is to be involved in a wheel-to-wheel battle, because you're not getting the benefit of those fresh tyres.
No, especially when you're coming out of the pit lane, it's cold brakes, cold tyres. You've got to get them up to temperature. I mean, the track temperature and the ambient air temperature here at Kyalami with the current weather conditions, again, sunshine has been blasting its way over the circuit all the way through the first hour and 5 minutes of this race. As soon as you get those tyres up to temperature, you want to be in the perfect position. If you've got clean air in front of you, that's the perfect situation that you could wish for. But as we know in racing, Andy, you never always get it like you want it.
No, you absolutely don't. There is so much in motor racing, be it real or virtual, that is out of your control, and it's those things that can win and lose you races and championships and whatnot. And we've seen that today. You know, other people's driving, other incidents that have happened around people have really ruined people's races already, and yeah, the weather is just another variable that the drivers cannot control. All they can do is deal with what they've got. And again, it was something that I think Tobias Schur was saying to us earlier on. They could probably make the Aston Martin quick, but they might have to run an aggressive setup. Well, you don't want to do that if the temperature is this high. That being said, Bastian Richter is doing pretty well in the Prime E Racing Aston Martin. It runs in 4th place right now. That is roughly where it was before this round of pit stop started as well. Romagnoli ahead of him, I don't think has pitted yet, has he? So that means that Richter is at the moment the highest placed car that has pitted and has leapfrogged ahead of at least one of those GTWR RHG Academy cars. I forget which one it was that was in front of him. I think it might have been the 32 of Benedetti, who interestingly stays in that car for a double stint, as does Richter, but he's leapfrogged ahead. So once all's said and done, I reckon this car could be in the podium places.
Just to keep your eyes on the 150, as Richard Mille, Jardier's behind the wheel now. He's currently sitting P9, and he is about 2.5 tenths behind Dara McCormack from Williams Esports, who still have a 5-second penalty from earlier on in the race. So McCormack's done a really, really good job so far, but Honzik right on the case with the Williams Esports Ferrari 488 GT3. Bastian Richter still keeping ahead of Benedetti, and there is Leon Otoki looking up the inside of Alexander Novikov. So the 42 now having a new drive, well, the driver that actually put them out for qualifying, Alexander Novikov, battling away with Leon Otoki. Benjamin Baumann has got, is that I'm wondering, was that was Tobias Pfeffer up the inside. So Tobias Pfeffer has taken the car from Andrea Capoccia and has sent it up the inside of the 63 Triple F Lamborghini of Baumann to take 6th position. So Benedetti and Pfeffer running in formation at the moment behind Bastian Richter.
Yes, so all pit stops then have been completed. I tell you what, I did not expect to see that 150 car back in the top 10 just after the turn of the first hour. That is an incredible performance, and yeah, they're not a million miles behind this group of cars, are they? So they could still be in contention for a good result, but remember, they have to beat that number 9 car today, within reason anyway, if they are to keep this championship alive, and that is not looking easy to do, because after the first round of pit stops, Nicholas Hoban, who is now into the number 9 car, taking over from Jordan Sherratt, is 17.7 seconds clear of Jan Willem van Ommen, who stays in the number 383 Aston Martin, so the gap goes up. Willem van Ommen is in his 2nd stint. This is a difficult circuit, I'd imagine, to do a double stint at, pretty physical, so we'll see how his pace matches up to the fresh Nicholas Hoban in this stint. He is then 4 seconds clear of the 164 car, that is Michael Romagnoli, again in for a 2nd stint in the 164 machine. Bastian Richter, though, is less than a second behind him. This is this group of 4 cars here, 2 Aston Martins and 2 Audis, but 3 of these cars are GTWR RHE Academy cars, the Aston Martin of Romagnoli, and then the 2 Audis of Benedetti and Tobias Pfeffer. Benedetti double stinting, Pfeffer in for the first time today. 7th place then, another 1.2 seconds behind this group, is Benjamin Baumann. Benjamin Baumann in the 63 Lamborghini. Then it's Jaroslav Honzik, who is some 3.7 seconds behind him, now in 8th position then, so he's picked up another place since I last looked. 9th place is Tariq Adam, he is in for his 2nd stint, as is Jack McIntyre, who rounds out the top 10. So pretty much a 50-50 split there within the top 10, Alex, of double stinting drivers and fresh drivers. Normally, I wouldn't say there's a huge advantage to doing it either way, but here, because it is just that little bit more physically demanding, might there be an advantage to changing drivers every time?
Yeah, well, I've just seen that Dara McCormack has dropped out of the top 25 because the Williams Esports car is now in the pit lane. It's going to drop outside of the top 30. It's already served its 5-second penalty for the earlier incident. But yeah, I think you know, the undercut that Boothby and Honzik have done has actually worked quite well, and considering this is Porsche South Africa's backyard, Honzik's got that car running pretty well, and looking at the lap times, he's running, get this, 141.7s, and he's about 4/10 off of Tobias Pfeffer, who's currently sitting in 6th position at the moment. So, and Honzik is, well, Honzik took 1.1 seconds out of Benjamin Baumann last time out, so Honzik's on the move.
Yeah, he is. A 41.7 is, as you said, only a 10th slower than the race leader. That makes him about the 5th or 6th fastest driver on the track, roughly. It varies slightly lap by lap, but he's certainly got the pace. The trouble is, they're just so far adrift now, aren't they? Nearly half a minute off the race lead. It would need some sort of drama to before the number 9 car to really bring them back into contention. Here's Alexander Novikov then, 13th place, and this car really lost out in the pit stops as well. Of course, it went long, and it had damage, and it was getting involved in all those bits of contact. So they are 13th place now. They were in about 6th or 7th when they pitted. So yeah, that late pit stop and maybe a slow stop to repair damage, that's probably what it is. They will have spent extra time to get the car fixed. Has cost them time, and I fear, Alex, there may be more time lost just around the corner once these incidents are looked at by the stewards.
Yeah, I think the Jaws music is burning a hole in my ears right about now, because I'm waiting to hear what's going to transpire. And the biggest thing is that Novikov's going to be on the receiving end of what his teammate got up to in the first hour and a bit of the race, and obviously it's going to take, you know, that the stewarding team are going to have to look at it from all angles, as Novikov looking what Gerardis is doing, and there is Medvesek in the number 17 slow racing team car now coming through, and Gerardis looking up the inside. That's brave through the mine shaft, and the Porsches going out to drive around the outside. Gerardis is trying to go around the outside of the Porsche, going through into the Crocodiles. Novikov is standing behind, but then he's got Leon Otocki breathing down the back of his rear wing, going through into Cheetah. And again, Medvesek stays ahead as Gerardis off track, and Novikov has threaded the eye of the needle, gone through the middle of the pair of them. Is he going to get the position by the time they come out of Ingwe? The answer is not quite yet, but they're coming across the line, and it's side by side between the Porsche and the Bentley. Novikov was just waiting, bided time, and put the car exactly where he needed to, and he's got the inside run coming in through to Crowthorne. So Novikov, and a clash between the pair, and the 42 goes off the circuit, and there's more contact between Medvesek and Gerardis, and Otocki gathers 3 places in one corner.
I'm a little bit speechless about that. I have no idea what that was all about. It was the Porsche of Medvesek that just seemed to come across on Novikov in the braking zone when they were side by side. From there's nothing that Alexander could do to save the car. Did well actually to keep it almost within the track limits, and he's immediately back up the inside of Leon Otocki now as they head through the left-hander at the top of the hill. But talk about right place, right time there for Leon Otocki. That car was in the wrong place at the wrong time earlier on when it got caught up in an accident triggered by the 42 car, and now both of these cars have different drivers in them, and suddenly the pendulum swings the way of the Audi, which gains 3 places out of all of that. How long will it hold on to its newly acquired 11th spot, though? It holds it through Loikop, but Novikov, again, pretty committed on the brakes. That Bentley is good on the brakes, isn't it? And this is what I mean about the Bentley Continental. It's just a strange car. It doesn't do the things that you expect it to do. You look at that car and you think, yeah, okay, it's probably got a good engine. It'll be good in a straight line. There's no way they can stop it for the tight corners, though. And yet it's one of the best cars on the brakes.
Yeah, I mean, especially because with having all that mass on the front end of that car could really help it under the braking zone. You know, it's going to pitch down nicely. And now we've got this battle between Romagnoli and Richter going on for 3rd place at the moment as we now head to it picture in picture. And Tobias Pfeffer is on the back end of this, so it's the Prime E Racing meet and the GTWR Racing sandwich at the moment as we still on the main picture in picture. Alexander Novikov trying to close in on Leon Otocki going through Crowthorns, now through the Juxcase sweep. And yeah, Novikov is just keeping it nice and calm. He's not taking any unnecessary risks, not out-braking himself going through into corners. And that's what 42 needs to keep on doing for the remainder of this race. And that could prove to pay dividends, depending on how hard they get hit by race control. We're still waiting.
You're right. I mean, they need to just keep going on. Oh, big slide from Otocki. Here is Novikov's chance, but it's hard to overtake through the S's. The defensive line is taken by Otocki. Just got across to the left-hand side of the road in time. Yeah, they've got to just keep their head down here. Novikov is a good driver. We know that. And we know that he's capable of gaining ground. And if he clears this Audi, there's a nice bit of clear track ahead of him that he can use to try and gap this group. He will inevitably drop back behind them as and when a penalty has to be served, but it might at least be able to limit the damage slightly. On the inset there, you can see a change in the offing for 4th place because Tobias Pfeffer, who is the fastest man on track right now, has just got himself ahead of Bastian Richter. Richter was wide going into the Crocodiles, and that allowed the Audi through. But yeah, on the previous lap, Pfeffer did that car's best lap of the race, and it was about 2 to 3 tenths faster than the race leading Audi. So Tobias Pfeffer on a charge here. He is 23 seconds off the race lead. He's 5 seconds behind Jan Willem van Ommen even in 2nd place. So he's going to have to work pretty hard to catch him. But the speed he's got, I think he could do it.
Yeah, definitely the case. I mean, it's just a consideration of how these drivers are having to, you know, push within the limits, but not exceed said limits. And Novikov is just trying to keep himself calm and just wait for that opportunity, because we've seen it from Otocki. He's made a couple of unforced errors, and once you make a mistake, someone like Novikov will take clear advantage of that. Gerardis is back in the hunt because Gerardis is now ahead of Medvesek in the number 17 Porsche. So yeah, I think there's going to be more to come from Novikov, but I'm keeping my eye on Jaroslav Honzik at the moment. Now, he was 3 seconds behind Baumann and is about 0.3 of a second quicker. So that gap now is under 2.1 seconds. There's Novikov again closing up the hill, going through the S's, now looking to the inside through Loikop. Novikov can't quite get through. He's got to wait, he's going to carry it, get the car wide coming out of turn number 11 and try and get into the slipstream. Now, one of the biggest things about the Audi is because of the design language of that car, it's very different to the Bentley, but nevertheless, you still get a pretty good toe off any car, whether it's something as big as the Bentley or something as lithe as the design language on the Audi R8.
Yeah, although that slipstream is certainly less powerful here than it was a number of weeks ago at Paul Ricard with that long Mistral straight. We saw people there getting a good run onto the straight, using the slipstream and actually clearing the car ahead of them before they even got anywhere near the senior corner at the end of it, whereas here, even this long run up the pit straight and through turn 1, which is technically the kink that you can see just near pit exit, that is officially, it's called the kink, and it is the first corner on the track, the first real corner at Crowthorne. Even that long drag is not enough for you to slipstream past somebody. You might just start to get close to them by the end of the straight, but you still have to do all of the work on the brakes, and that's how it should be, really. Slipstreaming is certainly a valid way of overtaking someone, but at a circuit like Kyalami, you have to work for every single overtake you make. And as we've seen, Alex, in this race, forcing the issue isn't the way to do it. Instead, force the car ahead into making a mistake and then drive through the open door. Every single person pretty much that we've seen trying to force an overtake, it's not ended well for.
Yeah, very much the case. It's all about just biding your time, just gearing up for that move. And even if it's the latter stages, and now again, Novikov looking, he's testing the water. This is a very calm, composed assault by Novikov on Leon Otoki for 11th position. Novikov knows that he's got to gear up for it. He can't go charging in like a Brahma bull, because the first thing that does is that courts your attention, well, the attention of race control on your team, not you as the driver, but on your team in general. And Novikov is just trying to keep it nice and clean. They're keeping Gerardis at bay, which Novikov and Otoki are doing. Oh, right. Okay. So, okay, now, here's where it gets interesting. So we got 3 penalties, and they are coming to car 42. And here we go. Warning to car 42 for the incident between car 42 and car 150 on lap 6. Warning for aggressive driving. A second warning was given for contact between 42 and 383 on CDA, DAL and ACR. That was on Jan Willem van Ommen on lap 15, and a drive-through penalty has been given, and there is still one more incident to come for the 42. So Alexander Novikov is going to have to serve a drive-through penalty, and because there could be a more severe penalty coming because of the amount of incidents. And there is another report that has just come in, so there are more, it's possibly more twists in the turn, twists in the tail for Simware, for the 42 Bentley, as Otoki's gotten rather aggressive on the old defensive, and Novikov has just flashed the lights.
Well, because they both just lost a place to Manos Gerardis, I think. I think that white Bentley ahead was for position. Yeah, it was. Yeah. So Gerardis then goes into 11th place. He rather took advantage of them battling each other. They both ran a bit wide. Gerardis shot through. So how many times have we seen that with the 42 car, though? It's trying and trying, lap after lap after lap, to overtake someone, and eventually ends up costing itself and the car it's trying to overtake a position to someone else. And here it comes in. Oh, no! Oh, now that was interesting. They were coming in to serve the drive-through, I think, and then the team must have told Alexander Novikov not to come in that lap. Now, I can't think why they would have told him not to.
It's not been issued yet on the timing. That's there it goes. So now they're going to have to serve that within the next 3 laps, and there's it's basically because of the way the counter works on Assetto Corsa Competizione. But the thing is that the drive-through is the minimum penalty that can be given for an avoidable contact incident. Now, the thing is that we could probably have an incident that's declared as high as a stop-go 30. So if they serve this penalty, there are more incidents, there's more reports to be looked at for race control and the stewarding team. So at this point, the drive-through is just and the 2 warnings are just the tip of the iceberg. I think things could be going further south for the 42, I fear. That's just the feeling in my gut, Andy.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue with that either from what we've seen, but I'll tell you what, well caught that by the team, because if they'd have come in then to serve the drive-through, it wouldn't have counted. They'd have had to come in again. So you can only serve it once it's been officially handed out to you, and it doesn't get handed out to you until you start a new lap. So that was Alexander trying to, and understandably trying to react to it straight away, just get it out of the way.
Yeah.
And someone from the team was on their toes and made sure he didn't come in. So that was good work there from the Simware.pro team. And now we expect, as soon as he comes out of this next corner at Cheetah, we expect this big Bentley to veer left into the pit lane and this time stick to it as he does. Now don't speed, don't go in too quickly, don't come out too quickly. I know it's infuriating to be in there serving a drive-through penalty, and it's a long haul, that pit lane as well. But how many times do we see people coming in to serve a penalty and then immediately get slapped with another one because they sped in the pit lane? You've got to be careful not to do that. Back to the fight for third, meanwhile. Fourth, excuse me. Bastian Richter on the tail of Romagnoli then. Tobias Pfeffer, you can see, is Romagnoli's teammate just up the road. And just behind is Benedetti. So Richter feeling a little bit outnumbered here, I'd imagine.
Yeah, he's also looking a bit racy as well. Yeah, as you're saying about speeding in the pit lane, the first thing that you do if you get a drive-through, you speed through the pit lane. It's an automatic stop-go 30 that gets slapped on the car as well. Yeah, Kyalami along with, the longest that we have, the longest drive-through penalty that we have here on the SimGrid, if memory serves me correctly, is the iconic Spa-Francorchamps, which hosted round 1 of the of Season 4 of Endurance Cup, and that's no picnic either, and that's even worse with a stop-go 30. But yeah, Bastian Richter, I think, well, he's about a quarter of a second behind Romagnoli, as now Jaroslav Honzik battling away with Baumann. This is the battle for 7th position, and Jardier looking to send it up the inside. That is clean, that is textbook through the crocodiles by the 150 Porsche, as Jaroslav Honzik brings Yaz Heat up to 7th place with an absolute perler. That's how you send it up the inside through on the crocodiles.
I'll tell you what, that will have got Jardier's nearly 73,000 YouTube subscribers on the edge of their seat. That was a brilliant overtake into the braking zone, and it gives him 7th place, 3.6 seconds now behind Benedetti. And then he's in a fight for a top 5 place after that. That is a really remarkable effort. His gap to the lead is 31.8 seconds. So it's gone up by another couple of seconds, of course, because he's battling in traffic, but it's easy to forget sometimes, especially when there's been so much going on in the first hour and a half. It's easy to forget there are still over 4.5 hours here. You can gain 30 seconds on someone in 4.5 hours, so don't count him out yet. Certainly a podium has to be on the cards. We know this is a good circuit for the Porsche. Clearly now they're staying out of trouble. That car is one of the fastest on the track, so yeah, don't be surprised if that car is back in the top 3 positions by the end of the race.
Well, if Andrea Benedetti stops making mistakes, then there will be, as Bastian Richter looking out to the outside of Romagnoli, going through into Loikop, is going to try and get the cut back here through the inside, and there's a bit of gap, there's a bit of daylight at the end of the tunnel, and that was perfect placement by Bastian Richter on Romagnoli, but Romagnoli keeping it pinned around the outside. They touch! Oh, sideways for Romagnoli. Oh, that was ever so close, but well held by Romagnoli there. Bastian Richter, I think, nearly had kittens right there.
Yes, now that will be a shame for Richter if he were to get in trouble for that, because this car's had such a clean race up to this point. From what I saw, we'll see it again, I'm sure, it didn't look like he did anything massively wrong, but
no.
Yeah, he takes 4th place, but it would be a shame if this car were to now be handed a penalty or something, because they've clearly got, again, podium potential here. They're 3.5 seconds behind Tobias Pfeffer, but I think the Aston Martin, I don't know what it is about this Aston Martin, but this one and the 383 car really coming into their own here today at a circuit that no one anticipated the Aston Martin to be well suited for. So this is some seriously impressive stuff from Bastian Richter, who comes up through the left-hander. He's already starting to gap the 2 cars behind. Now, these 2 cars are teammates, remember. They are different cars, an Aston Martin and an Audi. But if Benedetti is significantly quicker than Romagnoli, I don't imagine the 164 car is going to make life too difficult here from a car that is effectively run out of the same stable.
Yeah, and I've just seen in the meantime, whilst all that kerfuffle was going on, Jardier's taken another half a second out of them. And there he is back in the back of the shop there, and Honzik is getting away from Baumann to the tune of just over 9/10 of a second. I'm looking at the lap times at the moment. Romagnoli last time around, 1 minute 43.6. Benedetti 142.257, Honzik 142.262. So Honzik is on a comparative pace with Benedetti in the Audi. So whether the Aston Martin of Romagnoli is is probably suffering a little bit. Right. Oh, here we go. It's been up. There's another penalty coming through for the 42. A stop-go 10-second penalty for the contact with David Michel from Renvelton Blue earlier on in the race on lap number 30. So it's a stop-go 10. So 2 penalties having to be served. They've already served the drive-through penalty that has put Alexander Novikov down into 19th. That has really hurt themselves of a really good finish here today, Andy.
Yeah, because that's another trip into the pit lane now, having already served a drive-through penalty that put them down in 19th place, and they're now going to lose even more ground as a result of having to come in, do the drive-through, but also stop for 10 seconds in the pit lane. This, remember, was the one at Clubhouse, wasn't it, when the Bastian Richter car was up the inside of the Porsche of David Michel, and Michel would have got away with it. It was on the grass, but he would have got away with it had he not been butted from behind by the Bentley. So that's that incident, just to remind you, because there were 1 or 2 that car was involved in the first stint. No change of positions here between the GTWR RHE Academy cars, and that surprises me a bit, if nothing else, just because of the rate at which Honzik is catching them. He's 3 seconds back now. For me, if they do think the Audi is quicker than the Aston Martin, the quicker they reverse these positions, the better. That being said, Benedetti isn't exactly breathing down the neck of Romagnoli, is he? So it might just be that they're actually running at a pretty similar pace.
Yeah, they're both running in the 142.6s. Jardier last time around 1 minute 42.1, so was half a second quicker than the pair of Benedetti and Romagnoli. That gap now on the next intermediate, Andy, has gone down to 2.6 seconds. So Honzik is flying, and as that fuel evaporates in that Porsche, that car's getting really, really hooked up, and Jardier is probably loving it along with his fans, and I think I might have to go and have a look on his YouTube stream to see how big his chat's blowing up at the moment.
It's an interesting one, the Porsche, though. You mentioned fuel, because of course it's rear engine. The fuel tank is further forward in that car, isn't it? So as the fuel load decreases, they lose front grip, which is just kind of one of the weird quirks of that being a rear engine car. And so the deeper into the stint he goes, yes, the car is lighter, but it maybe is less on the nose, and that means they have to really change the way that they set the car up. They can't set it up to be safe and easy to drive and a little bit understeery, because it's going to get more understeery as you get deeper into the stint. And that's something that I know Jaroslav Honzik was struggling with back at the season opener at Spa. He was really struggling with the car being too oversteery, too twitchy, and that's because they had to set the car up that way because of the way the handling changes over the course of a stint. So it's been a big learning process for him and that whole team, making the switch over from McLaren to Porsche for this season. And they're getting there now. They are on top of it, really. They had that second place at Monza. They were really unfortunate to be involved in an incident at Paul Ricard that saw them finish down in 12th place, but they have had podium and race winning pace pretty much ever since Spa. They were in a podium place, in fact, when Jaroslav Honzik went off at Spa, because he was finding the car so hard to drive. So now they're getting on top of it. He's able to show that performance. I mean, in the course of the last 2 laps, he's taken a full second out of those 2 cars in front of him.
Well, he's probably got about... I've just had a quick look, because one of the good things about looking on other streams is that you can find out what fuel levels cars have got in them. And at the moment, Jardier's probably got about 33 litres worth of fuel left. Well, it's down to 32.5. He's got about 10.5, maybe 11 laps of fuel still to go. But he's absolutely nailing it. He's about to come across the line very, very shortly. Well, he's coming across the line very shortly indeed, and he's running. He's just done a 142.077, and that was Romagnoli and Benedetti on the 52nd lap, Andy. Said exactly the same lap time, 1 minute 42.467. So Honzik is closing on them hand over fist. The gap now down to about 2.3 seconds.
Yeah, he's certainly finding some good speed here, isn't he, in this stint? Meanwhile, we've got an all-Bentley battle here for 17th and 18th place. This is David Pertil right on the back of the 35 car. It's Apolloni in the car at the moment. It is within the points. Remember, top 22 cars score points, plus 2 bonus points for the fastest lap of the race. And so this, whilst it's not for big points, it's still worth fighting for, that is for sure. Next car behind them is Alexander Novikov, who has not yet served this stop-go in 10-second penalty, but again, it's not, as far as I can see, it's not been applied on the timing tower, which is interesting. So we'll see. Perhaps there's been perhaps they've appealed that or something. That can sometimes happen.
Yeah.
If they appeal a penalty, then it obviously doesn't get handed out straight away. So more news on that as and when we get it. But good little battle here, and Apolloni doesn't look as quick as the 171 car. But again, where do you make a move, especially when it's an identical car you're trying to overtake?
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, isn't it? So, but still, nevertheless, an enthralling battle. And Benedetti has just gone off track, which has caused Jaroslav Honzik to close on in, and Honzik is within striking distance. He's less than 2 seconds away from the Audi, and this could really pay dividends. And I'm just keeping an eye on Honzik's consistency. He's just gone quicker at 1 minute 42. 0.05, and then you can see on your screens, as always, Jardier laughing and smiling and interacting with the people in the chat on his YouTube and Twitch stream. So you know, he's one of the one of the most positive people, I think, in sim racing. So I think really, I think we might have an interview coming up with Andrea Capot. Well, we were hoping. We were hoping to speak to Andrea Capoccia, but he kind of disappeared on us. Did the vanishing act.
Yes, hopefully he'll be back shortly. That was quite funny. Literally, just as we were about to drag him into the interview, into the commentary box. But I'm sure he'll be back. He's maybe been dragged away to answer a question from his team, probably because he wants to see how this battle is going to turn out. Because Jaroslav Honzik, you can see from the onboard, and you can see from our live inset there that he is right with them now. So he's on the tail of the 4th and 5th and 6th place cars, excuse me, and won't be long, I don't think, before he starts to think about getting past them. You could see the way you mentioned it, that he was smiling and interacting with all of his viewers, and I've always thought that that's a very difficult thing to do. I mean, I can't have a conversation with someone if I'm driving on my sim, and I'm not competing at this level, so
yeah. How
on earth these professional sort of streamers that do sim racing can sit there, have a full-on conversation with someone in the YouTube or the Twitch chat section, and still be putting in the fastest laps of the race is beyond me. But of course, we saw last time out from James Baldwin that can go wrong sometimes. So it really sort of illustrates just how difficult that is to do, and why all of his fairly substantial fan base really appreciate the way that he interacts with them, and they'll also be appreciating the fact that he is now less than a second behind that 5th place battle. Meanwhile, just behind them at the back of the top 10, this is 8th, 9th and 10th places. Tariq Adam has recently overtaken the Lamborghini of Baumann, so he's now into 8th position. Jack McIntyre here in the Zancho SimSport Audi, looking to try and do the same thing.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on Jardier's times. Last 3 laps on the bounce, Andy. 1 minute 42.0. So Benedetti is, I think, rather worried, because that gap now is down to just under half a second. As I can't believe this. We're close to hitting 5 o'clock UK time, 6 p.m. Central European time. The battles have been absolutely fast and frivolous all the way through the first hour and 35 minutes. But yeah, Jack McIntyre, very good driver in his own right, and he's partnered with Milos Stamankovic and Will Dendy. Will Dendy's been a bit involved in the chat as well earlier on in the YouTube side of things, but the good thing is that we've got some great battles up and down the order, and I'm wondering how long is it going to be until when, not if, Jaroslav Honzik pulls the pin on the grenade, throws it at Andrea Benedetti and gets past the Audi for 6th position.
Yeah, that's it's not going to be that far away, I don't think. He's on the tail of Benedetti in 6th place. We're wanting to take a little bit of a break from the action, but I'm also keen to see what Honzik can do about Benedetti, because I do think that overtake is coming fairly quickly. But Jack McIntyre in 10th position here, not quite as likely maybe to make a move in the next second or so. So they head up towards turn number 1. with 4 hours and 24 minutes left on the clock. Then we're approaching, as Alex said, 5 o'clock PM here UK time. We're not even a third of the way through this penultimate round of the SimGrid Endurance Cup though. Plenty more twists and turns on their way. It's a dominant lead at the moment for the championship leading car. If we were to throw the checkered flag now, then the number 9 machine would win the championship, but thankfully there's a lot of racing to be done before that. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back with all of the action here from Kyalami in just a few minutes. well over the first hour and 3/4. The next thing we'll have to talk about, though, is the second round of pit stops, because you may have noticed riding along there with Jardier, Jaroslav Honzik, that he is due to come into the pit lane this time. His fuel tank is pretty much empty, and that will, I'm sure, start another swathe of people coming into the pits. Andy McEwan here with Alex Goldschmidt to talk you through all of the action. Plenty of it there has been, and whilst we've been away, there has been a further update on the antics of car number 42. If you're just joining us, that car that was started by Kirill Sadarov was involved in one or two skirmishes out on track in the opening hour of the race. He's since handed over to Alexander Novikov, who has spent basically his entire stint so far coming in and out of the pit lane, serving penalties that his teammate had accrued, and the latest one is a stop-go and 20-second penalty for aggressive driving against car number 7 earlier on in the race. So that car will be in very shortly. We expect this car in this time. No, next time they're going to squeeze another lap out of it for Jaroslav Honzik and the Yasheet Porsche, which Alex Goldschmidt has managed to do the impossible, or so I thought. It's on the tail of Benedetti for 5th place here, and it looks as though it might be about to move into the top 5 just, what, an hour and 40 minutes or so after it was in the tyre wall.
Yeah, very much the case, and also Jardier's got the low fuel level on. He crossed the line with about 3.1 litres, and the fuel per lap being used by the Porsche is about 2.8. We also had another penalty given to the car 166 for a drive-through penalty. This was for a collision on avoidable contact on lap number 12. So a drive-through penalty going to the BetoSimRacing.de by Warshirts McLaren 720S for the contact with the 192. That was the Protocharge SimSport car. Jack McIntyre for Sancho SimSport at the moment, still holding station in 10th place at the moment, behind the 63 Lamborghini of Baumann at the moment, and I'm just keeping my eyes on. Here we go, Honzik's got Benedetti on low fuel. And is he going to get it into the braking zone? No, Benedetti fires it back up the inside. There's a touch between the two, and Honzik stays on the inside, but I'm sure that Benedetti might carry that momentum through, going through into mineshaft. Honzik on the inside, Benedetti towards the outside. Benedetti's going to have the inside run to the Crocodiles, and Honzik's got no choice but to pit, and that will unlock Romagnoli just behind. The 150 is literally on fumes, coming through into Cheetah right now, and Honzik will pull to the left-hand side, I'm sure. And on cue, there he goes. But that was a titanic tussle between Andrea Benedetti and Jaroslav Honzik right there.
I enjoyed that. I didn't see the point in it, but I enjoyed it because he was pitting anyway, so quite why he felt the need to take that sort of a risk round the outside, I don't know. But anyway, he's in now, and I think he's handing over the car on this stint. I think I spotted whilst we were watching on to Maciej Malinowski, so it should be Malinowski that comes out next. They are sort of locked into these early pit stops though, aren't they? Because they pitted so early with their first pit stop because they had a damaged car and they were stuck back in traffic, and it worked. The undercut worked, and getting out on the fresh tyres 10 or 15 minutes before some of the front runners really helped them rocket up the order, but they're now sort of locked into pitting before everybody else for the rest of the race. So whether they want to or not, they're going to be deploying lots of undercuts throughout the rest of the race. Alberto Garcia here for Odox Motorsport. He was delayed in an accident earlier on, and he is now in 20th position, having just moved ahead of Malinowski, who has just come out of the pit lane directly behind this pair. Valentin Barrier in the number 7 car that was pointing the wrong way at turn 1 is the car that Garcia is fighting with. Drive-through penalty now for car number 33. That is the Retronic E-Racing with Unicorns of Love Audi, which was started by Patrick Pignone. It's now got Leon Otocki at the wheel. It was an incident when Pignone was in the car with car number 11. Vipperman Racing's Bentley, for which that car's being given a penalty. I do vaguely recall those two cars coming together. I forget the precise details, but it was when we had that big melee, I think, wasn't it? And a number of positions changed inside the top 6, and it was deemed to be the Audi's fault.
Yeah, and I've just noticed that Jaroslav Honzik has handed over the 150 to Maciej Malinowski, who had to take over from George Boothby in time qualifying earlier on. But we've got Medvesek still here, battling away with Yura Petrochenko in the number 11 Bentley, the Vipperman Racing car. And there is the drive-through now pinging on cue for Leon Otocki, so we'll have 3 laps to serve that drive-through penalty. And as you said, very long pit lane here at Kyalami, Andy. But that just goes to show that if you get a bit too overzealous in the early stages of a 6-hour endurance race, unfortunately you're going to pay the price.
Yeah, absolutely, and we said this at the time. Slowly but surely the stewards are starting to catch up on these incidents now, but so many of them happened within the first 20-25 minutes of the race. So, you know, yes, it's when you expect trouble maybe, but it really makes no sense to be doing that at that point. You've got such a long way to go, but we both know how it is in the heat of the moment. You know, you forget about that. You're in a race, you want to get past someone, this guy's holding you up, you just need to get through and get through now. And then it's only when you get it wrong and you get given a penalty and you sit back and you think, we still had 5.5 hours left. I didn't need to force the issue there, but you live and learn, and that's all we can ask really. Drivers that get given penalties, hopefully they learn from them, and when they come back again next time, they aren't repeat offenders. Right, Manos Gerardis here up the inside of Baumann here for 8th place. These two have been circulating quite close together for most of this stint, along with Jack McIntyre behind, and the Bentley has the outside line heading into the Cheetahs, and that's not going to, the Crocodiles, excuse me, then into Cheetah. That's not going to work, so the Lamborghini retains the 8th place for now. Will any of these 3 cars choose to pit? They should be able to go at least another 5, maybe 10 minutes, depending on when they first pitted. That might have been Leon Otaki in the background coming in. Yes, it was, but he'll serve the drive-through penalty, you'd imagine, before he comes in to serve his pit stop. And just to answer that question before it gets asked, no, you can't serve the drive-through penalty at the same time as making your pit stop. It is 2 separate visits down the pit lane.
Yeah, and Otaki, as you were mentioning, Andy, pulled into the pits behind Andrea Benedetti. So Otaki is that drive-through has now been cleared, whilst Andrea Benedetti in the 32 GTWR car has now ended up in the pit lane, and will be dropping towards the probably around the sort of ilk of where Malinowski is at the moment. As I think we've got. Well, I've just seen there's a 5 second against the 121 of Garcia from Odox Motorsport, I believe. Well, actually, there's going to be a little bit of a penalty coming through for the 121 of Odox Motorsport, started off by Gerard Martinez Amer. So I think we're going to have a penalty from race control imminently coming in, as Manos Gerardis trying to put the frighteners on the number 63 of Benjamin Baumann, with Jack McIntyre holding station in 9th place in the 22 Zancho SimSport Audi R8 LMS. A bit deep on the brakes goes Gerardis heading into the Crocodiles, but some good battling between these 3 right here, nice and clean as we're fast approaching the completion of the first third of the 6-hour race.
Oh, yes, clean racing, not a particularly clean line for Gerardis there through Cheetah, ran a little bit too wide out onto the grass. Tariq Adam is in just ahead of them, so that's the number 23 Bentley coming into the pit lane. This lot will all jump up 1 extra position. Just notice the lead gap, by the way. If you recall, about 55 minutes or so ago, when Nicholas Huben and Jan-Willem van Ommen came out of the pit lane after their first pit stops, the gap was about 17-18 seconds. It's much the same, so Willem van Ommen in this, his 2nd consecutive stint, has not been able to continue the rate of progress against the number 9 car as he had been able to in the first hour when it was Jordan Sherritt leading the race. So Huben possibly a bit quicker than Sherritt, but actually I think it's more the fact that Jan-Willem van Ommen is probably a little bit tired after doing the best part of 2 hours now at the wheel of that car to start the race. He probably won't get back in the car now for the rest of the race, but whether they continue to double stint drivers, we'll have to wait and see. 66 laps in the book then. Nicholas Huben 19 seconds up the road from Jan-Willem van Ommen. This is the fight that's going on for 6th place now. It's about net 8th place. They've gained a couple as other people have pitted, and it's a 3-way fight. The green and blue Bentley at the back of this group is laps behind them, but a pretty entertaining battle it is nonetheless. Up the hill they go, as Alex, more penalties are incoming. Yeah,
avoidable contact for Odox Motorsport. They get a 10-second time penalty. That was for the incident between them and car 34, which is the, funny enough, the TF Racing Suvlaki squad car that is currently piloted by Manos Gerardis, who's battling away with Benjamin Baumann with the 63 Lamborghini. And also we've got a drive-through penalty for the 111, which is the GTR Endurance team. That is the Lamborghini Huracan, which is, well, at the moment has got Florian Becker behind the wheel, and that car is currently sitting in 35th position, and will now have a drive-through penalty.
Yes, so bad to worse for that team then. Into the pit lane came Baumann, by the way, so that's why he has disappeared from this picture. Romagnoli is in as well for GTWR RHG Academy, and Yuri Petrochenko in the number 11 Bentley. David Michel is in the number 72 Porsche, that was, of course, involved in that contact earlier on, was spun around, and then I seem to recall was on the receiving end of a... No, it was on the receiving end of contact from the 42 car, and then, yes, was given a drive-through penalty for contact with the 111. And speaking of penalties, a 15-second penalty now. It's a good job I was on the penalty page in Discord, wasn't it?
Yes.
Cars 34 and 33. It's 33 given a 15-second penalty for contact with 34. And funnily enough, that's the 34 car on your screen now. So Leon Otoki, who has just been given a penalty, has now got another one to serve. I'm afraid a 15-second time penalty. He's just served his first one. He's now got another stop or time penalty to serve, which will be added on to his next pit stop, which surely must be just around the corner.
Yeah, another slap on the wrist and a trip to the naughty step, unfortunately, for Leon Otoki, twice in as many moments. But again, it's that overzealousness that some of these drivers have been finding themselves in with regards to the situations that presented themselves right from the minute we went green, the best part of nearly 2 hours ago, Andy. And that just goes to show that this is hurting teams in the long run. It's not easy over an endurance race to compose yourself, and especially when this is halfway round the clock rather than it being like, say, on the SimGrid VCO World Cup that we had 12-hour races, so that was once around the clock, and we had 24-hour races, so twice around the clock, because now Pertile alongside Medvesek, and this is a bit dicey. Porsche versus Bentley going through into Crowthorns, and the Porsche, the SLO, the slow racing team, keeping ahead at the moment. That rear-engine, rear-wheel drive Porsche 911 GT3 managing to keep its rear axle nice and well and truly planted through Crowthorns, through the Jux K-sweep and into Barbecue, but Pertile now coming back at him and looking up the inside, going to sweep through Sunset. Is the Bentley? Yes, it does. Neatly done by Pertile through on Medvesek. That was textbook, and you don't see many overtakes like that through Sunset Corner, do you?
No, the only time you really see overtakes there is if there's already a clear overlap going into the corner, but there wasn't. He just braked later, carried more speed in, so a better front end on the Bentley allowed him to go through. Now, two drivers that have pitted here. Thibaut Probst is freshly into the number 32 GTWR RHG Academy car, and Maciej Malinowski likewise into the Yassit RM SimGrid Porsche, which lies second in the championship. The target for this car is clear. It must beat the number 9 Audi, which has led every lap of this race pretty much so far.
Yep.
And to do that, it has to get past one of its teammate cars, and this is the other problem I think that Yassit are going to have. We saw it when Jaroslav Honzik was dicing away with this car. The teammate cars to the championship leading Audi are not going to make life easy for that car's nearest championship rival, that being the 150 car. So Malinowski is not going to have an easy time of it getting past this Audi, and if the Aston Martin ends up anywhere near them after it makes its pit stop, the car that we've seen has been quick, particularly on fresh tyres, then that's also going to be an added complication, isn't it, for the 150 car. In fact, that 32 car is just ahead of it. And yeah, this is going to be one of the harder overtakes. The other car I was looking for was the GTWR RHG Academy Aston Martin, but I notice, Alex, that's a long way behind these two now after its pit stop, isn't it? So I'm not sure quite where that 23 car lost time.
Yeah, the 20. Well, you've got the 23 car, which is there was another car which is the 164, which is currently being piloted by Milo Mazzetti, because they had Michael Romagnoli behind the wheel, and that car is currently 14th on the road as we speak. So just keeping an eye on Mazzetti's lap times, currently sitting in the low 1 minute 42s as things stand.
Yes, apologies, getting my 6 or 7 different GTWR cars mixed up. The 23 is the Bentley, the 164 is the Aston Martin, which has just made its first driver change, so thanks for clearing that one up, Alex. So yeah, that car has lost time, though, is my point. It was right up there with them, with the 32 and the 150 before the pit stops, and now it's a good 6 seconds further down the road. There's the 41 car. They've been in trouble already in this race. In fact, they weren't allowed to qualify. They were serving a qualifying ban that carried over from the previous race, and then they picked up a penalty on the very first lap of the race. But it is Vyacheslav Abeladze in the car now, the SimWare.Pro machine number 41, which I seem to recall was up there in the championship earlier on in the year, but the story of their season has been penalties, and it's a shame to see. I don't think there's a race gone by yet where this team have not incurred the wrath of the stewards, and it almost always seems to happen in that first half an hour.
Yeah, well, the thing is, they're currently sitting 26th in the standings, a 16th at the opening round at Spa-Francorchamps, 20th at Monza, and then last time out at Paul Ricard at DNF.
Right, okay, yes, so we both just paused because we both just learnt something new. So we've been referring to the slow racing team. Apparently, the SLO does not, it's not a pun on how fast they are on track, no. It's actually SLO for Slovenia. So apologies, we've been making what I thought were very clever jokes about slow racing team, and yeah, we're talking absolute nonsense. So thank you for clarifying that in the YouTube chat. Try not to make that mistake again as we go forward. There is Milo Mazzetti, the driver that we were just talking about, and he has got the Bentley right behind. Again, these two cars running out of different teams. It's quite an interesting move that from GTWR RHG to have their academy cars. They've got an Audi, they've got an Aston Martin, and they've got a Bentley. That means that whichever drivers they get coming into these academy teams, they can almost always find the car that will suit them. If you're better suited to a front engine car, try the Aston Martin or the Bentley. If you don't like them, okay, we'll put you in the Audi instead. It means that their drivers are always going to feel quite comfortable, and also they get lots of track time, lots of data from each of these three cars, and that can only help the main team then, if they're sharing that sort of data, to understand how best to the other teams that are also running Audis, Aston Martins and Bentleys. So yeah, it's kind of interesting to see that spread of machinery all within one team.
Yeah, I think also from that you can really sort of help the team to sort of move forward, and some drivers might prefer one car, some might prefer another. Some that have got experience, like say in the Audi, have moved over to the Aston Martin. The Audi crew might say, well, what if we were trying to look at it from this perspective, this corner? And they'll give you an understanding. And we now look at a recovering Aston Martin. It's the Alien Lab Racing Star Tools entry, being chased down by the recovering Renvelton blue car, now being driven by Lukas Kreuzer, who is now in 23rd position. And I'm just sort of seeing, hang on a second, has there been a change of driver at the TF Racing Souvlaki squad? Because they've just been hit with a stop go 30. I'm wondering if they've had a pit stop. That's speeding in the pit lane. Oh dear.
Right, okay, yeah, I was just checking that myself, because I knew they'd been given, or they'd been involved in incidents, but they'd been on the receiving end of them rather than getting the penalties. So yeah, that is a speeding in the pit lane. Those stop-go penalties can often be automatically applied by the game for either speeding or track limits and things like that. So yeah, well spotted, 15th place for them, and that is quite a big punishment, isn't it? Speeding in the pit lane is one of the biggest no-nos in real-world motorsport, because of course it's a safety thing. You've got pit crews operating in that pit lane. You need to make sure you're within the speed limit. It's nice to see in a way that even though the danger of speeding in the pit lane isn't there in sim racing, it's still stamped down on, and the sim makes absolutely sure that if you do it, you are punished accordingly.
Yep, and unfortunately the TF Racing Souvlaki crew have found out the hard way. I think that's probably the first crew that has had stop go 30 for speeding in the pit lane so far this race. So out of just over 2 hours and 5 minutes, that's pretty good going, I must say. But you know, we're concentrating on this battle. Well, this driver here, Milo Mazzetti, in the 164 GTWR R8G Academy Aston Martin, and has got Bake in the 54 Bentley in front, and now probably end up being behind as Mazzetti sent it from absolutely nowhere, going through the kink and into Crowthorns. And just behind them they've got the number 23 car, that's Luke Addison in the Bentley car, that's the GTWR R8G Academy green car. So an Aston Martin and 2 Bentleys behind, but some good work there by Milo Mazzetti to put the 164 Aston Martin back up into the top 10.
Yeah, interesting now to see what sort of pace he's got in his pocket in comparison to Michael Romagnoli, who was in the car in the first stint. He's got 5 seconds of clean air now to Tinko van der Velde. Now, that number 5 car, I'm guessing owes us a pit stop, the Williams eSports car, because it qualified. Well, of course it didn't qualify, it was another that had that qualifying ban, but they have suddenly appeared inside the top 10, so I do suspect that car will be in very shortly. Add that then to the list of cars that is going long on fuel. This has not been the theme of the day like it normally is. Most teams are going an hour maximum before coming into pit, even though the fuel tanks will allow them to do more than that. The stint limit is 65 minutes, so no one driver is allowed to do more than 65 minutes per stint, but normally we would see teams going right up to that 65 minute window, at least getting over the 60 minutes to try and make that final stop as short as possible. But for one reason or another, we suspect it's the power of the undercut on fresh tyres. It's just not what we're seeing today. The exceptions being the 3 cars that are at the top of your scoring tower now: Nicholas Huben, Jan-Willem van Ommen and Jack McIntyre. On both of these first 2 pit stops now, they have stretched it and stretched it and stretched it. So I expect those 3 to stay out for another 3 minutes, and that's going to make their final pit stop of the day significantly shorter than some of those that are pitting before the 1 hour mark each time.
That's going to help them in terms of pure lap time, in terms of race pace. I've seen in the meantime that a couple of drivers have actually pitted as well. So Mazzetti now up into 9th position. I think, Bake in the 54 Bentley has pitted, and so has Abdullah Adzi in the 41 Simware Pro by VDES. That car is now in the pits. I think there was another car that also pitted not too long ago, but Magic Malinovsky now is in 6th position. Jack McIntyre from Sancho Simsports in the 22 Audi has just decided to pit from P3, so that's going to change the order somewhat. So that puts Yaz Heat SimGrid into a genuine 5th position on the road.
Yes, it does, and that will probably be where they stay, but they have of course gained 1 position over that particular round of pit stops. Yes, because they've just overtaken Thibaut Prost, so I don't think we've seen that, but Malinovsky has got ahead of Thibaut Prost, so that puts him into, as you said, that net 5th place. So his next target is going to be Giorgio Simonini, isn't it, I reckon, then, once he has been in he's already been in to serve that pit stop. It's just a big gap up to Simonini, who's going to be in the top 3 positions. Mila Massetti goes 8th position, Addison up into 9th place. That 23 car has crept up the order nicely. I can't remember where they started, but I don't remember it being that far up the order, as now from 2nd place, Jan-Willem van Ommen is also in the pit lanes. The 383 car blinks first. Interestingly, that's 1 lap earlier than Nicholas Hoban is going to come in.
Yeah, it also depends on the fuel consumption for both the Audi and the Aston Martin. And when you've got clearer air, Jan-Willem van Ommen has been having to battle his way past back marker traffic. First of all, that's going to cause problems with regards to the tyres. I mean, on the last lap, Van Ommen was just under a 1/10.5 slower than Niklas Huben. Huben was running in the low 1 minute 42.0s. At the moment, Malinovsky and Nauroth both running in the 1:41s. Nauroth is running in the 1 minute 41.5s. Simonini's in a 1:41.8. Well, that's nothing we wouldn't expect from Giorgio.
Right, okay. We will monitor this battle with interest, that's for sure. And the lap times, now that they're all back out there on full tanks of fuel and fresh tyres, is going to be fairly significant for sure. And who is going to be able to start their stint off? You can make some big gains here early on, but you need to watch those tyres. It does seem like this is a very tyre sensitive racetrack today. Track temperature 39 degrees now, starting to pick its way up. There's just been a drama, I believe, for the 41 Simware.Pro car as well at the final corner. That car that we were watching earlier on, someone spotted that it's carrying a bit of damage now. We think it's been off at the final turn. So even as we get into this middle part of the race, Alex, and things slowly start to settle down a bit, you've got to keep the concentration up, haven't you? It's very easy to make mistakes. There you can see the car, it's crabbing along quite badly. So yeah, that car has had contact with someone or something, hasn't it?
It has indeed, as I've just noticed that Niklas Huben has just pitted from the lead on lap number 76 of this race. But yeah, Oh, and I've just heard that the number 17 car, that's the Slow Racing team, due to connection issues, they've had to, they've been told to initiate a driver swap. So, and it seemed like there was a lot of problems with regards to maybe, I think if it was Overtake that was having, you know, so the thing is that if the cars move, you know, starting to lag, it's spiking, and the car moves all over the place on the circuit, that's not going to be easy. But Borogodsky might, I mean, if that's on cold tyres, because Absuladze was in the pits not too long ago, let's not forget, and even with the track being at 39 degrees centigrade temperature, cold tyres, cold brakes, you put a foot wrong on those early 2, maybe 3 to 4 laps, if those tyres aren't to full temperature, you can be backwards and hard into the wall. But doesn't look like it's done too much damage on a cosmetic side, but whether the internals, maybe say the rear suspension, maybe the drivetrain, if that has been affected. So Bogorodsky has got to drive with a wounded McLaren, I'm afraid, right now.
He clearly feels it's not that bad, because if it was so bad that it was, you know, going to lose him a second a lap or something, they would pit, because he's got the best part of an hour left of this stint. He doesn't want to be dragging a wounded car around for that length of time. So, yeah, I suspect that is going to be... well, he certainly suspects it's going to be manageable anyway. I noticed Tinko van der Velde has just pitted. That is the last car to pit, I think, for this second time. So Tinko van der Velde really getting good mileage out of the number 5 Williams Esports Ferrari. He's going to plummet down the order now, but will have fresher tyres by about 20 minutes on some people. We were seeing pit stops about 10 minutes before the hour, maybe even more than that. We're now about... 12-13 minutes into the next hour, so he is going to have significantly fresher tyres. But watch where he comes out. It's going to be a driver change actually for car number 5, so it's Igor de Oliveira Rodriguez who gets in the car now, and it looks like he'll come back out in the top 20. So yeah, decent recovery drive ongoing here for Williams Esports.
Yeah, considering they started 34th on the grid, that is a noble effort from them as well. So Dara McCormack and yeah, even with the fact that Tinko van der Velde doing a sterling job on his Williams Esports debut, just really, really good to see how that team is going to go.
Yeah, most definitely. So we are into the third stint of the race here at the SimGrid Endurance Cup, round number 4 of the championship. Let's run you through the top 10 cars, give you all of the gaps of the new drivers as well, because quite a lot of the front-running teams have chosen to change drivers at this, the second pit stop of the race. It's actually the driver that started the race in car number 9 that is back into that car now. Jordan Sherratt leads the way, the South African, at his local track, and he is back at the wheel of the car that is at the moment in a championship winning position, car number 9 for RHG Esports, the car he shares with Nicholas Huben and Dennis Schoeniger. Haven't seen anything of Schoeniger so far, and Huben choosing to just do a single stint just now. There it is. The gap has been fluctuating between about 18 and 20 seconds for much of the last hour or so. It currently sits at 19.6 seconds over Mike Noble, who jumps into the 383 car in second position. So after a really impressive double opening stint in that car for Jan Willem van Ommen, it is now Mike Noble then who is chasing down the race leader. The race leader comes across the start-finish line, and some 18 or 19 seconds later, the second place car will be there with him as well. In third position, it is Giorgio Simonini in for his first stint in the 457 car. Giorgio Simonini in the first of the GTWR RHG Academy cars. There it is. Had a bit of an up and down opening hour and a half or so, but things settling down for this team now. They are 3.3 seconds behind Mike Noble. On the previous lap, a couple of tenths slower than him. They've got about 14 seconds in hands over Nicholas Nauroth, who is into the number 77 car. That, remember, was the car that was started by Bastian Richter. Again, he did a double stint, and Nauroth now in for the first time today. On that lap, he was again about 3 tenths slower than Simonini up the road. Fifth position, words I did not expect to be saying at this point of the race, is Maciej Malinowski in the number 150 Yasheet Richard Mille car, the car that is second in the championship. Remember, this one was there in the top 5, and about 10 or 11 minutes into the race, it suffered contact at the hands of the number 42 Bentley. It sent it into the barriers. No penalty was given for the contact. It was deemed a racing incident, but unfortunately for the 150 car, it sent them plummeting down as low as 24th position at the end of the first quarter of an hour. And here they are with 3 3/4 hours still to go. They're in 5th position, less than 8 seconds behind the 4th placed car and lapping about as quickly. But Malinovsky, of course, early in his stint here, still getting himself up to speed. He has managed to find a way past Thibaut Props, though, in the early part of the stint, and already has pulled 2.5 seconds over the second of the GTWR RHE Academy cars. This car in 6th position, and then the sister car, the 164, which is the Bentley of Mazzetti, is next. In fact, you've got 3 of the GTWR RHE Academy machines running together, not on track, but position-wise. 5th for Malinovsky, 6th for Props, 7th for Mazzetti, and 8th for Addison. Audi ahead of Aston Martin, ahead of Bentley. Carlo Barberi is in 9th position in the number 63 Lamborghini. That car, remember, is on an earlier pit cycle. They're bailing to the pit lane a bit sooner than some of the others around them, so they've used the undercut to get back into the top 10, with Louis Rotas rounding out the top 10 in the number 11 Bentley. That's how the top 10 stands then. Pretty static at the very front of the field, but with lots of driver changes now, Alex, you would expect the balance to just start to shift slightly maybe over the next stint.
Well, the balance is shifting a little bit further down the order because there is a time penalty going to the 72 Renvelten Porsche that was at the sharp end of the grid with Dave Michel a bit earlier on, and there is a 5-second time penalty. That is from the incident between cars 42. That was the, funnily enough, that was the Bentley. The Simware Pro by VDES Bentley on lap number 30. So the 72 was given a 5-second time penalty for aggressive driving, and I think now got an interview coming up, so let's bring in someone who's just come out of the number 22 Zancho SimSport Audi. Jack McIntyre joins us. Jack, good to have you with us. See that Milos is now behind the wheel. How's it been going for you guys at Zancho?
Yeah, really good. A good start to the race, I think. I think we did 7 or 8 cars in the first lap just due to the chaos and weaving through it, so happy with that. And then yeah, that's a tough 2 and a bit hours in the car non-stop. You don't really get many breaks around this track, so yeah, chuffed with how it's going so far.
Bit of a different kettle of fish in comparison with Paul Ricard last time out, I bet.
yeah, you get a really nice break every lap at Paul Ricard where you can sit back and relax and recharge a bit, but yeah, it's non-stop around here.
I mean, you guys running in the top 10 at the moment. Milos is actually battling away with Del Dottore at the moment in the 171 Team Racing Point Red Bentley. But did you guys feel that the Audi was going to be a pretty strong package? I mean, especially with what the number 9 RHE esports car is currently doing at the moment, because they're leading quite considerably by about 19.5 seconds after 80 laps around this track. I mean, the Audi's quite handy around here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good. I mean, the Audi's new to us. We're McLaren drivers really from Rocket Sim Sports, so it's been a bit of an adventure into something new, and it's been challenging. I think our quali pace is still quite far off. I was nearly a second off in qualifying with maybe only 2 or 3 tenths left in it, so a bit disappointed with that. But I think, as always, our race pace is a lot better than our quali pace, and we've brought it back a bit. But yeah, still a lot to learn with the car. It's obviously really capable around here, so lots more potential.
And what's sort of like the outlook, just sort of seeing that you can get a secure top 10, top 12 finish by the end of the race?
Yeah, top 10 would be brilliant. I think we've not tested too much for this. We've had a lot of other stuff going on, so it's been a bit of an adventure just to jump in and go for it and see what we can do. So top 10 would be great. Yeah.
Well, Jack, thank you very much for talking to us, and we wish you guys at Zancho SimSport all the very best of the luck for the rest of the race here at Kyalami.
Cheers, Alex. Thank you.
Well, there you go, Jack McIntyre then. Great to have him here in the commentary box. And yeah, they are having a pretty decent race. Well, they were having a pretty decent race anyway, but the 22 car, they're hovering just outside the top 10 at the moment, but they've been an ever-present threat. And they are, again, one of these teams that I've highlighted as going really long. They and the 383 and the number 9 and the Williams Esports cars, they're really maximising their stint lengths, which I do think, come the end of the race, is really going to benefit them. I don't think we'll see that benefit until the final stint, but I wouldn't be at all surprised to see those cars suddenly jump some way ahead of everybody else that they're racing at the moment once we come in to make the final pit stop of the race. 9th place battle here, then 2 drivers just settling into their first stints of the race. Carlo Barberi, oh dear, goes around coming out of the final corner. Luis Rotas knows that was his fault, I think. He's slowing down to try and let him back through. Here comes the Stamankovic-driven Audi that we've just been chatting to Jack McIntyre. Where's Barberi gone, though? He's not actually come back on the road, has he? So Rotas has continued. Barberi may well be stranded coming out of the final corner.
I'm just going to actually have a look at that as we speak. Barberi is actually coming down the main start-finish straight and is behind the number 52 of Oliver Zaids. That's the Pulse Sim Sport. Aston Martin, so you've got John Seville, Thomas Moore and Oliver Zaids, who's currently behind the wheel at the moment, now ahead of Barberi. So, yeah, that was a bit of a... I mean, one of the things is that incident going through Ingwe can sometimes happen at a moment's notice. And when you think about it, when you're getting to that stage, we're about 38 minutes away from the halfway point of the race. Mental and physical fatigue will come into play, I guarantee, within the next hour and a half, maybe even sooner than that. And when you can't, mistakes do get made. And even with sim races, like in real life, they have to be at the top of their game. They've got to be hydrated. They've got to feed, be fed the right way in terms of the food that they take on board. And these drivers are out. they put so many hours in. It's like when one of my friends who says, "Yeah, I normally go," but one of my friends who does it as a recreational side of thing, he spends 3 hours most days in a sim. And the amount of effort that people like Luke Addison from GTR, and especially when that team is aligned with Romain Grosjean of all people, one of many real-life drivers that have got into sim racing big time, you're under pressure to perform at the highest level.
Absolutely, and it is so hard to do. A lot of people who don't really get sim racing think that it's a computer game, and that, when you think of a computer game, you think of someone sat on their sofa in their pyjamas, pressing a few buttons on a control pad, and they think, oh well, that's not strenuous at all. The fact of the matter is, you can work up a bit of a sweat doing that if you're really concentrating, let alone when you're in a sim rig. You might have a direct drive wheel with some pretty high force feedback settings, the pressure you have to put into the pedals. It is quite physically demanding, not as physically demanding as driving a real racing car, of course, but it's a lot more physically demanding than you'd expect. But you're right, it's the psychological strain that you're under, and it's continuous. The way it's been described to me in the past by professional racing drivers is, every time you approach a corner or a sequence of corners, there are decisions you have to make. Your line, your braking point, your turning point, your apex speed, the point at which you pick up the throttle again, how hard you pick that throttle up. And then when you're having to deal with traffic or you're battling someone, attacking or defending, this is all adding extra decisions. And you're having to make 5 or 6 different decisions for every single corner you go through. Multiply that over a 1 hour or maybe even a 2 hour double stint, and your brain is frazzled by the end of it. Certainly mine is. I mean, I get out of the sim after a 20-minute sprint race, and I feel like I've just run a marathon or something. I'm dripping with sweat, I've got a bit of a headache. It's really hard to do. The concentration levels required to do this at this standard are through the roof, really, and that is what makes it so impressive to see the quality of racing that we see so often here, and the consistency of lap times as well. It's not necessarily exciting to watch, but when you see someone, the number 9 car being a prime example, they haven't yet, touch wood, put a foot wrong. Their lap times are always within a tenth of a second or so. I know I've said it now.
I'm sorry, Andy, I've just noticed the 42 is in the strife again. Drive. And there's been a drive-through given, and this is on lap number 74, between the 777 of Alien Lab Racing and the 42, drive-through for 42, avoidable contact. Oh, it never rains, but it pours, and even with the sunshine here in the virtual recreation of Kyalami. Oh my goodness.
Worth mentioning, that was only 10 laps ago, so that is not from the opening stint of the race, is it? That's not something that Kirill Sadirov was guilty of. That is most likely something Alexander Novikov did towards the end of his first stint. He is actually in the car now, double stinting, and has just pitted to serve the drive-through. So, that one, not anything that happened over the opening hour of the race. So, Yeah, I know people were saying earlier on, you shouldn't judge the whole team by one driver's actions, but unfortunately, it goes to show whoever you are, and Alexander Novikov is an experienced driver in these kind of races and these kind of championships. It only takes that momentary lack of concentration to end up getting involved in contact and getting a penalty. I had noticed before, though, that car has a purple little block next to it where it says its position. It's because it's actually set the fastest lap of the race. So it really goes to show, doesn't it, Alex? It's a case of what could have been for that team. They have the pace to have won this race, and now they'll be looking to finish in the points.
That is even quicker than Jordan Sherritt in his first opening stint. They did a 1 minute 40.975. That is ridiculous. Where on earth, out of his box of magic tricks, did Alexander Novikov bring that one out? And look, you know what the funny thing is? He's right up behind his teammate Bogorotsky in the 41 car, and they're 30th and 31st respectively.
And they've both been on the naughty step, haven't they, those two? And yeah, the whole season we haven't really seen any problems for the 42 car. They've stayed out of trouble. They've not been getting into bits of contact that have led to penalties. But it's sometimes the red mist descends and you have one of those days. And Alex, it can so often spiral, can't it? You have one incident which you don't feel is your fault, and then you just get on the back foot then and you start overcompensating for that, and then you start overdriving, you make more mistakes, you get more penalties, and of course with every penalty that gets applied, the more irate you get as a driver. So it is a vicious circle.
And it's not just the driver that gets irate, it could also be the teammates as well. They'll be like saying, what, again? Look, just calm it, because the thing is, one of the biggest things about endurance racing is that it's not about the strength of the individual. It's about the strength of the entire team. And if the entire team works together, as Milo Mazzetti has just forced out the 41 car going through Crowthorns. Oh, dearie me. The trials and tribulations in this race, Mr. McEwan, they never seem to cease, do they?
No, we've had quite a few of those moments, haven't we, where we've both been taken aback by something really odd that's just happened, and I suspect that's going to be the way that it keeps on going. But yeah, teammates at play now then, Mazzetti and Addison together, and yeah, that 41 car right behind them, but it is laps down, well outside the points for the time being. What a good day this has been, though, for GTWR. I mean, they're leading the race with their RHG esports car, but then the Academy cars all running so well. You've got Simonini up there in 3rd place, Thibaut Propst is in 6th, Mazzetti 7th, Addison 8th. They're all inside the top 8. I can't recall the last time we've seen this sort of performance from them all. And as we made the point earlier on, they're all different cars pretty much. We've got Audis, Bentleys and Aston Martins operating really strongly.
Yeah, I mean, looking at where the RHG cars at the moment in terms of the championship standings, the number 9 leading the race is leading the standings anyway. 457 piloted by Simonini, on course for a 3rd top 4 finish if things are to stay as they are, considering the fact they had a DNF last time as Paul Ricard. And those are the only 2 in the top 6 positions, I think. Yeah, top 6 in the standings. And I've just been informed of the following. This is big news, that if there is another incident involving the number 42 Bentley, it is thereby a prompt disqualification.
Yeah, because it's not now just one driver, is it? It's now both drivers that have been in the car have actually incurred penalties, so that does make you wonder if that's going to continue. So hopefully they'll heed that. We wouldn't want to see them taken out of the race, would we? No. Good battle going on there with the 22 car. I think that was a change for 10th place, wasn't it? That was Del Dottore in the 171 car moving through. But yeah, just the sheer amount of times we've had to mention that 42 car over the course of the race. The stewards had to act. It's not like the individual incidents have been particularly terrible, is it? It's just the sheer amount of incidents they've been involved in. In isolation, a lot of these incidents would have incurred very minimal penalties, but they keep getting upgraded because they keep happening.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's always the case, because it's the frequency of the incidents in the eyes of race control, saying that a lot of them were quite minor, so hence why the first two were considered as warnings. Then because of the frequency within the first 2.5 hours, then race control have to then set a precedent and say, right, well, if they don't clean up their behaviour in terms of the race etiquette in this race, then race control are well within their rights to throw the book at them and say, right, you're now effectively disqualified because of the frequency of incidents that we've had to monitor on you guys through this race. So yeah, I think now 42 has to watch its P's and Q's right now.
And there's not much point in pushing the issue anyway, is there really? I mean, they're not likely to score points now. They're all the way down in, wherever they tumbled to, 30th place now. So they're 8 places outside of the points. And I think they're the best part of a lap adrift of the points anyway. So there isn't a lot worth fighting for. Honestly, the biggest win that they could score today is being allowed to get to the finish of the race. So just stay out there, don't get any more trouble, show the stewards that you're listening to them and that you're taking heed of the penalties you're being given. And if we never mention that 42 car again for the rest of the day, then I'd say they've had a successful second half of the race, because we are now inching toward the halfway mark. We are 3.5 hours from the conclusion of this fourth round of the championship. Jordan Sherritt continues to lead the way. These gaps are really static at the head of the field. Mike Noble doesn't quite have the pace that Jordan Sherritt does, so that gap is just creeping up. It's just gone over 20 seconds, in fact, for the first time in this race. But then Sherritt is still lapping quicker than Giorgio Simonini behind him, so we're not likely to see any changes inside the top 3 or 4 positions for the time being. Further back, though, the same can't be said, because this is actually the fight at the back of the points, and that was a change for 21st place. Juris Yelenko getting himself ahead of the 328 Ferrari there of Kenny Malade, and that knocks the Ferrari down to 22nd, and in fact I think that was Martinez right behind, who is now going to try and move his Bentley back into the points, and it looks like he'll do it.
Yeah, going around the outside of turn 9 through the S's on the approach into Loikop of all places. That's an interesting way to put the Bentley, or the Boatley as it's more affectionately known during wet weather conditions. But yeah, it's been really interesting how some of the strategies have been going along. We've been entertained with quite a few great battles, and I'm sure that probably within the next when we get towards like the dying 30 minutes of the race, I mean, one of the drivers that we haven't actually mentioned is the third driver in the 42 crew, which is Mikhail Bykov, who's yet to turn a corner in that car. So I would imagine that they might put Mikhail in next on the next stint, maybe get Alexander Novikov out, because Novikov is now, I think this will be Novikov's second stint, if memory serves me correctly. So what they'll do then, they'll have to put Mikhail in there, because Mikhail will have to have some driving time at the very least, and get all 3 drivers in there. So hopefully give Mikhail a bit of an opportunity to get that, get up to speed pretty quickly and try and make some moves up the order.
Yeah, definitely. You're right, it is Novikov's second stint, so this will be the last we see of him, I would imagine, in this race, unless, of course, they choose to not give a second stint to Kirill Sadarov, but we'll wait and see on that one. Kenny Malade then in the SOP Motorsport Ferrari, 23rd place now, struggling in this stint, isn't he? He's got, in fairness, he's got a few quite quick drivers around him. Martinez recovering from issues, and also a penalty, of course, that befell the 34 Bentley, which does now pull up alongside, and the 34 car being driven now by Konstantinos Kontogiannis, and he can't quite get around the outside going into Loikop, tries the switchback, can't do that either, and he does not have to worry about the car behind him, because that car, I believe, is our second place car, is it not, that's coming up to lap these two, so actually he does sort of have to worry about him, because he doesn't want to lose any more touch with the lead lap cars. Makes that move stick nicely, through he goes, and then towards Cheetah they will head, and yeah, I'm pretty sure that is Mike Noble then, yes it is, who will try and work his way past these lap cars. And this is something we haven't really mentioned so far in this race. We've seen a lot of battles for position that have gone wrong, but it is not unlikely that at some point we'll see contact between a lead lap car and a back marker, because sometimes there's just nowhere for the back marker to go, and the lead lap car can't afford to hang around. Traffic is going to be really the order of the day for the next 3 hours and 25 minutes.
Yeah, very much the case, because when you get into that stage, there is more the risk factor of risk versus reward gets multiplied by quite a considerable number, to be honest with you, Andy. So they've really got to make sure that they chance it when the need facilitates. You can't go in there charging like a Brahma bull, hoping that you're going to send it up the inside of a back marker and they're going to give way. If you've got two back markers that are battling between themselves, that's a completely different situation altogether. I have seen it before at other leagues where one driver's battling away with someone for position and has got two back markers and threaded the eye of the needle. So sometimes if you can make that happen and it works, that risk has turned into reward. But there are some times when it goes completely south, and that's what the drivers have got to watch out for now.
Yeah, absolutely, and in a way, it's teams that are having a pretty calm race up to this point that need to be the most careful of that. It's easy to lose concentration when you've got a big lead, for example, as Jordan Sherritt has, 21.1 seconds up the road. So don't lose concentration, especially when you're dealing with lapped cars. Drive-through penalty, by the way, being handed out for car number 54. That is the Slow Racing team, the Bentley Continental, for avoidable contact with car 53, which is the Leipert Esports green machine of Marcus Eichhorn, Timo Berkel and Noah Edder in the Mercedes. So the Mercedes on the receiving end of that contact, and the aggressor being given a penalty. Lucas Kreutzer here carrying a 5-second penalty as well in the number 72 Porsche. That was for the aggressive driving against, ironically, car number 42. So those two cars that tangled earlier on spun the Porsche around. That's what really derailed this number 72 car's race. And then, ironically, they've been given a penalty for making contact with the car that spun them earlier on. I'm sure it wasn't intentional. It's just one of those weird coincidences. But shame for a car that we commented over the opening half an hour, didn't we, on this number 72 car? They were just staying out of trouble, as they always did, and they were picking their way towards the podium.
Oh, Moranti's getting mugged here a little bit by Kreuzer. Well, Kreuzer nearly had the move up the inside, going through the exit of turn number 11 and into mineshaft there. So they've got two cars in front. That's going to get a bit nasty if things get a bit too up close and personal. But the blue flags have to be adhered to by the two in front. But yeah, it's quite funny how I think in some respects, yeah, sometimes with these incidents, yeah, the red mist does come down and you know the adrenaline's coursing through your veins, and you just think, well, I'll just give him a little tap, and then that little tap ends up turning into a penalty, as now Moranti and Kreuzer are trying to make their way through. They get past the Leipert Esports green Mercedes AMG Evo, and now they've got one of the other cars just up ahead, another Bentley. That looks to be the TX3 car. That will be the 133, I believe, which is currently sitting in 35 position. That's got Florian Bonjour behind the wheel. And the 54, yeah, that was the penalty that we were just talking about a moment ago, the drive-through penalty. But at least with Lucas Kreuzer's penalty, the 5 seconds is served before the pit stop happens. So unlike a drive-through, they'll be able to work on this during the pit stop. So at least in some respects, it's a little bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card, whereas the Slow Racing team, the 54 Bentley, can't serve a pit stop whilst having a drive-through.
Yeah, that's why it's the lowest form of penalty you can give someone, basically, for a minor infraction, because I think the way it works is you get your pit stop done and then you sit there for an extra 5 seconds, basically. So you serve it when you're coming anyway. You don't have to serve it within the next 3 laps as you would do with a drive-through. So yeah, it certainly impedes your race significantly less, and if you get that 5-second penalty early in a stint, you've got the whole next hour pretty much to try and overcome that loss of time, and so then when you come out of the pit lane after the pit stop, you don't lose out as much. So for Kreutzer, it's important here that he gets past Morante quickly and then uses that clean air to pull a 5-second gap on him, because if he can do that, he won't lose any places when he does come in to the pit lane. But regardless of that, this is disappointing for the 72 car. They're third in the championship coming into this race, and you know, I'm not giving this championship yet to the RHE esports team, but it certainly looks good for them. And if they can leave Kyalami as the champions, then all of the focus turns to the battle to be best of the rest. And that is a pretty tight battle, isn't it? You've got Yasheet, who are 6 points ahead of this car, the 72 Renvelten esports car. They're actually joint third with the 383 car that runs second in the race at the moment. And they in turn are just 6 points ahead of Yasheet, who are 2 points ahead of GTWR's 457 car. So that is all going to tighten up quite nicely. Important then for the 72 team that they can rebound from this penalty.
Yeah, Franco Alvarez battling away with the 747 MSL OTL Alliance. That was an exit stage left for Franco Alvarez, and that is the first car I've seen in this race that has walloped the sausage curb going through of all corners, turn 15 at Cheetah. That car nearly went flying headfirst into the barriers there, Andy.
Some cars can ride that curb better than others. I know from painful experience the Aston Martin is not one of them. It does not like that big curb on the apex of that corner. So yeah, that's an easy mistake to make. It's the first one we've seen. I would hazard a guess that other people have made that mistake and escaped our attention. 18th place battle now here. 2 cars recovering from earlier incidents. The number 7 car, of course, which is being driven now by Maxime Chassé, was spun at the first corner as part of the melee at the start of the race. The number 5 car recovering from a penalty and from a qualifying ban as well. But the number 5 car of Igor de Rodriguez is in 19th spot. It can see 18th place here. It is nearly 2 laps off the race lead, but within the points, and by the end of the race there may only be 7 or 8 cars on the lead lap, so being off the lead lap at this point isn't necessarily the end of the world, unless of course you're hoping to contend for the race win.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, with still 3 hours and 18 minutes still to go, I don't think the chapter on this season 4 for the Endurance Cup is quite over yet. I mean, yes, it's been a pretty much fault-free drive for RHE Esports and the number 9 Audi, but we all know that motorsport is unpredictable and it can bite back quite hard when you least expect it. And considering the fact that the track temperature has been staying just underneath 40 degrees Celsius, just wondering if, you know, as I said, the physical exertion is going to come through, but then also mistakes being made under duress. But even if you're leading the race, you still have that pressure on you, because you're having everyone's eyes are on you, sort of like saying, don't make a mistake whatever you do. And you've got to have that nice sort of balance between being calm and being on the edge at the same time.
Well, and RHE Esports know that all too well, because if you cast your mind back to the season opener at Spa last year, Nicholas Hoban was leading the race when his pedals disconnected, and it looked like they had the race under control at that point. His pedals disconnected, obviously lost the lead, lost a big chunk of time, and they would not have won that race had it not been for a pretty significant moment in traffic for the 150 Porsche, which had inherited the lead at that point. And it put them in the barriers and damaged their car, and then in the final stint the number 9 car was able to get back ahead of them. So you know, they lost ground through something that was out of their control. They then regained the lead again after someone else had an unfortunate incident. These things can happen, and it's not always when you're racing people for position. It's not always anything to do with racing at all. If you have a technical issue, a hardware failure or something like Nicholas Hoban had back at that first round at Spa, all of a sudden this really good result can be snatched away from you. They've got a 20-second lead. That seems like an absolute age. That is nothing if you have a problem like that. So, or tangle with a back mark, you can get given a penalty for making an aggressive move on a back marker. That could be a 5 or a 10-second penalty, even a stop go. That will ruin your race as well. So even if you've got a big lead, you just can't afford to rest on your laurels.
Yeah, very true. I mean, I'm keeping an eye on Mike Noble's times at the minute. He's running about 1/10 of a second quicker than Jordan Sherritt. And the gap between them is about 20 seconds as things stand, as we're on, I think it's the 96th lap, so we'll have hit over 450 kilometres the minute that we hit a century of laps, which is, you know, probably going to happen within the next 15 or so minutes, as Franco Alvarez again trying to battle away, this time with the 747 Kieran Sharp, so still battling away. They've got Alexander Novikov about 9.3 seconds up the road. But yeah, again, it has been a difficult race for a lot of teams. And on pure pace, this has been one that's slipped under our radar. Maciej Malinowski closing in on the 77 Prime E Racing Aston Martin, being piloted by Nicholas Norhoff, after what was an epic couple of stints from Bastian Richter, who opened things up for the team and also qualified in the car earlier on. But Malinowski looking to put the pressure on Prime E Racing for what is genuinely 4th on the road as they come out of Ingwe.
Yeah, this is significant because Prime E Racing are trying to get themselves into contention, remember, for a top 5 position in the championship by the end of the season. They're going the right way about it right now. Malinowski has even more to gain because they need to do something about that number 9 car at the front of the field. They're inching towards the front, but Malinowski is now the best part of a minute off the race lead. He can't afford to waste any time here behind Naroth in the number 77. Now the Porsche, being rear engine, has good traction off the tight corners. You can see that Aston Martin understeer starting to creep in there. Naroth running wide as he came out of the left-hander at Barbecue, and then makes his way through the right-hander at Sunset. The left-hander at Clubhouse is a possible overtaking opportunity, and he goes for it. Brilliant move by Maciej Malinowski. That was the move of the day from a decent distance back as well. And that's not where you're used to seeing the Porsche making overtakes. It's normally the traction off the corners that gives it the run down the next straight, but that was all done under braking, and that was the move of a driver who has not given up this championship just yet.
No, and also North, already got gapped by about 3 to 4 car lengths the minute that Malinowski had put the move through. So absolutely storming job from the 150. Malinowski really putting a marker down, and I think that RHE Esports will have seen that move and gone, right guys, let's just get this car to where we need it to be at the end of this race. And I'm really interested to find out what the current updated standings, and also one of the newest signings has just jumped into the chat, I think. Luke Whitehead is saying, come on RHG and GTWR. And at the moment, it's a pretty good showing from the RHG and GTWR massive. But, Yaz Heat bringing the fire here at Kyalami. And, Malinowski has been on an absolute tear. Malinowski was running in the 141s, and, the good thing is that this now he's got clear air, and Simonini is 23.5 seconds up the road. The biggest. Oh no! Malinowski's just lost it.
I do not believe that.
Back end stepped out, and that was coming through Sunset Corner. Oh, I do not believe what I've just seen. They've
been struggling with that car all season though. That snappy oversteer. Remember I said earlier on, they have to have the car set up in an oversteery fashion to compensate for the long run understeer they've been suffering from. And it just caught them out, although we're quite deep into this run. They were due a pit stop any moment, weren't they? Because they've been pitting earlier than everyone else, having made that early first stop of the day. So they were actually quite light on fuel, and it's just all gone wrong. Now, car 11, Vipperman Racing there, being given a drive-through penalty as well for contact with car 63, we say, just as they make a peach of a move up the inside of Mazzetti in the 164. So that puts them 8th, but they've got a drive-through to serve, which they'll have to do before their next round of pit stops. In fact, they have to do it within the next 3 laps of the race. Well, I was about to say, Alex, that your wish is my command, because as you'd asked for the updated point standings, I've been working them out, but of course the off for Malinowski does rather change things, so hang fire, I'll get back to you on that in a moment.
Yeah, I think that's one hand on the trophy. So this is the standings before what happened. So RHG Esports had a 60-point lead over CDA, DAL, ACR. Yaz Heat, Richard Mill was on 122 points. GTWR, RHG Academy Black on 110, and Prime E Racing in the 77 up to 5th position. and now that's dropped. That's dropped the 150's now dropped to 6th position after what could have been. I think if that back end had stepped out on that car going through Sunset Corner, I think Malinowski would have started eating into that gap between himself and Giorgio Simonini in the 457, Andy.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I think had they made that move stick, well, it's certainly taken them further away from second place, but I think it cost them second place in the points. On updated points, I've got them 8 points now, adrift of the CDA, DAL, ACR, Aston Martin, the 383 car, so they would now move up into the runners-up position in the championship, but 2nd through to 6th in the points would be covered by just 36 points, so that would give you quite the scrap for the rest of those top 5 positions in the championship. Remember, if you finish in the top 5 positions in the points at the end of the year, at the end of the season I should say, then you are included in that prize pool. You get prize money, a diminishing amount based on how far up or down that order you finish, but yeah, getting into the top 5 is the target for a lot of those teams that are in the top 10 at the moment in the point standings. But yeah, just to confirm, as it is now, RHG Sports would be doing more than enough. They would leave Kyalami as it stands 60 points clear of that 383 car. Even if the 383 could get ahead of them, it wouldn't actually change things, so they can afford to finish 2nd to the 383, and even that at the moment doesn't look that likely. Although having said that, Mike Noble has taken a couple of seconds out of Jordan Sherritt since I last checked.
Well, also there is a poll that is currently underway in the YouTube chat, basically asking a dominant performance by the number 9 in the first half of the race. Can they win the race and series today? With 16 votes, currently 88%, they say yes. So some people think no, and I have to sort of side with them a little bit. The people, the smaller majority, is the fact that we have 3 hours and 8 minutes still to go. We've hit over 450 kilometres completed in this race so far. Will Dendy's just been noticing about the eyebrows on the Pole SimSport, saying that it's the angry old man look on the front bumper of it. Random observation there, Mr. Dendy, I might add. Just wait until you get yourself into behind the wheel of the 22 Audi Fazancho SimSport. But yeah, I think there's still more to come. This race isn't over by a long shot, and it's only until we get the checkered flag in just over 3 hours' time, Andy, then we'll be able to sort of like look back on what's happened today a bit more in detail.
I now can't not see the eyebrows on the front of this Aston Martin, so thank you for that, Will. Yeah, absolutely. We've done 100 laps so far. That means we're going to have over 100 laps still to go. You're asking a lot to get every single one of those leaders through the next 100 plus laps without something going awry. So the chances of it happening to at least one of our leading contenders, you'd have to say, is pretty substantial. We're ticking then towards the halfway mark of this penultimate round of the championship. Jordan Sherritt, in his 2nd stint of the race for RHG Sports, leads the way, but by a diminishing margin. 18.3 seconds now back to Mike Noble in 2nd place. That gap was up towards 21 seconds about 20 minutes ago. So again, the Aston Martin weirdly seems to have the better long run pace. I say weirdly because that's just not what even the drivers of the Aston Martins were predicting before the race, but I think it was Tobias Schur, wasn't it, said that the Audis weren't looking that great on race pace either. It is very much the Audi and Aston Martin show though, isn't it? 3 Audis and 2 Aston Martins inside the top 5, then the Porsche of Malinowski, who is still only 2.5 seconds behind Thibaut Prost. So all is not lost for the Yas Heat team as far as a podium finish goes, but yeah, they're now over a minute off the race lead, so it would take, quite frankly, an act of God now to bring them back into contention for the race victory and therefore the championship.
Yeah. You know, when you think about it. Oh, right, Malinowski's just pitted. So I'm wondering, are they... Because I'm just thinking, Jardier's been in the car. Boothby's been in the car. They've all done one stint each, haven't they?
Yes, I believe you're right. It was Boothby that started, wasn't it? Handed over to Malinowski. And yeah, so yeah, that's right. So they go. Sorry, handed over to not Malinowski, handed over to Honzik, then Malinowski. So yeah, I wonder what they'll do now. The early pit stop we did expect, though, didn't we? They've been pitting out of sync with everyone else anyway after making a really early first stop. So remember the first time they did that, they really benefited from the undercut, didn't they? They could do with benefiting again, couldn't they?
Yeah, definitely, and that seemed to work because Jardier picked up the pace, and you know, in many respects, it was more a case of sort of like seeing how the lie of the land was. And right, Jardier's getting in the car, so Malinowski's handed over to Jardier. So I think it's a bit of an interesting strategy call. You know, we've seen drivers do double stints, but then we've seen teams like Yazhi, RM SimGrid go in and go with, right, okay, we're going to keep people as fresh as humanly possible. And sometimes actually that can be a better alternative than sticking a driver in for 2 respective stints, because you want to have, you know, a driver that's going to be quick at certain points of it. So maybe to get Jardier in there early, because he was absolutely scything his way through the field, was the Czech driver, and we could see that repeat occurrence happen again.
Yeah, they may also be hampered slightly by this FPS issue that George Boothby was having in qualifying. Remember, if they're not convinced he's got a handle on that yet, they won't want to throw him in at a pivotal moment of the race like this. So maybe give him a stint where they're not sort of fighting tooth or nail to get back into contention, although I suspect that's going to be the way the rest of their race will look anyway. But yeah, you're right, the 383 car double stinted Jan Willem van Ommen, didn't they, at the start of the race? Now, I'm not convinced that worked. His pace in the second stint was not as strong as it had been in the first hour. So I think if you're at Paul Ricard or something, or even a Spa, then yeah, double stint drivers, it's not too bad. Yeah, that's what Jack McIntyre was saying earlier on, wasn't it? You get a bit of a chance to rest and relax a bit at those tracks. You just don't have that luxury here, so you've got to try and keep your drivers as fresh as possible. Lucas Kreutzer here is trying to get 11th place away from Morante, and they've both caught Carlo Barberi, haven't they? So this is 3 cars fighting for position. The blue and green Bentley at the back of the pack is not on the same lap as these 3. Thibaut Probst, you can see, is pitted. He's come out in 13th place, so he's actually the next car behind this group the moment, and that, I think, is an earlier pit stop than that team have been making, so they may have been struggling for tyres as well.
Yeah, it's always about how the car reacts in terms of the setup, and also tyre pressures, camber, toe in, toe out. There's so many different factors that the drivers have to put in to make it comfortable for all 3 drivers, because you're having, you know, if it was like a sprint race, one person, that person will go aggressive. But when it's an endurance race, you want to have that nice little balance between the drivers' respective individual styles and complement them all, so at least that no one has any qualms or any complaints, and if there's any tweaks that need to be made, they can sort of like discuss it and go, right, what works better for you, this works better for me, and have that nice sort of equilibrium across the board, so at least everyone's happy with the team that and with the car, that when it's at its optimum, they can really ring it by the scruff of the neck and pull it kicking and screaming around the circuit.
Yeah, exactly. And Kreutzer in, so this is for their 3rd pit stop with just less than 3 minutes and 2 seconds left for the 72 car. But remember, they have a 5-second penalty to serve here as well, so this is going to drop them down a little bit. I didn't notice actually whether they'd pulled a 5-second gap on the cars behind them or not. Notice Alexander Novikov as well. He's inching back towards the points, isn't he? The number 42 car, you can find him because he's still got that purple number next to his name. That car's still the car that set the fastest lap of the race, so they're on for 2 points anyway. They'd like to score a few more than that if they can, as we now start to move into our 3rd round of pit stops, ticking towards the halfway point of the race. Lead gap still hovering in the 18-second bracket, so there's a couple of laps where Mike Noble was gaining on Jordan Sherritt. Didn't last all that long, did they? Noble still 2nd, Simonini 3rd, Naroff 4th, Del Torre is in 5th, and this is the 6th place battle with Milos Stamenkovic, ahead of the 52 Aston Martin and the number 11 Bentley. So 3 different cars, all fighting for position here as they head towards the mine shaft.
Yeah, indeed. It's just one of those things where some of these cars are really, really putting in a good performance, and to see the likes of Stamankovic, McIntyre and Dendy's yet to get behind the wheel of the Audi at the moment in the 22, but them to be down where they are, and it's a car that they've all had to learn, is lying astern between the two behind Zeitz and Hortas, the 52 Pole SimSport Aston Martin and the number 11 Vipperman Racing Bentley, hard on the anchors, and they must have been on the limit of getting down to 50 kph to get into the pit lane, because now officially, Andy, we're halfway. So halfway through the race, and the Battles still managed to keep themselves going through on this fourth round, the penultimate round of the season itself here on the SimGrid. So what we're going to do is we see Maxime Chassé with the number 7 Lexus Virtual Drivers by TX3 on your screens behind Medversek and the number 17 Slow Racing Porsche. We're going to go to a brief commercial break. Hold on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen. Round 4 of Season 4 of the Endurance Cup here on the SimGrid is not over and done with quite yet. We'll be back with you in just a couple of moments' time.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed those few minutes of calm. The drivers on track haven't had the same luxury. As you can see, the on-track action is just as intense as it's been since the drop of the green flag 3 hours and 10 minutes ago. Side-by-side action here, heading down through the mine shaft. This is all happening just outside of the top 15. In fact, that is a change for 15th place, with the 56 car of Danila Sherepinin gaining a position. Andy McEwan and Alex Goldschmidt here talking you through all of the action in round number 4 of season 4 for the SimGrid Endurance Cup, the penultimate round of the championship. Looking good at the moment for RHG Esports. The number 9 car, piloted by Jordan Sherratt, is probably only a few minutes away from making its third pit stop of the day, but they've got a race lead of 18.5 seconds over the car that is now their nearest championship rival, the 383 car. If you're just joining us, well, where have you been? Quite frankly, I'd love to tell you everything that's happened over the last 3 hours, but Alex, that would take me another 3 hours, I think, to go through. It's been manic.
I think we've got lists as long as both our forearms at the moment now, Andy, because the amount of trials and tribulations we've had for round 4. I said about Chinese fireworks. I think we've probably exhausted the load of Chinese fireworks that I figuratively brought to this SimGrid broadcast, and it's probably been tripled at this particular moment in time, and don't expect those fireworks to die down over the next 2 hours and 50 minutes by any stretch of the imagination.
No, definitely not, because whilst some of the gaps at the front of the field are fairly static, they're not massive gaps, and so the slightest little fumble by anybody could definitely see things change. And we're also seeing some interesting strategy here. People pitting, generally speaking, a little bit earlier than they normally would. They're suffering a little bit, I think, with tyre wear. The track temperature is just starting to creep down, though. You can see that it is 20 minutes past 3 sim time. The track temperature down to 37 degrees, which is not cold by any stretch, but it's 2 degrees cooler than it was at the start of the race. So that will maybe just help them, particularly, I think, with those rear tyres. These tight corners, they're spinning up the rear wheels a little bit and being forced, for a few of them at least, to make pit stops earlier than they normally would. We are right in the midst now of this third round of pit stops, so the order a little bit jumbled up. This, though, is the battle for 18th place, and Lucas Kreutzer, Alex, bouncing back, or trying to at least, from this penalty. This isn't the day, though, that this team wanted, or quite frankly needed to have for their championship hopes.
Neither did the 42 crew at Simrare Pro by VDES, as Kreutzer up the inside of Vidimari, going through, and it's side by side through to the Juxke sweep. A little bit of wheel arch banging, but Lucas Kreutzer looking for the inside through into turn 5 at Barbecue, mounts the apex and the curbing, gets through and takes the position now, gets the inside run going into Sunset. In the meantime, the number 42 crew, as I was just alluding to, for the last 2 laps, Alexander Novikov has set the timesheets purple on lap number 108 that they had completed. It was 1 minute 40.362. Alexander Novikov has now just put in a 1 minute 40.245. That's about half a second, close to half a second, off the pole position time set by the 457 crew in qualifying earlier on today.
Yeah, not bad, is it, for this deep into the race? And track rubbering up, of course, and it's still reading as being in the optimum range. But yeah, with all of this traffic and you're this deep into the race, to be carrying that sort of pace is massively, massively impressive. I mean, the race leaders, we're seeing very few 1 minute 41 lap times. The 457 car just did a 141, but that's because they've just pitted Andrea Cappucci back into the third placed Audi, so they're on fresh tyres. That's why they've got some decent speed. They and the 77 car have both made their third pit stop of the day. About 11 seconds separating those two. The 77 car not quite back onto terms with 457 at this point of the race. Lucas Kreutzer, though, is into 16th place now and has got a bit of clean air ahead of him before he catches Cardinal in the 63 Lamborghini, which again has been at the centre of quite a bit of activity over the course of this race. Race leaders then, we expect in, well, when did they make their last pit stops? With about 3 hours and 52 minutes or so. So yeah, any time now, actually, we should start to see the leading cars coming in. We typically see the 383 car come in a lap before the number 9 as well. So even there, the 9 Audi, it's leading the race, it's clearly got good speed, and it's managing to extract the maximum amount of track time out of a set of tyres.
Yeah, the I think one of the interesting things is, I mean, I've been having a look at the timing, the live timing on pitwall.live, that all bar all the teams up to 4th position, which includes the number 77 Prime E racing car, are now a lap down off of the leading vehicle, which is now on its 114th lap of this 4.529 kilometre circuit. Honzik is closing in on Herbignon in the 23 car, and Honzik is running pretty quickly as well, along with Leon Ottoki, both drivers. Ottoki currently in 19th position in the 33 car. Both drivers are running in the 1 minute 41.4s. Ottoki's just set a personal best. And Will Dendy now has finally, after the last pit stop with Stamenkovic jumping out of the Sancho Simsport Audi R8, Will Dendy now gets behind the wheel of the 22 to take up his first stint of this 6-hour endurance race here at Kyalami. So even with the track temperature slightly dropping by a couple of degrees, the amount of pickup on the circuit is really helping some drivers really push the envelope, and when they're getting into those lower fuel territories, that's when they're really finding the lap times, aren't they, Andy?
Yeah, well, it's both at the very end of a stint and at the very start of a stint when you tend to see the quickest lap times. At the start, you're on fresh tyres, but you've got a heavy fuel load. At the end, you're on old tyres, but you've got a light fuel load. So, you mentioned the 150 car there, which is now being driven by Jaroslav Honzik again. He is currently 3/4 of a second a lap quicker than the race leaders, because his tyres have done about 60 minutes less running than the leaders' tyres have. And the leader, by the way, is in the pit lane. Indeed, a lap the 383, so as it was last time around as well. So the 383 pitting a lap before the number 9, the 9 car coming in with about 2 hours and 45 minutes to go. So that is a decent length. That's right up to the 65-minute maximum driver window as well, driver stint limit. So really extracting the maximum from that they can. But those lap times really do demonstrate the importance of fresh tyres. Honzik 3/4 of a second a lap quicker than the race leaders, but now the leaders are in, that should start to balance back out again. It's going to be interesting though, isn't it, to see where Honzik is once everyone else has made their stops. He's 7.7 seconds behind the 23 car at the moment, but about 14 seconds behind the 32, and that's the car they were battling with before they had their second off of the race.
Yeah, and also looks like Jordan Sherritt has relinquished command of the number 9 car over to Niklas Huben for the second time this race. So looks like, Dennis Schoeninger has yet to get in the vehicle, so I would imagine they're probably going to double stint Dennis at the end of the race, because he'll be firing on all 8 cylinders of the 4 rings thereof, virtually speaking, in the number 9 car. Until the end of the race. So if Nico Huben puts in a good stint, maybe say over the next maybe 50 to 60 minutes, they put in Dennis Schoeninger for a double stack, a double stint. Schoeninger could help to bring that car home, and Mike Noble in the meantime has been again dropping into the low 1 minute 41.2s. 3/10 quicker than Andrea Capoccia, who's back behind the wheel of the 457, following on from Giorgio Simonini. The pace that 2nd and 3rd are showing at the moment, Capoccia could start, isn't closing in on Noble. The Aston looks to be a little bit quicker around here, so Noble seems to have a real good handle of the Aston Martin V8 Vantage around this tight, twisty technical circuit here at Kyalami, Andy.
Yeah, the gap between 9 and 383 before the pit stops was about 18.5 seconds, and it's now down to, I think, under 17. We'll get a read of it when they come across the start-finish line momentarily. You can see on the circuit tracker, number 9 with the triangle marker is up through the first sector, but 383 is just crossing the line now. It's back up to 18.1 as Hoban starts to get into the groove. Interesting strategy calls here from those two there. They're both going about it very different ways, aren't they? The 9 car at the moment, as you say, is changing drivers every time. It was Sherritt who started, then he handed over to Hoban, then Sherritt took over again, and then Hoban took over once more for this stint, whereas the 383 is double stinting every time. So we saw Jan Willem van Ommen did both of the first stints. They've kept Mike Noble in now, which means that Darren King, who we know is quick, will do the final 2 stints as well. But that's also, as you documented, what number 9 are going to do. So Interesting that the number 19 would single stint everybody apart from Dennis Schoeniger, so it could be something as simple as Schoeniger couldn't be here for the start of the race. I mean, that's something that in sim racing can occasionally happen if he's got a prior commitment somewhere. It could just be that they're confident enough in his long run ability that he can handle the double stint maybe better than the other drivers.
In terms of a consistency package, yeah, I very much agree there. Lucas Kreuzer now closing in on the back bumper of the Audi of Sancho Simsport's Will Denty, the old customary mental psych-out trick of flashing the headlights at the Audi, which spits flames from the twin tailpipes just underneath the that massive rear wing on that GT3 car as they make their way through Cheetah. And funnily enough, 2 cars under the Volkswagen Group brand, and both competing. And what a run out of the final corner at Ingwe from Lucas Kreuzer. So Will Dendy is now coming under a bit of fire from the Porsche. The Audi seems to be stretching the legs when you look at it from this perspective. It's a turbocharged Boxer engine, the back end of that Porsche, and it's a 5.2 litre V10 naturally aspirated car in that Audi. So 2 different powertrain derivatives from the same sort of like global umbrella corporation of the Volkswagen Group, but going hammer and tongs, tooth and nail round here at Kyalami. It's really good that you've got brands like Porsche and Audi represented in GT3 machinery, and both have been successful marks over the course of the last 10 or so years, Andy.
Yeah, and that's the joy of GT3 racing, isn't it? Both in the sim world and the real world. It's the variety of car you've got. Cars that... Oh, that's a bit of a dive from Alberto Garcia. It almost ends in contact against Manos Giradis. These are 2 drivers, both in their second stint in succession, and both drivers that have had penalties earlier on and are trying to recover from it. 21st for Giradis, 22nd Garcia. The last 2 drivers, last 2 cars in the points at the moment. And they've just been lapped, look, by the 3rd place car, I think that is, of Andrea Cappuccia. But yeah, these cars in road trim would not be anything like the same speed. A Bentley would not be running the same speed around a lap as a Lamborghini Huracan would, and yet that's the joy of the BOP once they're homologated into GT3 regulations, and then the BOP is added. The performance is so equal, and racing drivers, again, be they real world or sim racing drivers, they hate BOP because they always feel that it's slowing their car down somewhere, but there is a reason it's there, and it's because it gives us this sort of close competition. This is 2 cars the same racing each other, but we've seen multiple occasions today, haven't we, Alex, where cars that are designed wildly differently are capable of running near identical lap times.
That's the beauty of balance of performance. I mean, I still remember and you oh my goodness me! I just heard that the 42 has now decided to officially retire on this point. So no points, I'm afraid, for the 42 Bentley, the Simware Pro by VDS trio of Alexander Novikov, Kirill Sadirov, and unfortunately that means that Mikhail Baikov does not get a run in the car today.
And that is a shame because, of course, he's done nothing wrong. He's not even been in the car yet. But, yeah, as I said earlier on, they had nothing else to gain from this race, really. They weren't going to score points. The only thing they were ever going to do is annoy someone else out there if they were to get involved in another accident. Not that they would have necessarily been involved in another accident, but had it happened, it wouldn't have looked good, would it? So, sensible decision, I suppose, and they can go and reassess what's happened, take a deep breath, and hopefully come back at Bathurst. There's no doubt about the driving ability in that car, and they were quick. We said right from the start, didn't we, that if they hadn't been involved in so many incidents, they'd have been up there fighting for the win. They had that pace in the opening stint. They just need to make sure they don't end up getting involved in so much contact next time out at Mount Panorama, which is, Alex, a circuit that will suit the Bentley.
Yes, it will indeed. And to be honest with you, that's going to be a car that's going to be a Leviathan around there on that circuit. 6.2 kilometres, plenty of elevation changes, just like we've had here at Kyalami. 3 kilometres of that is going to be pure on pedal to the metal at full throttle, down Mountain Straight, and then also down Conrod Straight, heading into the cutting, heading into the chase. That's going to be a a free-for-all there, and I'm looking forward to keeping an eye on all that action and see what happens at the end of that 6 hours. And I've commentated on quite a few races at Bathurst, and Bathurst, in comparison with Kyalami, we thought that Kyalami is quite close in terms of the walls to the track proximity. Bathurst is on the extreme, let's say.
And it's not a slow circuit either, is it? So if you get it wrong, which you're likely to do, you're going to hit a concrete wall, and yeah, that's going to ruin your day. Even if you can get away with not suffering terminal damage, you're certainly going to lose a lot of performance. So, and the first lap of the race in particular, so easy to get caught up in something, and that I think is why the RHE Esports team are going to be doubly happy with how things are going. I mean, it's really been so far the perfect race for them. If they can wrap up the championship here today, it means they can go to Bathurst, which is a bit of a wild card track. You know, it's one of those circuits where anything can happen, because, you know, if you think it's difficult to negotiate back markers around here, imagine catching a group of them that are falling over each other at the top of the mountain. It's so easy to trip over them and end up in the wall and end up not scoring good points. If they can go there and not have to worry about the points, that's going to be a huge weight off their mind.
Yeah, because the pressure will be off, as we now see Mike Noble get through on Lucas Kreuzer and puts another lap down on the number 72. And now we're seeing the back marker traffic situation in full effect now, with how Mike Noble is just trying to close in. And what's even more interesting, sometimes the back marker traffic can actually be quite a bit of a help, Andy, because I've just noticed that Mike Noble's previous lap time, get this, 0.2 of a second quicker than Niklas Huben, and that gap now has gone down to 18.9 seconds. We're about to complete 120 laps. I don't think, as now, right, okay, that's the move that I think he wanted to do quickly, and Mike Huben has got past Will Dendy, and Kreuzer into the side of Dendy and spins it 180. Coming through Lloyd Kopp and brings out the yellow flags. Renvelton Esports race. It was bad enough with what happened earlier with the 42, and that's another twist in the tail. Yeah, that was... Yeah, I've got nothing else to say really on that front.
I just worked out the points again. Every time I work out the points, one of our top 10 teams has a moment, and it's just happened again. They dropped down to 22nd place.
Not calculating the points then.
That's what it is, isn't it? I'm trying to be ahead of the game here with
I know.
standings, and it's not worth it, because things are changing far too quickly for us to keep up with here at Kyalami. So yes, Lucas Kreuzer, 22nd place now then. It does benefit the likes of the 34 TF Racing car, which are also in that fight for a top 5 championship position. Does not help the Renvelton Esports team, who will be wishing that Kyalami had not been on this calendar, I think.
Yeah, they'll be licking their wounds for quite a bit of time, and they'll be going like, oh, thank God that one's over and done with. It was all looking so good before it all went south rather quickly. But still, there's just over 2.5 hours to go, Andy. I would say that there's still an opportunity for the 72 from Renvelton to climb a few more places up the order, but I think that was just an unfortunate incident there.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of contact at that corner. It's easy to do. If you're at the inside of someone and they don't quite realise you're there, then they will turn into you. And because it's a rear-engined car, any contact at the front of it is going to send it around. You know, it is that Porsche pendulum, isn't it? And if you suddenly put weight on the nose, which happens when you drive into somebody, then around you're likely to go. So the good news for Kreuzer is he's got a good group of cars not that far ahead of him. He's obviously got Gerardis and Garcia just up the road. You can see them, the two Bentleys, but they're only a couple of seconds behind the Maxime Chassé and James de Havilland battle for 18th and 19th positions, and then they're 2.5 seconds behind Leon Ottoki. So he's probably only about 15 seconds or so away from the top dozen in the race. So they should be able to hopefully pick their way up towards the top 10 again by the end, which I guess really is as good as things were ever likely to get for this team after their issues within the first hour. So 2.5 hours to go. Important not to get too demoralised right now. That is a lot of time left to gain a few more positions.
Yeah, and Kreuzer on the fringes of the points, actually, as you said earlier on, the top 22 scoring points. Daniel Jim that was one of the Bentleys trying to get out of the way, so Daniel Jim battling away with Jonathan Seville as there's an Aston Martin I've just spotted trying to get past one of the Bentleys just behind. Or was that? No, that was an Audi. My apologies there. But right. Oh dearie me.
I'm glad the viewers at home can't hear the abuse that I'm getting from.
Yeah, I could feel your ears burning from here. But I think I understand that we've got some new updated standings in the current
yes.
current championship in the current championship side of things here on the Endurance Cup Season 4. Don't forget, if you haven't already, give us a like, give us a subscribe. If you haven't already, you can follow us on the relevant social media channels, Facebook, Twitter, and also Instagram. We can't do this without the thanks of our main partners, Coach David Kyalami and Thrustmaster these days. Without their assistance, we wouldn't be where we are now. Also, the poll has been completed on the dominant performance of number 9 in the first half of the races. The updated standings are now on your screen. 84% have said that they'll win the race and win the series. They're 60 points in the lead with 2.5 hours to go of this penultimate round of the season. Yazid Richard Mille, the 150 car, currently piloted by Yaroslav Honzik in 7th position, now up into P3. GTWR RHE Academy Black in 4th, and Prime E-Racing in the number 77 rounds out the top 5, and that is 96 points from 1st to 5th, I think.
Yes, that's what I've got on my point spreadsheet as well. Thank you, Michael Hamlet, for confirming what I was in the process of working out. The interesting thing here then, if we sort of accept that RHE Esports may well be on course for the championship, I have to say the 15% of voters who don't think they're going to win this race are watching a different motor race to the one I am. I really don't see that they've just been so faultless in their performance so far. If they do lose it, I don't think it's going to be through something that they do. They just haven't shown any hint, really, of making a mistake up to this point. But it is that fight for second place, isn't it? 36 points would separate second through to 5th place in the championship. And in the fight to get into the top 5 places, I think we're going to be looking at well in excess of 10 teams that could mathematically still do that going into the final round at Mount Panorama. Remember, that top 5 is significant because you have to finish in the top 5 to earn yourself some nice prize money. Only the top 5 finishing teams get a share of that prize pool, so important that you are able to do that. That, I think, is the race leader, isn't it? We probably should check in with the race leader, Nicholas Huben, because we really haven't seen much of him. This number 9 car has just been so far up the road all race long, really, that they haven't had a huge amount of TV time. But there they are, the RHE Academy, or RHE Esports team, I should say. The gap officially at the end of the 122nd lap is 17.8 seconds. And Alex, for the last 2 hours, I think, every time I glance at that timing monitor, the gap is never less than 17 seconds. It's never more than 19 seconds. It is just hovering at that margin. I think they're running to a pace that they have to run at. They're going no harder than they need to, and that is exactly the right thing to do.
Yeah, and now it's down to Mike Noble and the team at the 383. So Darren King being the driver that will be next in the car. You know, Noble's pushing that car, and he's 0.3 of a second quicker. Was 17.8 seconds. It's now dropped to 17.6 as Mike Noble crossed the last timing beam. With each of the circuits having 3 sectors, first, second, and third sectors. And in all honesty, Mike Noble over all 3 sectors last time around on the previous lap, where they completed 123 laps, as Huben's about to complete lap 124. Noble was quicker in every single sector. The most significant was the second and third ones, because it was about 0.18 of a second that Noble took out of Huben. And Noble, again, I'm just keeping an eye on what his intermediate time is going to be on the next time. So when Mike Noble crosses the start-finish line, Andy, I'm wondering if that is going to dip below 17 seconds for the first time in a very, very long time, because Huben and Sherritt, yeah, is 17.6 seconds. So the Audi, I did say the balance of the Audi could help around this circuit, and with the pace that Huben and Jordan Sherritt have run to so far, the proof is in the pudding, as they say.
I mean, you just look at the body language of the car there as it comes through Sunset. It is absolutely planted to the road. There isn't a hint of oversteer on the way in or out of the corner. They're hooking up the apexes. They're using just the right amount of curb, but not too much. And you do have to use the curbs around here at some points just to absolutely maximise the lap time. You can see they're right up over the edge of the curb, but not an inch too wide. So they're not running on the grass, they're not running the risk of spinning or getting a track limits penalty. And this is the luxury you have when you're 17.6 seconds up the road. It could have been a very different race, though. I will say, as much as they've driven standingly well, the fact that that 383 car got delayed so badly in the first hour by being involved in the train of cars that were fighting over second place, multiple collisions, lots of side-by-side racing, it was costing them at times a second and a half a lap to the race leader. If they hadn't lost that time, I do wonder whether the 383 might just have had the pace to really take the fight to the number 9 car, but as it is, we may never find out, because the 383 car now, as we're seeing, can match the leader's pace but can't really do anything to close the gap.
No, not at all, and we're coming back to this battle. Alberto Garcia has finally got past Manos Gerardis, and de Havilland in the 349. That is the VRM Racing. He's partnered with Jordan Burrows and Felipe Moreira. They have managed to make a bit of a recovery up to 21st position, and there's Lucas Kreuzer menacing in the background on the Lexus, the 349. But on that particular occasion, de Havilland now has the does not have the advantage, because Lucas Kreuzer has actually got an Aston Martin right up his back bumper. Could be a lap vehicle, but yeah, I think Kreuzer went into there a bit too brazenly into Ingwe, and that allowed de Havilland to get to stay ahead, and is now about 8 to 9 tenths up the road. But great work by Garcia to try and get away from Gerardis, and now is closing in on Will Dendy, going through to the right-hander at Sunset at turn 6.
And this is the problem that so many drivers have faced here today. You may be quicker than the group of cars ahead of you, but finding a way past isn't easy. Alberto Garcia at the inside of Will Dendy, and good driving that from both of them. Good move by Garcia, a bold move, but also good driving by Dendy to see him coming. He could so easily have turned into him there, as so many others have done previously in the race. When someone's up the inside, though, at that corner, and they are that committed to the move, there's no point trying to block it. They're just going to end up driving straight through you. And now Dendy's under pressure from the other Bentley of Manos Gerardis, who also slides up the inside. Ever since these two Bentleys had their penalties earlier on, they have been moving through the pack simultaneously, haven't they? One of them gains a place and the other follows through straight after. There's a bit of distance between them now, but I don't think it'll be long before Gerardis is right back on the tail of Garcia. They run with different teams. I know they're both Bentleys, but they're different teams, but almost operating as teammates out there at the moment, aren't they? They're not racing each other, just following each other through the pack.
I think it's, Gerardis was a little bit wide there going through the exit of Cheetah. Hopefully he didn't wall up the curves there, and that nearly allowed Will Dendy to go up the inside, possibly through Ingwe, and Dendy's gotten into the toe, and they've got de Havilland just behind, so the Lexus now coming on strong and closing in on the 22 from Sancho Simsport, now on board with Florian Mark from Vipperman Racing, who has got Jonathan Seville and Daniel Jim just up ahead, and that's the battle for 9th, 10th and 11th position at the moment, as this gaggle making their way through Barbecue, having just negotiated their way through the Jux K sweep. Will Dendy in between a Bentley and a Lexus, and he's currently rounding out the top 20. The car has been, the 22 Sancho Simsport car has been as high as 6th position earlier on in the race, courtesy of Milos Stavenkovic. A good bit of running from Jack McIntyre to get the car into the top 10. And Kieran Vidago's cheering Mr. Dendy on as well, I see. Good to see him getting involved at the moment. So Mav Gardner saying, how is the 747 MSL OTL Alliance car getting on? Well, Mav, at the moment, John Atkinson is behind the wheel, currently sitting in 20th position.
Yeah, so not in the points at the moment, but others could still walk into trouble ahead of them, and that could allow them to gain a few positions. This queue of cars, then, that Will Dendy is a part of, I was about to say it's kind of the fight for 18th place, but he's definitely losing pace to the Bentleys ahead. So James de Havilland looking to try and move past him, then Lucas Kreuzer in 22nd as well, so 20th, 1st and 22nd here. through the left-hander at Ingwe and out onto the pit straight they go. Then Will Dendy looking to move, looking to try and pull clear, I should say, of de Havilland if at all possible. The rapid pace of Alberto Garcia, though, is on show. He's already less than a second behind Maxime Chassé, so the Bentley that first made a move past this blue Audi a few laps ago is probably not that far away from making another overtake in the very near future. So up through the first sector they go then. You can see just how tight and technical this is. Another car up the road just dipping a wheel onto the grass there. And as they rush towards the right-hander at Sunset, the Audi, this is really where it comes into its own. It's got such good balance through these high-speed corners. The change of direction really is where the Audi always seems to be so strong. There are other cars that change direction well, the Lamborghini for example, but it's sometimes a bit twitchier than the Audi, in my experience at least. Will Dendy, as good as this car is handling, just not able to live with the performance of the cars just up the road. Notice another entertaining battle that's in the offing maybe is for 9th position. The 171 car is holding that at the moment, Daniel Jim, but he's got Jonathan Seville right behind him. He's just overtaken Seville actually, and Florian Marc is with them too. Those three circulating within a second of each other. So Jim moving the 171 Bentley into 9th place, but Florian Marc looking to bring his Bentley through as well, as there goes Lucas Kreutzer looking to the inside of James de Havilland. Couldn't quite do it though, as they went into the Crocodiles. So they make their way up through Cheetah again. Goes to show though the competitive nature of this championship, even getting on for 4 hours into the race now. Plenty of on-track battles, and it's been, again, touch wood, fairly clean over the last little period of time as well. How far away are we from the next round of pit stops? As here we see 15th place. This is Leonard Tocchi, right on the tail of Daniele Vidimari in the number 35 Bentley. Tocchi, of course, the Retronic E-Racing with Unicorns of Love car. They did have a penalty a little bit earlier on, didn't they? The 33 car. Trying to cast my mind back now to remember what that penalty was for, but they did have some contact. Oh yes, it was contact with the number 11 car, wasn't it? They were given a drive-through penalty. Ironically, the number 11 car is not that much further up the road from them at the moment. Here is Shirepanin, who is occupying 12th place right now. SMP Racing esports team, and Shirepanin holding on, but that Lamborghini behind of Cardinal has been getting closer and closer to the top 10 actually over the last hour or so. He's being overtaken there by, I think, that is Mike Noble, the second placed Aston Martin. He puts a lap on these cars, and the lapped cars do have a obligation to get out of the way where they can, but of course when they're having their own battle out on track, that's not always the easiest thing to do. And this is indeed a battle, and this is one of the big worries and concerns for lead lap cars. You can get towards the end of the race and you catch a group of back markers who are having, in their opinion, is a very important battle for 15th place or something, and you know, points on the line, and they're not necessarily all that ready to get out of your way. But Mike Noble has safely negotiated the Lamborghini, now comes up against the Aston Martin of Danila Shirepanin, who is a little bit wide of the apex there through turn number 5. Barbecue wondered if he maybe was going to pull aside on the way in towards Sunset, but elected not to do that. Has a bit of a twitch mid-corner, and you really get to see the nervy moments here that the lead lap cars have to deal with in traffic. You're coming up against people that you've not raced so far in this event. To the inside into the S's. Yeah, thankfully Shirepanin saw him coming. That really did require a little bit of cooperation there from the car that was being lapped, and now Shirepanin needs to just back off for a second. Oh, but he can't afford to, because on the inside goes Cardinal. That was a lovely move there, and Cardinal read that situation well, because Shirepanin had to go into Loikop a little bit more easily than he normally would, for fear of running into the back of the second placed car that had just lapped him. And so maybe he was just a bit more circumspect on the brakes, and Cardinal saw his opportunity and launches through. So put the Lamborghini now into 12th position. Still by far the best performing Lamborghini on the grid, but then he hits the curb through Cheetah, runs wide, and all of that hard work is undone. Off the road he goes, and Shirepanin will go straight back through. The 133 Bentley is not on their lap, so at least that wasn't a loss of position, but that was a real frustration, that from Cardinal. Very easy to do, though, when you are so pleased with yourself for making the move. You then sort of immediately try and get into that rhythm, start pulling away from them again, and maybe start overdriving, and it's so easy just to clip that sausage curb on the apex of that corner and bounce yourself off the road. So in that battle back to where it started, we check back in with Vidimari and Lianatocchi, 15th, 16th place these two, and Lianatocchi, you would argue, would possibly be the quicker of these two cars. But just because you're quicker than someone doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be able to find a way past them through Sunset. Good exit through there from the Audi could yield an opportunity into the next braking zone, but he's not going to be quite close enough. On board with Lianatocchi then. Good view here of the Kyalami circuits, the twists, turns, the undulations. Also get a look at how that Bentley is handling. It's really from the onboard views that you can see how the cars around you are handling the corners. The Bentley really good actually through the S's there. Vidimari just gaps Atocchi ever so slightly. We know the Bentley's good on the brakes as well, although Atocchi really closes into the apex. Does he maintain that gain coming off the corner? Really, it's just the natural concertina effect there. Down through the mine shaft into what would be the next overtaking opportunity, but Atocchi again just isn't quite going to be close enough. We head to the next round of pit stops then. The last round of pit stops was sort of triggered with 3 hours and 5 minutes to go, and it was the 150 car for Yas Heat that was the first to pit then. So if they could do a full 65 minutes, they would pit with 2 hours to go, but there's not much sense in doing that now. They'll probably try and split the final 2 and a bit hours directly in two, so I reckon they'll be in about 10 minutes time. So roughly 10 minutes then before the next round of pit stops, which will be the penultimate round. And this is where teams really do start looking at the end of the race, working it backwards from the final pit stop. Clear that the race leaders are going to go as long as they can, but they still have the opportunity to use some undercuts here to gain ground in the latter going. Atocchi has been sort of following Vidimari for quite some time now. Doesn't look terribly likely to make the move anytime soon. That 9th place battle I mentioned, I thought that the 1-7 car, having gained that position, would be able to pull away, but actually Daniel Jim can't get away from Florian Mack. In fact, he's just got back ahead of Jonathan Seville, hasn't he? So Seville back down to 10th place now. They've chopped and changed a couple of times. So yeah, it was Seville that had made the move, and I thought would be able to pull away from the Bentley, but hasn't been able to. So those three cars circulating closely together. The lead gap is back out over 19 seconds now. But of course we saw Mike Noble having to negotiate a couple of back markers which weren't exactly leaping out of his way. That might just possibly have led to that gap creeping up by a second or so. All tends to balance out the time gained and lost in traffic. You might lose a second on one lap but then gain it on the next, as your opponent also has to negotiate the slightly slower runners. Another gap that's coming down actually quite quickly is 4th to 5th. Tobias Scher's pace over the last couple of laps hasn't been all that impressive. Thibaut Probst 6/10 quicker than him on the previous lap, so that gap is now only 3 seconds. It was Tobias that told us pre-race that he wasn't that confident in the Aston Martin's pace. 3 wide through Ingwe, that is never going to work. Typically, just as we cut away from this battle, Atocchi goes for the move and makes it into turn 2. So Vidimari down to 16th, but what was going on further back? That's James de Havilland getting involved here. He was 3 wide with Will Dendy, and I think the Porsche as well. Oh, and around goes Vidimari. It's all happening now. Vidimari has spun it. That is up at turn 5, isn't it? Up at Barbecue. And he's now got to try and find a gap in traffic, which he does. I guess he did that trying to get back at Lianatocchi, having lost the place. We'll try and dig out a replay if we can. Rejoins just behind Lucas Kreutzer, so that puts him in 20th place. There is the battle I was on about for 9th place then. The Bentley of Jim, the Aston Martin of Seville, and then Florian Mack in the next of the Bentleys. Blimey, you'd be forgiven for thinking 4 hours into the race that there wouldn't be much to talk about. Anything but the case here at Kyalami. Round number 4 of the SimGrid Endurance Cup is providing thrills and spills around every corner. Rather more spills than thrills recently for a few of the midfield drivers in particular. Here you can see Jonathan Seville. So last time I looked at this, Seville was behind Jim. He's now back. Sorry, was ahead of Jim. He's now back behind him again. This has changed a number of times between these three drivers, and Alex Goldschmidt. This has been an interesting last couple of minutes, really. Leon Toki battling away with Vidamari, Daniele Vidamari in the number 35 car, got past him, and then the Bentley had a spin. This was the move. Yeah,
so up the inside, and there's a little bit of rubbing going on between the back bumper of the Audi and then the front bumper, but yeah. That was that was right front of the Bentley against left rear of the Audi, and even with the mid-engine rear-wheel drive car, you're still going to have the same sort of effect. It doesn't matter which corner you hit it on. All these cars are fairly unstable with the amount of aero that they keep on pushing. You can see it from a different angle. You can actually see that the Bentley's flashing the lights as well. Up the inside, mounts the curbs through the Jux K sweep, in through towards barbecue, and that GTWR Audi, and then the Lamborghini, like literally threading the eye of the needle. Good work by the 35 to keep holding on to its brakes though.
Yeah, that's a good point actually. Yeah, once it's all gone wrong, it's tempting just to floor the throttle and get back on. But yeah, he made sure he didn't make the situation work. It was, though, a very low percentage move, and he'd just been overtaken by a Toki, who I think was quicker than him. Not much sense, really, in making a big dive to get back past him. Two people that's benefited, though, are Garcia and Gerardis, look, because again, as one, they continue to move through the pack. They got past, of course, the Bentley when it had its spin of Vidamari. They've now also gone past Leon Toki, although Toki's back up the inside of Gerardis into the Crocodiles and makes it work.
Yeah. Interesting how... and we've just had a penalty come through on... actually, just 6 laps ago, on one penalty given for an incident on lap 128. Cars 22, Zancho Simsport, and VRM, the 349 Lexus. The latter gets a 5-second time penalty for avoidable contact, which will probably explain why Zancho Simsport, who were running as high as 6 with Staminkovic earlier on in the race, now with Will Dendy, round out the top 20 positions as Leon Toki still battling away, as I think someone just up ahead, it might have been Garcia or Chassé, that ran a bit wide coming out of barbecue and kicked up the dust on the outside apex, or the outside curbing, and I've seen it before where people have run a little bit wide coming out of barbecue, and it's sort of made the back end step out ever so slightly.
Yeah, easy mistake to make, and it can be costly if you do lose control. Garcia then, as you noticed, on the tail of Chassé now. That's the 14th place. He was at the back of the top 20 at the start of this stint. So
when he's going
for the move. Yeah, look at that up at the top of the screen. Didn't quite work, but fair play. Attempt to get up the inside of the Lexus there, which does retain the position. They're a good 7 seconds or so. In fact, no, they are 12 seconds behind Cardinal in the Lamborghini. So 14th place probably as good as it will get here for Gar. Comes the 56 Aston Martin. So yeah, we are just now getting in towards this third round of pit stops.
Yeah, so it'll be about who's eked out the strategy to the best of their ability, but now it's we've got the Aston Martin meet back in the Bentley sandwich once again here, Andy, because you've got Daniel Jim, Jonathan Seville, and then you've got the number 11, that is the Pipperman racing car, Florian Mack, still behind the wheel of it as they fly their way through the right-hand sweeper at Sunset Bend. So they now head through into the dip down in towards the S. There's a little bit more of a run wide there by Jonathan Seville going through Clubhouse as they dip their way down. Yeah, I think there's still quite a few battles to be had, and yeah, so I think there's, this battle here is going to be really, really interesting over the next few moments, but it just depends on who puts the foot wrong first here, Andy.
Really does, and that's kind of been the story of the race so far, hasn't it? Speaking of putting a foot wrong, well, I wouldn't necessarily blame them for it, but a team that have had a couple of moments in this race is the Yas Heat team. The 150 car has not had the best of races so far, it must be said. They came here knowing that they needed a good result, probably a race win to keep their championship hopes alive. Not quite gone that way for them, has it? But Maciej Malinowski has taken some time to come and join us here in the commentary box, and yeah, this hasn't quite gone to plan, has it?
Not exactly, no. But we're still having a good fun on the track. We're still looking good pace-wise, and I think we still can recover. We can't recover completely, of course, and we never know what it could. We will never know what it could have been without the incidents we had. But I think before is still achievable, and we're gonna try to push for that before. Now George is in the car. He's having amazing pace as always. We saved up George for last 2 stints, so he can push. And yeah, we're just about to do a pit stop because we are out of sequence with everyone. So we're gonna put George in the car now, and he's gonna fly.
Yeah, you mentioned the pit stops there. You're pitting out of sequence with everyone. That's actually helped you a few times, hasn't it? You've been able to get a bit of an undercut with fresh tyres.
Yeah, so it all is caused because of the first incident, the very first stint, when we had that contact with a Bentley, and unfortunately our car just got pushed into a spin. We had to wait for the whole pack to go past, spin the car around, and then so we fell back down the grid to like P25, I think it was, and we had damage. So we were discussing in the voice chat for like probably half an hour what to actually do, because it's first stint, and we're really far back. So what's the best way to recover? How to start that recovery? What strategy to go for? With 65 minutes stint and 6-hour race, we can make one of the stints shorter. So in a lot of the races it was been the case that we're just extending all the stints as far as we can, and then on the last one you put fresh tires, a bit lower fuel load, and you can really push with greater pace at the very end. But we gambled. We decided that okay, we're just gonna pit straight away and make the first stint shorter, repair the damage that we have, put our driver that has good racecraft in the car, and who can push even further back the grid and with the slower cars because of that pit stop, and he's gonna slowly with new car make us go forward. But of course, because we did that, now we are forced to extend every single stint as far as we can. So that's a disadvantage. But so far we managed. So yeah, it's looking good. It could have worked both ways, but we got lucky that we're out of sequence. So every single time when we're pitting, we're going back down the grid, and every single time we really need to be aware where we're gonna rejoin, because we can always rejoin in the big pack of cars. So every single time we're pitting, teammates are monitoring where are we gonna potentially come out. So it's really important at the end of the stint not to really get into any trouble, just to make sure that we're gonna come out in the clean air and utilize that clean air to maybe undercut some of the cars that are pitting later than we, and so on. So there's a lot of strategy going on in that race, and even though we're always on the back foot, we're really enjoying it, and the car is amazing to drive, even though sometimes it doesn't want to behave exactly how you want. It happened for me at the end of my stint, but apart from that, it works like a charm. It's amazing to drive.
Well, that was one of the stories really that we followed at the start of the season at Spa. I know Jardy in particular was struggling a bit, wasn't he, just to figure out the Porsche, and the speed was there, but there were a couple of mistakes. The car wasn't really handling how you quite liked it. Do you feel that as the season's gone on, you've started to get a bit of a grip of that now?
We're actually pitting right now. Both Jardier and George, when we started the season, they were completely new to the car. They used to drive other cars, and they were mainly McLaren drivers at that time, and they didn't really have experience with the Porsche. I was mainly there who pushed them and pushed the team decision to take the Porsche for the season. But they were looking forward to this adventure of learning the new car, and they are fully adapted right now to the car. We have the setups that we all like, how they handle. So at the beginning on Spa, maybe Jarier wasn't fully up to pace and fully confident with the car. But it's also a Spa thing that the car there needs to be so compromised that at the end of the stint, it's really difficult to drive and can snap. What happened today was a different thing, I think. I don't know, I'll have to analyze actually what happened during my spin. But yeah, all the drivers right now, later in the season, we've all adapted to the car that we have, and we can all fully push the car and use all the performance that we have in it.
Excellent stuff. Well, as always, a pleasure to get your thoughts during the race. Best of luck over the final 2 hours, and yeah, looking forward to seeing where you end up at the end of the race. But it's been a fantastic fight back.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So Maciej Malinowski then, a joy to have him in the box. He's one of those drivers, I think it's actually in the job description when you apply to drive for that team. You have to be able to keep a smile on your face, even when things are falling to pieces around you, because it's exactly the same with Jardy, isn't it? He can be having a pretty dismal race, but they always seem to be able to look on the bright side, and that's really quite important, actually.
It is from a mental strength point, because if you look at a lot of, if you consistently put yourself into a negative downward spiral because things have not been going your way, or you haven't seen the positives of what could have been, what could have, should have, would have been in terms of the race performance, how the car was set up, why qualifying didn't go quite your way, and the likes of Maciej Malinowski, aka Tortellini, and also Jardier as well. You can hear it in them. You can hear it in their voice. I'll get onto the penalty that's just been issued in just a second, but no, now that they've got someone like George Boothby, as they say, smiling and laughter becomes infectious. And that's the sort of feel I get from both Maciej and from also Jardier whenever we hear from them. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see on your screens, an incident on lap number 131. The incident between car 72, which was the Renvelton Esports Blue, and the car 349 BRM Racing Lexus RCF GT3. The former gets a 10-second time penalty for avoidable contact.
Okay, that's interesting. We haven't had a penalty for a while, actually. Things have noticeably settled. Actually, I know I should never say things like this, but over the last hour we've had only a couple of little moments. I suspect there will be a couple more penalties on the way as a result of them, but the stewards now finding it a lot easier to keep up with everything that's going on out there. In comes the 23 car, by the way. That is in just with about an hour and 59 to go. Just looking at the stint length there for the 150 car, that was a 63-minute stint. They probably could have done another lap. I'm a bit surprised they're not trying to stretch it to the very end here, but the 65, remember, is the maximum driver time. The cars, from a fuel perspective, should definitely be able to make that. The tyres are questionable, but one extra lap, every lap you can get in now, it's 1 lap's worth less of fuel that you have to put in at that final pit stop. That's kind of what Malinowski was alluding to there when he spoke to us, that they elected to have that really short opening stint to get the car fixed, but now that might have a knock-on effect at the final round of pit stops. We'll wait and see.
Yeah, well, there's still plenty more to go with 1 hour 57 minutes and 20 seconds still remaining on the clock. I mean, one of the good things is that the conditions have been pretty much perfect for racing, and if Florian Mack does any mistakes like that, you could have possibly an Aston Martin trying to close in on you, and Lucas Kreuzer and Jonathan Seville have both decided to hit, with 1 hour and 57 still to go. I think that the conditions, you couldn't have asked for more perfect conditions even if you tried, Andy. with the fact it was 38, 39 degrees Celsius track temperature when we started things just over 4 hours ago when we went green, and there's still battles waging on. Yuri Overtake from the slow racing team in the 54 Bentley battling away. This is with Alvarez, and well, I would say that Alvarez is going to be one of the cars in front. Looks to be the car in front of the Aston Martin stuck between the pair of them, which looks to be a possible back marker, which is the case. So Overtake looking to close in on for what would be 23rd on the road, but still, you know, we've still got some great battles up and down the order, even though the top two are now just over 20.6 seconds ahead, as there is, oh, that's the 72 Renvelton car coming out in the middle of all of this, and manages by, on cold tyres, cold brakes, to come out of the pit lane and not cause an atrocity through Crowthorns. So in some respects that just goes to show how nip and tuck it can be in terms of the strategy call, but also on how cars exit the pit lane as well. So Yuri Overtake still trying to close on in, because that's now got Samir Ibrahimi behind the wheel in the Renvelton 72 Porsche as they make their way up towards Loikop. And oh, a little bit of a look there from Overtake going into Loikop. Alberto looks like Garcia in the Odox Motorsport 121 Bentley has pitted from 17th position, but with nearly a little bit of a touch there between the Porsche and the Bentley, going through the exit part of the mine shaft through turn 12 into the right-hander here at the Crocodiles. So this battle for what is effectively the position below the final points paying position in this. A little bit of a switchback attempt from Overtake yet again, coming through the exit of Cheetah and heading into turn 16 at Ingwe. A little bit of a battle a bit further up the order. I've just spotted Will Dendy in 11th position and is battling away with the 164 of Michele Perella in the Aston Martin. That's the battle for 11th position at the moment. So and Perella looks to have gotten past Dendy, and so has Pertile as well. So changes are afoot up and down the order, but at the moment as things stand, with 1 hour 53 minutes and 48 seconds still to go, Niklas Huben leads on lap number 144 of the SimGrid Endurance Cup Season 4, Round 4, the 6 hours of Kyalami. Mike Noble for the 383 CDA, DAL and ACR car rounds out the top two. Andrea Caporcia for the 457 GTWR RHE Academy car. The black entry in the 457 Audi rounds out the top three. We've got the 77, that is the Prime E Racing car piloted by Niklas Nauhorth at the moment, ahead of and this is a recovery drive and a half from Williams Esports. Dara McCormack behind the wheel of the 488 Ferrari for Williams Esports, started 34th, now up into 5th position. Chris Hartveld in the number 32 GTWR RHG white entry. So the other Audi in the 32 rounds out the top 6 ahead of the 150 Porsche of Yaz Heat's George Boothby. Luke Addison in the 23 Bentley for GTWR rounds out the top 8 ahead of Rutronic E-Racing with Unicorns of Love Sim Racing's Leon Otoki and Michele Perella rounding out the top 10 as Samir Ibrahimi gets past, that was the 100 car, I believe. So in terms of, now the thing is, a big thank you to Michael Hammett for bringing that to my attention, that Dara McCormack will be pitting momentarily. So at the moment they are on a de facto 5th position, but they'll probably drop a little bit further down the order once they come in for their next pit stop. so still very much the case that battles up and down the order. And a lot of drivers wanting to get to the end of the race. The top 22 teams will score, and the top 5 teams at the end of the final round at Mount Panorama here on Season 4 of the Endurance Cup here on the SimGrid. And that race will take place on February the 5th. So in just a matter of weeks, we'll head to a land down under, and that will provide one blockbuster season finale for what has been an enthralling Season 4 of the SimGrid Endurance Cup so far. Samir Ibrahimi trying to get away from Jure Artak in the 54 Bentley. That is a battle for position. We've got the 100 Turn 1 Pro Aston Martin in between them at the minute. So Ibrahimi will probably think that he's feeling a little bit safe at the moment. With 1 hour and 50 minutes still to go. Still not safe. Still not safe at all. But Bertile trying to close in. Looks like there's been a little bit of a drama for Will Dendy in the meantime. Thomas Mourant behind the wheel of the number 52 Pole Simsport car is trying to battle away with the SMP Racing entry, I believe, just up ahead. Which is the case. The Oleg Zolobolov behind the wheel at the moment. One of the drivers in that car, that was in the car earlier on, Ivan Shermatinsky. One more commonly known through SimGrid racing circles. I still remember when myself and Lewis McGlade commentated on him when he was in the Camaro GT4, and it looked like a highlighter had been literally rushed across all panels on that vehicle. It looked like a really bad Neapolitan ice cream, if memory serves me correctly. But Mohan trying to close in on Zolobov. In the meantime, the pair were separated by just over 0.7 of a second on the previous lap. And we're now on to lap number 146 of this race. But who's your money on to be best of the rest? Because the way that Niklas Huben is driving at the moment, I'm wondering how soon it is going to be before Huben decides to pit, and then we hopefully for the first time in this race will have Mr. Dennis Schoeninger behind the wheel. Schoeninger yet to take the wheel of the car. Driving duties have been shared by Huben and Jordan Sherritt. Jordan Sherritt doing a fantastic job, obviously this being a home circuit for him. And just keeping an eye on what's been going on. So Hartfeld up to 5th. Boothby up to 6th, so I'm wondering if McCormack has actually pitted from 5th position. Just wait to have that confirmed. And Leon Otoki now decides to jump into pit lane in the number 33 Rutronic E-Racing with Unicorns of Love collaboration in the 33 Audi.
Yeah, you asked the question there about when the number 9 car is due back in. I think they can do at least another 10 minutes. So this is the benefit. If you fast forward that, say they can pit here with 1 hour and 40 to go.
Yeah.
That means they'd be making their final pit stop with about 35 minutes to go. So you can imagine.
Oh,
drive-through penalty. You spotted that at the same time as me, I think.
Yeah, track limits.
Track limits, and he's straight into serve it. Now this is drama because this is from 3rd place in the race, but the first car that will benefit from this is the 77 car. There is Tobias Pfeffer trawling down the pit lane speed, we hope. The next car that will benefit is the 77 car. That will move them into 3rd place. Now, as things stood, 457 were 4th in the points, 77 were 5th in the points. So that is going to close the gap between these two teams if they will go through. But actually, the gap might have been significant enough, and it looks like it would be significant enough, that 457 will stay ahead. 457 owes a pit stop, I think, don't they? I think 77 have pitted, so we won't get the full picture of what that means until after this car makes its 4th pit stop of the race, but that will certainly have cost them 20 or so seconds, you'd imagine.
Yeah, and as we say, that Dara McCormack has pitted for Williams Esports in the number 5 Ferrari. So that car at one point was up as high as 5th position, considering the fact that they've done a fantastic effort, that crew. Dara McCormack, Igor de Oliveira Rodriguez, and latest siding Tinko van der Velde, making his Williams Esports debut tonight here on the SimGrid. They've done a fantastic job, despite them being one of 6 teams that have had to serve that qualifying ban for not letting admin know about their retirement in the previous round at Paul Ricard. But they've made the very, very best of it. There's Michele Pereira trying to close in on the 171. That is the Team Racing Point Red entry, which has got David Pertile behind the wheel. Daniel Jim has been showing some good pace behind the wheel of that Bentley Continental, with Alessio Del Dottore also in the car a bit earlier on in the race, but Michele Pereira trying to close in on the 171. The Aston Martin really getting a good tow going into Sunset Corner at turn number 6, and now through into the left-hander here at Clubhouse. That Aston is looking rather menacing in the back, in the rearview mirrors of that Bentley, wouldn't you say, Andy?
I would say it definitely is, yes. And this Aston Martin has been one of the revelations of the race, to be honest. They're not one of the faster of the GTWR RHE Academy teams this year, but here they are, 164 on course perhaps for a solid top 10 finish, and that would certainly give them a bit of a boost coming towards the end of this season of Endurance Cup racing, and we'll see whether they can pull it off. Of course, their best result so far, an 18th. They had a 29th at Spa, an 18th at Monza, and a 21st place last time out at Paul Ricard. So yeah, goes to show you can really gain a lot, and you can really end up with a strong result at the end of the day, just by staying out of trouble. They've kept their nose clean. They've been involved in battles. It's not like they've been tootling around on their own out there. They've been getting stuck in, but doing so in a controlled manner, and that means that as others have lost their head, they've been able to stay inside the top 10.
Yeah, and Romagnoli, who was in the car a bit earlier on, was not afraid to get his elbows out by any stretch of the imagination. And again, it just goes to show the consistency. I mean, when we had the SimGrid VCO World Cup last year, you know, GTWR had multiple cars. You had Simonini as the team that was the defending champions. You know, they even had the Aston Martins in there. GTWR RHE Academy are doing exactly what a good team does. It's sort of like that old divide and conquer strategy, Andy. Like you were saying with regards to data analysis, like going into different vehicles and trying to pick out those little nuances, those little bits of data trail that's going to give them that optimum in order to refine the car setup. And they'll take a lot of data extrapolation from this round here at Kyalami, and some of the crossover that you can get of a track that has elevation, significant gradient changes, camber, as well as Mike Noble pits from 2nd position. They might be able to use some of the data here and parlay that into what we might see at Mount Panorama on the 5th of February.
Yeah, exactly. It's a completely different circuit, but there will still undoubtedly be something that you can learn, and just by having 6 hours worth of race running in a certain car, then yeah, you're going to learn some things, aren't you? And it's like entering the lottery. If you enter the lottery once, you've got very little chance of winning it. If you enter it 5 times, your chances of getting something out of it increase, don't they? And this race really has been a bit of a lottery for some of the midfield teams, as they've had to try and duck and dive their way around various dramas. So Darren King into the 383 Aston Martin now. Then we expect that to be the last driver change for that team, but they will have one more fuel and tyre pit stop to come. That was a 62-minute stint, so on that basis we'd expect them in with about 40 minutes of the race to go. We're still waiting for the number 9 car to come in and make its next pit stop, and when that's done we'll see what the gap is, but I anticipate it's going to be somewhere around the 18-second mark. An important stint this though for Darren King. If that car is to have any chance of challenging Nicholas Huben for the race victory, he needs to prove immediately that he's got pace over Dennis Schoeniger, who we expect to jump into that number 9 car, don't we? We think both of those drivers are going to double stint to the end. If King can be a couple of tenths of a second a lap faster than Schoeniger, there might be life in this race yet, but if Schoeniger immediately sort of sets his benchmark time and King can't beat it, then that certainly puts the number 9 car in an even stronger position, doesn't it? Also, when will they pit the number 9 car? We think they could still do another 3 or 4 laps at least, so no doubt they're going to stretch that as far as they can.
Yeah, it's always going to be the way that they'll stretch it as far as they dare. They'll push the limit on tyres, fuel, like I was watching Jardier's stream not that long ago when he was on a previous stint. He had less than a litre of fuel, and the alarm light was on, and he managed to get in there by the by the scruff of by literally seat of his pants. He got in there and managed to make sure that it counted, and that just goes to show the competence and also the confidence of someone like Jardier, who's got so much experience behind the wheel.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I seem to remember when we were riding on board with him at that point, it said he had 2 laps of fuel left. He then went and did 3 laps before he pitted. So there may well be a little bit of extra wiggle room maybe with that fuel, which will certainly help them. It's the driver stint limit that really does dictate how far you can go ultimately. But the closer you can get to that, the better you'll look at the end of the race. An hour and 40 to go then, 151 lap in the... Looking at George Boothby. Boothby, I reckon he's running a decent pace here, isn't he? He did, yes, he was half a second quicker than Chris Hartveld on the previous lap, and Hartveld's only 1.7 seconds behind Niels Nauroth. So they said, didn't they? Maciej Malinowski told us 4th place was now the target. You can see why. He's only about 3 seconds or so off that 4th place now, with still an hour and 40 minutes to go. But Boothby, again, gets the gap down to 1.2 seconds that time. That was another 6/10 faster than Hartveld. I don't know if Hartveld's in traffic, but if he isn't, that is concerning. Boothby is clearly quicker than him. In fact, Boothby, right now, with the exception of Tobias Pfeffer, is the fastest man on track.
Yeah, and he was Boothby last time round. In comparison with Hartveld, Hartveld was about 0.6 of a second slower. So Boothby might have got his FPS issue sorted out, and that's given him the opportunity to come back and start firing and go for broke. And yeah, we could see a real exciting end to this race for the 150 of Yas Heat.
Yeah, it might not be for the race win, but for a 4th place and valuable championship points, that would be important. At the moment, as it stands, I reckon they're 10 points behind the 383 car. So, yeah, that would be another few places if they can gain them. Would put them right back in contention to be 2nd in the championship, leaving Kyalami.
Yeah, very much the case, and this will then just showcase how close this has been. Tinko van der Velde now back behind the wheel of the Williams 488 and they're up. I mean, where Tinko is at the moment, they'll still have another pit stop to do. You know, what's not to say that Williams Esports has Konto Giannanis in the 34 TF Racing Souvlaki car, I think has just picked up a drive-through penalty for track limits. I did say about these mistakes creeping in, didn't I, Andy? Track limits, and the drivers are now really... drivers are starting to get tired.
Yeah, they are, and we're seeing more of these track limits penalties coming in later in the race, which does sort of support that theory, doesn't it? This, of course, goes along with the delay they had earlier on. They had some contact with the 121 car, for which the 121 was penalised, but it delayed the 34. They were then also on the receiving end of contact from number 33, for which they were penalised as well. So 34 have kept their nose clean in so much as they haven't been in trouble themselves, but they've been on the receiving end of a few bits of contact. Tinko van der Velde then, his first stint as a Williams Esports driver in the Endurance Cup, all over the back of Baumann in the Lamborghini. Baumann in for his 2nd stint of the day, although not 2 consecutive stints. It was a little bit earlier in the race that he was last in the Lamborghini. How is the Ferrari performance in a straight line? Looks pretty good. He's forcing Baumann to defend the inside line. There's no room there, so Van der Velde goes to the outside. Of course, Tinko, we know better for having driven Lamborghinis on the SimGrid, so he knows these cars. He knows how to beat them, then, you would imagine. He will know where the Lamborghini strengths and weaknesses are. Can he maybe use that to try and find a way through into 13th place?
Yeah, and Baumann quickly coming under fire, and the good thing is we've got 2 Italian thoroughbreds battling between each other as Nauroth now serves the penalty, and that was such a great run for that crew, especially with all the work that Bastian Richter did, and Tobias was very, very optimistic, and yeah, a mistake has just cost them possibly a top 5 finish.
and of course will change the points complexion now as well. So we'll I would say I would try and work the points out, but I can't be trusted to do that. So I'm sure Michael Hamblin will have an updated points table for us in a moment or two. The final round, or the penultimate round of pit stops, has been completed, by the way. I didn't notice when the number 9 car came in, but Dennis Schoeniger is back out there now. We'll give you the gap. I think this is his out lap, so I reckon they pitted with about an hour and 38 to go, which would be about right, because their last one was 2 hours and 47. No, so it would have been a bit earlier than that, maybe an hour and 40 to go. Either way, they are back out on track now, and the lead is 20.5 seconds, so it's gone out slightly. We haven't yet seen a full flying lap, though, from Dennis Schoeniger, so we'll get his pace relative to Derek King next time he comes across the start-finish line. This is George Boothby, though. He's now on the tail of Chris Hartveld, and for 4th position now, the Yas Heat car is starting to flex its muscles on board with the Porsche. As we drop down through the mine shaft, we know this car is pretty decent on the brakes, but so is the Audi. Close enough to get through here, but look at the way he closes in, and then tellingly, because of that rear engine traction, everything that he gains on the way into the corner, he seems able to maintain on the exit. You don't get that concertina effect. The Porsche is good into the corners, but good off them as well.
Yeah, so effectively, from my perspective, I mean, Boothby, I did say that he was. I did say that Boothby would come back fighting, and he's doing exactly that. And the way things stand, I mean, there's still an hour and 35 minutes to go. If Boothby gets past Hartfeld, I think Pfeffer could be at risk. I really do.
Well, not helped by the drive-through that he had to serve, of course. The gap is going to be somewhere in the region of 20 seconds or so, I think, isn't it? We'll see very shortly whether or not Boothby is able to make this move, but I think it's going to be 20 seconds or so up to Pfeffer. It's about 21.5 now, isn't it? Goes for the inside line. That's a late lunge. Doesn't quite work. And George Boothby needs to be careful. The temptation is to go for this straight away. He's tried the inside line into the S's before. It didn't end well. And that was against the 42 Bentley, of course. He didn't, but his teammate tried that move anyway. Boothby, perhaps thinking of that, bails out of it and waits to try and fight another day up into Loikop. Can't get up the inside. The Audi just carries a bit more speed through the apex, but that gives the Porsche the better exit. Now he's a lot closer this time down into the mine shaft than he was a lap ago. He's got a bit of a slipstream through the flat-out left-hander. Will Hartveld choose to defend the inside line? No, but that's because Boothby, as it happens, still wasn't quite close enough to sling it up the inside. The move is coming, but Boothby has to make sure that when it happens, it's a clean move.
Yeah, there's the live standings up on your screen at the moment. Yeah. You did say about the gaps closing. Well, Yas Heat, Richard Mille, if they take another position, they could be closer than, they'll be less than 6 points behind the CDA, DAL, ACR crew, because it's 126 to the latter and 120 to the former. So the 150 could be in a chance of maybe getting closer and closer to second, as Pignon trying to go up the inside of Ludovic Lehenaf from Virtual Drivers by TX3, and they've got Pozzo in the 121 from Odox Motorsport just up ahead. So this battle here, this is for 15th on the road. And Lehenaf getting a bit wide there, going through turn 9 through the S's. That's that's all.
Sorry. Yeah, the Lexus looking a little bit weak at this point, isn't it? Making a few mistakes, but you look at that Lexus and you don't necessarily think it's going to be the best suited car to this track, do you? It's just looks a little bit big and cumbersome, and they've not had the race pace here that they had at Paul Ricard either. They have improved, obviously, on where they started, especially considering the first lap incident they were a part of, but not quite as racy here as they were a few weeks ago in France. Right, Boothby is still struggling to get close enough here, isn't he? I've struggled to see where this move is going to happen. The Audi seems to have a bit of an edge in a straight line, and all of the big overtaking opportunities here come at the end of long, flat-out sections. So if Boothby's going to do this, it might have to be a surprise move into something like Ingwe, for example, but that's perilous, isn't it?
Yeah, I think he'd probably be better off going somewhere where it's going to play to the strength of the Porsche. At the end of it, it just really showcases how difficult it can be, especially with that kind of car, to get the move done on somebody else. I mean, Tinko van der Velde is still stuck behind Benjamin Baumann in the 63 Lamborghini, but you can just see that as van der Velde looking up the inside through into Leukop. They're very going to be side by side unless van der Velde pulls alongside with Baumann going through into mineshaft and decides to venture back out of it, decides to lift off the throttle, let Baumann get back past. That was smart driving by van der Velde there, I think.
Yeah, it was, because he may have got in trouble if he'd have made that move stick with the contact. Could have been deemed a push to pass, couldn't it? So, yeah, if you think it's a dicey move that you've made, it's sometimes better just not to complete it and make sure that you don't run the risk of getting a penalty. George Boothby facing a similar issue here. He's close heading towards Leukop. Does he go to the inside? He wants Hartveld to think that he might, because that's what he wants Hartveld to do. Drive defensively, run a bit wide, and maybe give him the run down the mineshaft. It's less than a car's length in it as they get to the top of the hill. By the time they get to the bottom of the hill, though, look at the way the Audi has just stretched its legs slightly. It doubles the advantage by the time they hit the brakes into the crocodiles, and that just means that Boothby isn't quite close enough to really have a proper go under braking, and this is definitely frustrating Boothby. He's losing time now. His lap times are into the high 1 minute 41s. He's still matching the leader there or thereabouts, but he was gaining on the leader before, and you'd have to assume that if he could get Hartveld, he could continue to gain on the race leaders, and therefore on second and third places King and Pfeffer up the road. Again, he's not close enough across the start-finish line. The Porsche, which in the past we've seen do really well down the straights, here at Kyalami doesn't seem to have the top speed it needs. Maybe they've gone for a higher downforce setting. You'd imagine you'd need a good amount of angle on that rear wing. It certainly seems good mid-corner, doesn't it?
It does indeed, and the better the wing angle, you know, the more downforce that is able to push that car into the ground, it's going to give it better handling characteristics. And you know, in the latter stages of a race like this, you're going to need that added little bit of assistance coming from the downforce, especially from these big rear wings on these cars. You know, because you've got to make sure that it works to the characteristics of the car. It also works around the characteristics, the nuances of the circuit itself, and it's always dependent about how compliant the car is, how confident the drivers are in the, you know, with the car, how it's handling around the circuit, how it's evolved over the course of the last 4.5 hours. There are so many questions that the team need to answer in between themselves to come to that resolution where they think, yeah, we've got a pretty good package here, let's just exploit it to the maximum, but not go over the limit.
Yeah, precisely. It's and not going over the limit is key here. It's you could throw away a decent result here by just taking a risk too many. You know, 5th place is not what Yasheet would have been looking for. Nor is 4th place, really. They were after the race win, but 5th is better than nothing. Side by side here, that's Patrick Pignon going to the inside. That is for 15th place, and he gets past Polso in the 121 Bentley, which most of the times we've seen that car in the latter half of this race, it's been gaining ground, not losing it. Place lost there, Patrick Pignon, who did the first stint, I think, didn't he, for Electronic E-Racing, first or second, is into 5th place, 18.6 though, behind the Baumann and Van der Velde scrap for 13th, so 15th is as good as it will get for them, I think, unless others further up the road start to run into problems. I expect the Audi to be able to get away now. You can see Lernaff in the Lexus is the next car behind, so he will be looking to try and get past the Bentley in the not too distant future as well. Hour and 28 minutes to go, so the window to make it to the end is at 65 minutes. You can pit any time from that point onwards and you will be able to get to the end without stopping again. So another 22 minutes before we get to that stage. So good amount of this stint still to go for drivers to try and make a difference. It is frustrating though, isn't it, if you're in Pignon's situation. You know, he's been working hard over the first half of this stint to get into this 15th place, and now he's 18 seconds behind the next car. He's not going to gain that in the next half an hour, so it can be difficult, can't it, to stay motivated at this point.
Yeah, especially when you've had the wind literally taken out of your sails. I mean, now Pignon's trying to pull away from Pozor, and the gap is now nearly 9.5 tenths of a second as Lernaff is trying to close on in. The good thing is like, if you're, say, for instance, Tinko van der Velde, let's take an example here that, Moranti's just had a drive-through penalty, so another track limits drive-through has just come through. Oh, hang on. Actually, this is a penalty that's just come through. So just waiting. Yep, there. Okay. Right, an avoidable contact drive-through penalty has been given to car number 35. That is the VRS Satellite Racing Platinum car. It's the trio of Morante, Apolloni and Vidimari that have just had a penalty, and that was for the clash with Rutronic E-Racing, Unicorns of Love Sim Racing number 33 Audi on lap 132. So drive-through penalty for car number 35.
And that's the second time this race, third time this race actually, that the 33 car's been involved in contact, although the first time that it's not been given the penalty for it, it's gone the way of the other car. So yeah, 33 car getting involved in quite a few tussles out on circuit. This is a tussle, isn't it, between Hartfeld and Boothby, and they're about to catch a group of markers. I'm not sure if they're all fighting for position. I think at least two of them might be. This could be an opportunity for George Boothby maybe to try and make this move stick. It's down into the mine shaft. You can see Chris Hartfeld there flashing the lights, just letting the back markers know that they're coming. You are embroiled in a fight for 20-something position. You're not necessarily watching your mirrors waiting for the leaders to arrive, or lead lap cars at least to arrive. So that flash of the lights, it's not aggressive from Hartfeld, it's just letting them know that they're coming, and he cannot afford a fumble now in the back markers. He has to get through cleanly. The slightest misstep here, and Boothby will seize the opportunity to take this fourth place away. Across the start-finish line they go, onto their 160th lap of the race. George Boothby makes his way towards the top of the hill. Big dive up the inside there to get the back marking Aston Martin, which sees them coming. So no real time gained or lost for either of them there. That's what you want the back markers to do. It isn't always what happens though, is it?
No, the thing was that because Boothby was within 0.3 of a second of Hartfeld, if that gap was any closer, Boothby could have actually had the run on Hartfeld going through into Crowthorns on that particular occasion. However, sometimes you just have to sort of cut your losses a little bit. It seems like a few of the brake marker signs have been quite literally stricken across the circuit going into Clubhouse. But yeah, I mean the thing is, the blue flag situation is sort of one of one and one of another, because you know it's all about how the drivers, if they're in front of you, are they actually battling for position, which it looks like the case that the two in front won't be battling for position, because you've got the Lippert Esports green car, and then also I think that was the 349 Lexus piloted by Jordan Burrows just up ahead. So they're going to have to watch themselves, these two, because again, Boothby really up close to Hartfeld. I think it's a little bit of a different line coming through the exit of Cheetah and through into Ingwe. And yeah, the Lippert car gets out of the way. Boothby goes behind Hartfeld, and they both try and slingshot past the Mercedes. They get a bit of side draft as well. So it's not just about the slipstream being behind one car, it's also the side draft that you sometimes do pick up from a car from either your left or your right hand side, depending on which part of the circuit that you're on.
Yeah, that's something a lot of people don't know about actually, and there is an art to doing it. I don't know how well Assetto Corsa Competizione in particular simulates that, but I know in certain other simulators you can really use that to your advantage, and it's something that more and more drivers in the real world are starting to cotton on to, actually, something that came from NASCAR racing originally. But yeah, if you get a straight long enough and you sit on that rear quarter panel, essentially right over the rear wheel of the other car, get as close as possible, it really drags them backwards. And Boothby's going to have to try everything here, I think, isn't he, because he just doesn't have the straight line speed advantage over the Audi. So if he can get alongside, he's going to have to pull every trick in the book to make sure that the move is completed. He's sort of been stuck there, though, for enough laps now that he's lost his momentum. He was catching Hartfeld quite quickly, wasn't he, earlier on? About half a second, 0.6 a lap. You spend a couple of laps behind the car, though, and you just get stuck at their pace. You lose that rhythm. You're no longer lapping quicker than them. Sometimes drivers will choose to deliberately drop back by a second. If they're confident they can catch back up again, which I think Boothby could, they drop back by a second and then come back at it with momentum again, and they'll maybe catch the other car at a different part of the circuit. It's bit of a risk. It's not something you see drivers do all that often, but yeah, if Boothby really can't make this move, it might be worth a try.
Yeah, I mean, if he wants to try and do something, he's got to do it soon, because the thing is that doing all that catching up, you take out of the life out of the tyres, the early good life out of the tyres very, very quickly indeed. And the minute you get through the dirty air is when things start going a bit difficult, because not only do you get the aero imbalance, you also get the tyre degradation as Samir Ibrahimi trying to go around the outside of Contagianis through, and this is for position 18th place, because Contagianis actually went wide coming out of Barbecue and opened the door for Ibrahimi, and Ibrahimi could have done him around the outside of Sunset, and that would have been a pearler of a move at this stage of the race.
Yeah, at any stage of the race, going around the outside at Sunset is a brave move to try and make. The Bentley's in the grass. Porsche was a bit scrappy though as well out of the S's, so didn't really take full advantage of that. And Samir needs to be careful here. 18th place is what they're fighting for, but those Bentleys can be pretty tricky to overtake sometimes. So he's got his headlights on. That's worth at least an extra 0.2 of a second a lap. Sadly, I don't think it's going to tempt Contagianis to get out of his way. He's going to put up a pretty stout defence here. Of course, the deeper into the race you get as well, the less likely it is that drivers are going to cut you a break. So we're getting into that part of the race now where everyone really is fighting for every position. Although, as I'm saying that, I'm realising that was pretty much the mindset from the very start, wasn't it? But in theory, if someone's really quicker than you, you're a bit more likely to let them go in the early stages than you would be heading into the final hour and 20 minutes or so. Porsche again tucks into the slipstream, but much as we've seen from George Boothby, he can't keep up with the car ahead up the hill, can he? So although he is later on the brakes, arguably, it carries a bit more speed into the turn here at the top of the hill at turn 2, Crowthorne. He's just not going to be able to, he's not close enough when they hit the brakes to really start the move, is he? So frustration building here for Samir. Mistake from the Bentley, that could have been his opportunity. He's going to try it at Sunset again, is he? No, he's not quite as close as he was a lap ago. So 18th place stays in the hands of the number 34 car.
Yeah. Is there another drive-through just come through there?
Oh, yeah.
Pirella in the 164 has just got a drive-through against their against them, and that's the current. And that is a track limits penalty. That is a track limits penalty. So Michele Pirella, the 164 car, is going to be making a trip through the pit lane very, very shortly indeed. Whoops.
Yeah, that is a shame. They've been having a really good race, haven't they? They've slipped a bit further down the top 10 in the last hour or so, but they're still in 9th place. They won't be for long, though, because you can see that Luis Rotas is only 2.5 seconds behind. Solobov is only 2.7 seconds back. They'll also lose out to the 52 and the 5 of Tinko van der Velde. So I reckon they'll drop into that gap behind Baumann, won't they? I think they've got about an 18-second window there between Baumann and Pignone, so that will be 14th place from 9th place. The good news is you've got a queue of cars that aren't that far ahead. The bad news is you'll have only an hour and a quarter or so to try and get past them all, so watch for that team to maybe try and roll the strategy dice a bit at the last round of pit stops. They may be tempted into pitting earlier than they otherwise would have done to try and get the undercut and try and gain some of those places back. Samir Ibrahimi again looking to the inside at Crowthorne. Again, he's just that car length or so too far back. There have been a few mistakes though from Contagianis, and there's another one. He's wide of the apex. Ibrahimi's up the inside. He's got the left-hand side of the road through the Juk Sky sweep, which is the right place to be into Barbecue. And that was nicely done. Forced the mistake out of the car ahead, and all of that patience paid off. That's exactly what George Boothby wants to happen with Chris Hartwell, but I think Chris is perhaps a little bit less likely to leave the door open like that.
Yeah, these two drivers know each other very, very well, but look at the run that Boothby's got. He was right in the exhaust trails of the Audi, and he's putting it around the outside through Sunset with an hour and 17 to go on the clock, and Boothby's got the run, he's got the move done. Has he got it through at Clubhouse? He has. Boothby puts in a blinder right when he needed to. Epic move there.
We have a new candidate for move of the race, one of the moves of the season, that round the outside at Sunset. I jokingly said a few laps ago that that's a very, very difficult move to make at any point of the race, and George Boothby on old tyres as well, remember, because this car was last in the pit lane about 45 minutes ago. He's got very old tyres, he's got light fuel load, which means this car is a bit prone to understeer, and he was on the dirty side of the road, and he had a car on the inside that could very easily have put him off the road, and I think Chris Hartwell deserves a nod for not doing that. He left the car's width on the outside for Boothby, It cost him the place, but at least it meant there was no contact, and Boothby moves into 4th position. So he's got at least another 11 minutes or so left of this stint. Now they're in clean air. I think they'll try and extend it as much as they can, because that car seems to have good pace. The trouble is, they're a long way now behind Tobias Pfeffer in 3rd place. You're talking about 30 seconds the margin, so I'm afraid the last 15-20 minutes that he spent tucked up behind Hartfeld has probably cost Yassit a shot at the podium.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And to be honest with you, we still have an hour and 16 minutes still to go, and Boothby, alright, get this, he's less than 30 seconds away from Tobias Pfeffer. If Boothby can start putting in some hot lap times, and by that I mean on a par with Tobias Pfeffer, and get that gap down, I think we could have a possibility of a comeback. You know, and that's not just one of the many comebacks. I mean, we've had Tinko van der Velde, Igor de Oliveira Rodriguez, and Dara McCormack coming back from 34th on the grid to now currently be in P13. We said about twists and turns here, Andy, ahead of this race. We've had them more than in spades tonight, my friend.
Oh, that's a good move as well from that Williams Esports car that you've just mentioned. That's 11th place now. They gained a couple of places in the last couple of laps. They are 11 seconds, though, behind the top 10. But yeah, 34th on the grid, did you say they started? That is absolutely remarkable for the Ferrari. And they are comfortably the best performing of the prancing horses here at Kyalami today. Fantastic, fantastic effort. Here is Ludovic Lehanaf in the number 7 Lexus, on the tail now of Riccardo Pozzo in the number 121 Bentley. This car's been in the thick of the action. It was going forward a bit more when Alberto Garcia was at the wheel, but Pozzo still hanging there in 16th place, a second behind Pignoni. So you've got the silver Audi going through, which is on the tail of a Lamborghini, but it's not the Lamborghini, it's fighting for position. Silver Audi, then a back-marking Bentley, and then these two. That is 15th, 16th and 17th positions coming through. All worth championship points, of course. Not many, but in the fight to gain a few extra places towards the end of the season, worth going for, that's for sure. It's been a difficult race, this, for the virtual drivers by TX3 car, the number 7 Lexus. They didn't score at Monza. They had a half-decent run to 9th place at Spa. They also then had a really good run to 6th place last time at Paul Ricard, and they were, for a brief point in the middle of the race, contending for a podium finish. But here, they just haven't really been able to rebound that well from the early dramas. 17th place, yes, there's a chance they can move into the top 15, but I think this is going to be a big hit now in their chances of challenging for one of those top 5 championship spots.
Yeah, and I think I've lost the well, apart from partially starting to sound like I'm losing my voice here at the moment, Andy. Hopefully I'm not. It's just I'm absolutely flabbergasted with how much drama we've had all the way through the last, what is it, 4 3/4 hours, and we've still got an hour and a quarter to go, and I still can't predict what's going to happen by the end of it.
No, and that's always that's the Endurance Cup way here on the SimGrid. These races do have a habit of coming together nicely at the end of the race. Not to get too excited about this, because I don't think it's coming to much, but the lead gap is down to 16 seconds, which is the smallest it's been for 4 hours or so, I think. I think the last time it was down at this sort of margin was towards the end of the opening stint. So this has been a good effort from Darren King. His lap times are consistently in the low 1 minute 41s, a 41.3 his last lap. That is considerably faster than anybody else can do. The next best lap times are 41.6s by Tobias Pfeffer and George Boothby. He does now do a 41.6, but that's still 2 tenths quicker than the leader, and the gap comes down to 15.9 seconds. Like I said, I don't want to get too excited about it yet, but with an hour and 12 minutes to go, if he keeps that up, we could still have a race on our hands for the race victory.
Yeah, and I've just noticed, Andy, George Boothby is on par with Tobias Pfeffer on pace, and the gap is slowly but surely coming down.
It is. I will grant
not by
you.
much.
No, it's still nearly half a minute, isn't it? That's the problem. It's so frustrating, this, for Boothby. If he'd have got past Hartveld quicker, I think the gap was 18, 20 seconds maybe when he caught Hartveld, and it just ebbed away from him over that 10-15 minute period, didn't it? But he still did the right thing, though, not rushing into it. We've seen drivers rush into overtakes before because they feel that they have to make it now, and Boothby was nice and considered about it. And you never know, Feth has already had one penalty, could end up with another drive-through or a track limits penalty or something. You keep the pressure on, and you might just be able to force someone ahead of you to make a mistake.
Yeah, very much the case, and it's just so difficult to sort of predict what is going to happen, when it's going to happen, if, where, why, how, and when. It's just like you need all those questions answered, and in a race like this, you never can predict what on earth is going to happen. But yeah, I mean, now we've got this little battle here, another two Bentleys at each other's throats. Jure Artak behind Konstantinos Kontogiannis from the 34 TF Racing Souvlaki crew. They're battling over position, whilst Samir Ibrahimi has scarpered away into the distance from Kontogiannis to the chin of about 1.5 seconds. And those two, not that long ago, were battling over position.
Lead gap, 15.2 seconds. Last lap time for Schoeniger was a 42.3. King a 41.5. He's 8 tenths nearly quicker on the previous lap. Now, I don't know whether Schoeniger is in traffic. I think he has just gone past a couple of back markers, but not a big group, really. Just got past, I think there were 2 or 3 cars he had to negotiate, but I'm not sure. You can see him on the track map, just going up through Loicop. 3 cars he had to get past. So he is now in clear track, I guess, but still a 41.5 for Darren King. That is an impressive pace. That is, I think, quicker than Schoeniger can do. The key here, Alex, will be what happens when Darren King catches that little knot of traffic. Can he get past them quicker than Schoeniger could? If he can, then that is a net gain.
Definitely. Well, there's 2 ways that you can look at this. Is that how much does Darren King take out of the tyres to close up on Dennis Schoeniger? That's the first question. How will the imbalance affect the handling of the car and the degradation of the tyres once Darren King catches up to Dennis Schoeniger? Those are the 2 pertinent questions I need answering. But I know for a fact that the gap now is about, 14.7 seconds. Another half a second taken out by Darren King. The Aston Martin is clearly on the move, but when you look at the combined efforts of Schoeniger, Jordan Scherer, and then you've had Niklas Huben, it's a trio that are going to do everything in their power. If they have to keep that consistency to the point where they know, okay, we're not going to push, we're going to go for the victory, but here's what we need to do. We don't want to push that envelope over the edge if we can help it. And that's exactly what they're doing. But now Darren King smells a bit of blood in the water, and it's RHG Esports. And so there's an opportunity for the 383 crew to try and pull away in the battle for second position.
Yeah, this is it's intriguing me, this, because that last lap time, as you said, it was half a second quicker than King, and we know that Schoeniger had cleared the traffic by the S's, so he had about 2/3 of a lap in clean air and was still half a second slower than King. So keep an eye on the lap times and see if that now is a trend that continues. But if Darren can get that gap down to 10 seconds, for example, by the time they pit, then that's game on, isn't it? All of a sudden, that's halved the gap over the course of his first stint, and he'd then have another full stint in the car. And we know that there are no more variables that will change there. Both he and Schoeniger are expected to stay in the car to the end, so it's not like they're going to stick a new driver in one of those cars and all of a sudden the balance shifts again. It should continue. If he is genuinely quicker than Schoeniger, which he is by another 7/10 on the next lap, and that time I don't think we can blame traffic because Schoeniger's in clean air. Yes, he is. You can see on the track map he's the last car he passed was the 77 car, which is Prime E Racing. So he okay, I'm hearing he was in a bit of traffic on the last lap. I thought he'd cleared them. So okay, he's now in clean air. The last car he passed was the 77, which is interesting because that's the 7th placed car. We now have only 6 cars left on the lead lap, but 14 seconds, and all of a sudden it's just looking like it might not be quite as comfortable a run to the flag here for Schoeniger and the RHG esports team as it otherwise would have been. Remember though, even if the 383 car wins the race, as long as RHG are second, that should still be enough for the championship. So I guess even if King could catch him, I wouldn't expect Schoeniger to put up much of a fight.
They'll probably think, well, they know they don't need to win in order to secure the series title. But a race team, being a race team, will want to push right up until the bitter end and take the checkered flag first. But as they say, to finish first you must finish. And sometimes, you know, when you think about it, the number 9 car has had 2 wins already this season, as Contagianis keeping Aratak at bay for 19th position, but it looks like the Contagianis going a bit wide. Oh, that was a bit of a cheeky cut across going through into Clubhouse, been there by the number 34 Bentley. But yeah, I mean, King again has taken the gap down to just under 13.7 seconds. That's nearly another half a second taken out, well, nearly another 4 tenths taken out of the number 9 car. So Darren King is just incrementally taking time out of the number 9 car. I mean, if he's doing that considerably, and Darren King at the moment, it has still got clear air, but he's got 3 cars ahead of him. He's got the 53 car, which is the Lipert Esports Green, the 22 of Zancho Simsport, and the 77, and that is the Prime E-Racing car that was running up a bit further up the order, up as high as 4th position at one point before that drive-through penalty cost them a top 5 finish in front. So he's got, as you said, he's got to negotiate that traffic quickly, but time is running out. We're going to come up to the final round of pit stops very shortly as well, Andy, because we're just under 65 minutes to go until the checkered.
Yeah, we are. Just a correction of something I said, and it's a significant one as well. If they could win the race, that actually would keep the championship alive. I'm forgetting that it's an 8-point difference between finishing first and second. You get 50 for a win, 42 for second. So actually, this is all or nothing now for the 383 car. If Darren King can win this race, they could still win the championship next time at Bathurst, and they would take it down to the final round. So just to correct my always dodgy mathematics, that is definitely an extra bit of significance on that battle. Although that time around, he was, so I think in clean air, he's 4 tenths a lap quicker. He's just had 2 clean laps. Both of them have just had 2 clean laps with no traffic, and on both occasions, King was 4 tenths faster than the race leader. The gap is 13.2 seconds. So someone smarter than me can do the maths and work out how many laps he needs, but I'm pretty sure over an hour and 5 minutes he probably could do it. We are incidentally in the window now to make it to the end. We're within the final 65 minutes of the race. You can see that Zolobov in 56 is in to make that car's final pit stop. And that means that if Darren King wanted to, if he does catch that group of back markers and doesn't feel that he's going to be able to get past them quickly, maybe pit early. If you can work out that you can get out into some clean air, pit early, get on some fresh tyres, and try and cut that gap down. It's going to be a fascinating final hour of racing here from Kyalami. Do not go anywhere, because this race could still have a bit of a sting in the tail. One team whose progress we've been documenting all race long, really, it's been one of the comebacks, if not the comeback of the race, is the Williams Esports team, and the number 5 car driven by Tinko van der Velde, new to the team for this event, is inside the top 10. His teammate Dan McCormack is with us in the commentary box, and I'll tell you what, if we'd have told you 5 hours ago that you'd be in 10th place at this point, you'd have taken that, wouldn't you?
Well, certainly, yeah. It's been a long ride. We've just been focusing on making up positions and making the least amount of mistakes possible.
Yeah, and that's been easier said than done. You did have a 5-second time penalty that was applied a good 4 hours ago now for some avoidable contact on the opening lap, but apart from that, it has been pretty smooth sailing, I would say. You've just been keeping your nose out of trouble, and the car clearly is working well.
Yeah, it was really hard to get the car working well here, I'll tell you that much. The Ferrari is quite a difficult car here, and yeah, we've definitely gotten the absolute maximum that we can get out of it, and yeah, it's been really tough to get back up from where we were at the start. We ended up getting 32 seconds of damage from the incidents at the beginning.
Right, so that lengthy opening stop won't have helped then to get that damage sorted. It's been an interesting season for you guys, really. I think it's fair to say the end results haven't always come that you would have been hoping for, but there have been these flashes of performance and flashes of pace that we've seen. Now, how would you sort of rate your season? Are you, on the whole, happy with how it's gone?
Not one bit, I'll be honest with you. So Spa, qualifying went well, race was really bad. We all spun in our stints and we had to retire the car ultimately. Monza, we had to miss, one of us was away. And then Paul Ricard, well, we had to come back from incidents 3 times. We had incidents ourselves, some our own fault. Got penalties, and then I was given the car with the 3 warnings at the end. We ended up with an SG30, so that ended up in a retire, and that gave us the quali ban for this race. So it's just been overall a really bad season for us. So I think with the final 2 rounds, we just want to close out maybe in the top 10 for both, and it looks like we might be able to get it in this race.
Yeah, I have to say, actually, I'd forgotten how bad the season had been results-wise, but I always remembered the car had bits of speed throughout. So it's nice today that you've been able to really deliver on that. We're watching the car now. It's in the hands of Tinko van der Velde, your new recruit. How's he settling in?
Very well, actually. All 3 of us are within the same 10 on quali and race pace, so it's brilliant. Yeah, we're loving having Tinko, and I love Tinko myself. He's a great guy.
And that is important, isn't it, when you get a new driver into a team, especially with endurance racing, where you're sharing driving duties, throughout the race and throughout the season. It is important that you get on, really, isn't it? It's one thing to have similar driving styles and similar pace and, to look for similar things in the setup, but if there's one member of the team that doesn't quite gel, that can really have a negative impact.
Certainly, yeah, I've experienced that before in other games and in this game, and yeah, it's great. Tinko just came in. We all gelled with the setup immediately. Once we had it dialed in, it was dialed in for all of us. Yeah, very little mistakes, and yeah, he's a great driver.
And how's he finding the Ferrari? Because we've seen him in Lamborghinis in the past. Now, in my uneducated view, they're quite similar cars, both Italian mid-engined GT3 cars, but I'm sure there are differences.
Yeah, a little bit. The Lambo certainly has a lot more top speed now in V1.8. A little bit less sketchy, I think, at high speed. But yeah, he's driven a lot of the Ferrari. He drove it in, I believe, World Cup last season. So yeah, he's a good bit of experience in this car, and he likes it. And it's first time with a real setup, he said. So that's great, and I'm happy that we can help him and bring him along and have him in the team. It's just great.
Final question for you then. We're approaching the final round of pit stops, into the last hour now. We've seen you pitting quite late. You're really stretching these stints as long as you can. Are you confident that will give you a shorter final stop?
Yeah, certainly. That's one thing we're banking on. We've got 17 minutes left on the stint timer right now, so we're going to have a huge advantage with weight and fuel towards the end. So I think we could be seeing a few 40s from Igor. So I'm looking forward to that.
That is interesting. Okay, well, 9th place at the moment. I think that's because someone's just pitted, but a top 10 result, and it could even get better for you. Best of luck, and yeah, hope that you can bring this one home.
Thank you very much.
Well, Di McCormack there. Yeah, what a turnaround this has been. They haven't finished a race yet this year. They didn't even enter the second round, as he just reminded us, at Monza, and here they are in 9th place. And Alex, they've got that pit strategy in their back pocket. They know that they can go up towards about the 40-minute to go mark. That's about as late as anyone can go. They've regularly been the last car into the pit lane, and the time that could save them not only in the pit lane, but also then they will have much fresher tyres for that final half an hour of the race.
Yeah, very true. I mean, I first heard about Dara actually, after I knew about, I've commentated on Tinko quite a few times before. But Dara's very, very competent, and I think when you put someone as fast as Tinko along with someone who's equally as young and as fast like him, like Dara is, you know, you've got a pretty good combination there. And Igor de Oliveira Rodriguez is not the third wheel on this team. No. Very, very accomplished as well. So all three drivers complement each other. And one of the good things about teams such as Williams Esports is that they'll always debrief after, you know, they'll talk about strategy. Then, like any good team in sim racing, will always look back at data, look back through replays, understand where they might have gone wrong, what they could have done a bit better, what things went really well. So there's quite a lot from learning experience, and this will be Tinko's first opportunity within the team, and he's handled himself quite admirably. And to currently be in the position that he's in at the moment, with 56 minutes and 20 still to go, they've still got a pit stop to have at Williams Esports, but nevertheless, to start from outside of the top 30 to now be in the top 10 is a pretty damn good achievement.
Speaking of good achievements, Darren King again, 4 tenths quicker than Dennis Schoeniger, the gap down to 11.4 seconds now. I did some maths whilst we were chatting to Dan McCormack there, and I reckon if they can keep on closing by 0.4 of a second, they will need 50 minutes-ish to get there, about 30 laps. And I did those calculations with about 60 minutes to go. So if they keep that rate of closure, which they are doing, in fact he was 7 tenths quicker on that most recent lap, they'll be together with 10 minutes to go. I mean, you couldn't ask for more of a grandstand finish than that. The one caveat I will put on that, though, is that they need to be able to make those sort of gains throughout the entirety of the final stint. It took Darren King 20-25 minutes or so of this stint, didn't it, to really start getting down to that pace and really start having that advantage over Schoeniger. They need to be able to come out of the pit lane next time and bang, straight on that pace, and that will be the key, I think. At the moment he's quick enough, but can he do it when they're both on fresh tyres and high fuel loads?
Yeah, it's just one of those things where Darren King, you put him in a car and you tell him, right, this is your goal, and he'll go for it. And he's already taken nearly another 7/10 of a second out of Schoeniger. So I think that the Jaws music is starting to enter my eardrums at the faintest of whispers, because I know what Darren King's like, and he's a good bloke, as Darren. He's very quick when he's on his A game, and we're getting an example of that right now.
Yeah, we really are. We saw it at Ricard as well, to be honest. He had a really good... I think he did the last 2 stints there, if memory serves. He was certainly in for the end of the race, and just meticulously, methodically working away at it. He had a pace which was a strong pace, stronger I think than we expected of him actually, but he's been able to back that up again here this weekend, and he stuck to that pace relentlessly, lap after lap after lap, picked up a few positions in the last part of the race, and well, he could do the same again now. That gap, I reckon, is going to be less than 10 seconds. It could be well under 10 seconds, actually, by the time they come into pit. He took half a second out of Schoeniger on the most recent lap, that being the 178th lap of the race. 53 minutes and 3/4 left to go. Will Dendy comes in to make his final pit stop. That car has plummeted down the order after that penalty. 3 laps down now and out of the points, albeit as it's in the pit lane, it could get back into the top 22 after that's done. But that really has come down. Michael Hamlet finally cottoning on to what we've been talking about for the last 20 minutes. The lead gap is under 10 seconds now between Schoeniger and Darren King, and Darren King is coming. But this is an impressive pace for the Aston Martin, and it's all coming in the second half of the stint. I mean, you'd put money on the Audi being lighter on its tyres, wouldn't you? But it's the Aston Martin that's had the long run pace here.
Well, Darren King has always been a known quantifiable entity behind the wheel of an Aston Martin V8 Vantage, and he's got that right. It was 9.8 seconds. Is now nearly 9.5 seconds. Yeah, if only you guys and girls watching could hear the abuse that's being thrown at Andy McEwan right now, courtesy of
I'm well
once
used to
again.
it by now.
Yeah, I know. Well, our ears stopped burning a long time ago with that kind of fortuitous. But the funny thing is that again, still people are going side by side. Chirdakis and Lehenaf were side by side of all places through Cheetah, and we know that if you are side by side going through there, sometimes it can go a bit Pete-tong. However, the thing is that Darren King has got that gap down to just over 9 seconds, and what's more, Andy, he's only got one car between himself and, get this, Dennis Schoeninger. The car in front is of Darren King right now is the 52 Pulse SimSport Aston Martin, piloted by Oliver Zeitz at the minute. So the minute that Darren King gets past that car, and he's not that far behind it, I think it's hunting season.
I was watching that actually, because one of the cars that he would have had to put a lap on was the 77 Prime E-Racing car, which is obviously a quick car. It's inside the top 10, but just as Darren King was about to lap it, it bailed for the pit lane, and that saved him a good chunk of time, because that was the car, I think, that Dennis Schoeninger lost the most time behind. So that was a big loss of time for Schoeninger, but then he didn't get that time back again when King caught it. So that really was, I mean, pure luck. That they could never have calculated that they were going to catch that car just as it came into the pit lane, but that's exactly what they did, and well, that has really helped in 9.6 seconds the gap there. The leader, by the way, is 50.9 seconds clear now of Tobias Pfeffer. There are only 3 cars left on the lead lap. That looked close. That was Benjamin Baumann losing a position, was he? Yes, that was Tobias Schur going through. Now Schur has pitted and Baumann hasn't, so Schur is on fresher tyres than the Lamborghini, but that was still a pretty bold move there. So this 77 car, I think Darren King can thank them for pitting exactly when they did pit. 383 makes its way up the hill, and this is Darren King. Let's follow him for a bit. I mean, the car looks good, doesn't it? It looks to be carrying good mid-corner speed, not a hint of understeer, which you would expect at this point of the stint, given, you know, this is a front-engine car. It works those front tyres quite hard, but they've obviously got a setup on it that's working really nicely.
Yeah, and Darren King, you know what the funny thing is that gap now down is down to 8.7 seconds. Darren King is on an absolute binge of speed right now, because we're on to lap 181, and the Pulse SimSport car of Oliver Zeitz will need to get, well, it depends on how quickly Oliver Zeitz sees the blue flags. Darren King's got that gap back down to 8.5 seconds. You know what, Andy? This is going to be absolutely close to the wire. The way that Darren King is manhandling that Aston Martin, I think Schoeninger et al. At RHG have to be a bit wary of whether the win is going to go their way after all that great effort initially.
Well, I mean, I said a while ago that he needed 0.4 of a second a lap consistently. He's taking more than that. He's taking minimum half a second a lap out of Schoeninger. So 8.5 seconds now. 8.5 seconds. That's 3/4 of a second faster than the race leader. It almost makes me worry if there's something wrong with Schoeninger's car. Has he had a knock somewhere? Has it got some damage? All of a sudden, the pace just dropped off the cliff for the Audi. He is in the low 1 minute 42s. Well, no, Tobias Pfeffer's in the low 1 minute 42s. In fact, he and Pfeffer are setting almost identical lap times. They are both, of course, RHG affiliated Audis, so you'd imagine they've got similar setups on them. So that does look like it is the genuine pace of the Audi at this stage of the stint. It's just that the Aston Martin has that much more. Pfeffer, by the way, is in, so 48 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock, and the 457 Audi makes its final pit stop. We don't anticipate that it will lose third place to the 150, which I reckon, has the 150... No, the 150 hasn't actually made its pit stop, has it yet? So they're due in any moment, but I think we are seeing quite a few teams. 457 was not due in for quite some time, so they have elected, haven't they, to pit early and get those fresh tyres on.
Yep, and that's going to be interesting. Baumann in the 63 Lamborghini Triple F racing team by AIDA have now pitted in as well from just outside of the top 10, and there is the move that Darren King has been waiting to do for quite a bit of time. I think also one of the good things that he's done is that being in the slipstream of Oliver Zeitz has actually helped with the lap times as well, because it was a 1 minute 41.650 last time around for Darren King. He's just put in a 1:41.8. So that puts him just under 4/10 quicker than Dennis Schoeninger. So hang on a second. I'm just seeing now what car was up in front there. I think. No, well, that's the 457 of Giorgio Simonini. It's just up ahead, the Audi.
Which is just pitted, of course, so it's on
Yep.
fresh tyres. So, in a way, this is good news now for King. The next two cars in front of him are the 457, and is that the 77 as well? The Prime E Racing car? Yeah, it is. So they're two cars that are on fresh tyres, so he's not likely to catch them by that reckoning, which is good. He doesn't want to catch them, because they're two more back markers that he would then have to deal with. He's quite happy for them to be lapping quicker than him. It is all about what pace the number 9 car has got, and that pace is just not good enough at the moment. 7.7 seconds the gap. Now, looking at when they both made their previous pit stops, I reckon the 383 car could go till about the 40-minute mark. They could get another 6 minutes out of this if they wanted to. They may choose to pit early. Likewise, the 9 team may choose to pit early. If they don't know, I think they can go till about 33 minutes to go. So that's the next thing to throw in here. The 9 car, if they choose to go right to the end of their stint here, their final pit stop would be a little bit shorter. They would have less fuel that they had to put in, potentially to the tune of about 7 minutes worth of fuel. Now, I don't know how much time that would save you. That's about an extra, 4-5 laps of fuel that the 383 may have to put in, which has got to be an extra second or so in the pits. So it is important here that Darren King gets everything he can, just in case that final pit stop ends up being shorter for the number 9 car.
Yeah, I mean, that car will be put onto fresh tyres anyway, and I mean, still, look at the gap. He's absolutely nailing that gap. Like, he's like with one of those. What was it? I was trying to. He's like a bloke with a very big hammer trying to hit a block of wood into the floor, and he's literally not giving any quarter whatsoever. He's got the gap down to under 7 seconds. It's now 6.9 between Darren King and Dennis Schoeninger, and on the previous lap, Andy, he took, I can't believe I'm about to say this, he took 0.8 of a second out of Schoeninger in the Audi.
Yes, and where is Schoeninger? Has he got any traffic around him? Trying to find him.
Yeah, he's got the 50. He's got the 53 ahead of him at the moment,
yes.
And the 777 just behind, which is the Alien Lab Racing Aston Martin. So the one in front will be the Lippert Esports Green Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3 Evo.
Which isn't especially quick, is it? So I guess if it gets out of his way, that's fine. It's if it doesn't, it's if it stays in front of him, that would definitely delay him. I'll tell you what, Alex, this is nervy stuff, isn't it? 44 minutes to go. We've spent the last 5 hours saying, oh, well, this is pretty much it now. The number 9 car's got the championship in the bag. They just need to stay out of trouble. And out of nowhere, we've got a race on our hands.
The biggest thing that I see here, though, Andy, keep your eyes on Giorgio Simonini. There might be a bit of a team game being played here, because that car is ahead of Darren King.
Good point. Very good point. Okay, the 9 car has got past the back marker, by the way, so the 9 car of Schoeninger is back in clean air. That is a very, very good point. The next car, then, that Darren King has to lap is the teammate car of the car that he's chasing down for the race lead and that he's fighting with for the championship. So, I mean, Giorgio Simonini is not, he will play the game here. There's only so much he can do. He can't actively defend from Darren King, but he doesn't have to immediately leap out of the way either. So it'd be good if we could see those cars perhaps and see exactly what the situation is, because they're not that far away from getting together. We can see on the track map they're up at Loikop now. The leader is exiting Loikop. Then you've got the 457 and then the 383, which of course both of those top 2 cars yet to stop. 6.5 seconds the gap.
It's all coming. I think we both were, as Tinko van der Velde now pits for what will be the final time for Williams Esports. He's done an absolutely brilliant job as the young Dutchman. But yeah, I have no words on what is developing in front of our very eyes, even though I am still currently in complete flow and in complete control of the words that I'm saying right now. I've got no words, Andy. I really haven't. It's just about what happens next.
There are still a few factors that we just don't know. It all comes down to the length of this final pit stop. You can chip away at this for lap after lap and gain tenths of a second out of another car. You can lose seconds, whole seconds, through having a slower pit stop. So, just because he's gaining on the track doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to be able to keep that going once they do make their pit stops. Ricard Pozzo, here in the Odox Motorsport Bentley. He is working his way through a little bit of traffic there. I don't think that was for position, no, because the Porsche he's chasing is the 72 car running in 16th position. Lead gap is now under 6 seconds at the moment then. And the 457 car, well, in fairness, Darren King hasn't caught Giorgio Simonini yet, and if anything, Simonini's catching Schoeniger. I think personally that Darren King will be pitting before he ever catches Simonini, because he's due in, I reckon. What did I say for the 383? He's due in within the next lap or two, I think. So I actually don't think Simonini's going to have the opportunity to get involved here, and that's probably for the best.
Yeah. And I think the less he stays out of it, the better off it will be. And if it got to the point where Giorgio Simonini did get involved to the point where it compromised King and the rest of the crew in the 383 to the point where they may protest it, I know for a fact the GTWR will not want to tarnish any sort of reputation that they have. So it might be a case of, well, let's stay ahead of them and see what happens. And if they go, well, actually, the number 9 car is doing well on its own, they may just decide to let Darren King pass, but obviously with that gap now down under 5 seconds, the warning signs are very much there, because, I mean, when you look at it from this perspective, we've mentioned about the fact that R8G Esports, the number 9 car, won at Spa and one at Paul Ricard, and then it was Yaz Heat Pirelli car, which is not here this week, obviously due to the Le Mans 24-hour virtual happening at the moment as we speak. The 149 car not competing because some of the drivers are actually competing in that event as we speak. They'll probably, we could have a possibility of a third different winner this season.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. We've had a good number of cars that have had podiums. I think it's something like 10 teams have had top 5s as well over the course of the season. But most of the winning has been done by R8G Esports. This is the 4th race of the year. They've won 2 already and they're leading this one. But the CDA, DAL, ACR, Aston Martin, number 383, has only had the 1 podium. And they will be ruining a bad result at Monza. They finished 14th at Monza, which was a race where the R8G car finished in 3rd place. They dropped 24 points there, and they dropped 20 points at Spa because R8G won that race, and the 383 car was 5th. I mean, 5th wasn't a bad result, but it was 20 points less than the race winners, and the damage was done then, really. They only finished 1 position, of course, behind R8G last time at Paul Ricard. They finished 2nd, with R8G taking the win. And it looks like those 2 cars are going to finish 1st and 2nd again here today, but in which order? The gap isn't coming down by quite as much now. It's 5 seconds. It's still creeping down, although on the last lap there was quite a chunk, actually, but the lap before that, Darren King only took a 10th or so out of the race-leading car. I reckon he might be in this time, though, Darren King, looking at when he last stopped.
So is the race leader. They're both in. They're both in.
Interesting. Okay, this is a battle in the pit lane then, so let's hope they both have a clean pit stop. There may not be any human error as far as the pit crew are concerned. They are all fully automated, but if you don't pull up in that pit box in the right place, then you're going to lose time because the car has to be reversed back into the right spot. Out goes Darren King, and Jordan Sherratt has jumped into the number 9 car. So Dennis Schoeniger is only going to do the 1 stint. That sort of tells me that they are more confident in Sherratt's pace than they are in Dennis Schoeniger's speed. There is Jordan Sherratt then. The gap we will get for you at the end of this first sector. It's 4.7 at the moment, but the cars need to get fully up to speed before that becomes a genuine gap. And that does change things slightly. If it had still been Schoeniger in the car, I would have fancied Darren King, but now we saw how good Sherritt was in that first stint. He opened up a gap of getting on for 20 seconds, admittedly helped by those tripping over each other behind. But if he can deliver anything like that sort of pace again, he is going to be tough to catch.
Yeah, we just had another penalty issued by Race Control. SMP Racing Esports, the 56 Aston Martin, gets a drive-through penalty for an incident with car number 11. That was the Vipperman Racing Bentley on lap number 181. That was 6 laps ago. So unfortunately, Sharapenin in the 56 will have to bring that in within the next 3 laps. There it is. Just behind the 171 Team Racing Point Red Bentley, Del Dottore behind the wheel. But with 36 minutes and 40 seconds to go on the clock, I mean, the gap is, what, 4.6 seconds? I mean, yeah, I have to side with you with regards to Jordan Sherritt, because obviously being South African, he knows this track like the back of his hand. He's raced over it so many times. He's very, very quick as Jordan Sherritt. But I will say this, Darren King gets the sniff, he'll go for it, and he's within 4.6 seconds. There are a couple of cars in front, one of which is the 77, the Prime E-Racing car with Tobias Schur behind the wheel, as Daniela Sharaperin comes in to serve the drive-through penalty. Now the car in front is Apolloni in the number 35 ERS Satellite Racing Platinum car. So another couple of cars for Darren King to circumnavigate, as Oliver Zeitz and Emanuele Cardinale battling away over 13th position. So Lamborghini versus Aston Martin. A little bit of rubbings racing in that particular occasion, but they're still going at it. Hammer and tongs, and a little bit further behind you've got oh, hang on a second, I think I just spotted that was Patrick Pignon, I believe, in the number 33 car. So you're starting to close on to the duo in front. So can Pignoni close in on Oliver Zeitz and Emanuele Cardinale for 14th and 13th position? The Swiss driver's got half an hour, well, just over half an hour to do so. But yeah, I mean, Sherritt and King at the moment, Andy. Sherritt has just done a 1 minute 46.7 and Darren King a 1 minute 46.6. So to me, that is effectively an indication of, well, no, Sherritt's just got in and put a 140.8 down. Darren King has responded in kind, 140.9.
Blimey. Okay, game on then. So Sherritt trying to prove he's got something here for Darren King. The thing is, Dennis Schoeniger was every bit as quick as Darren King for about 20 minutes, and then all of a sudden he wasn't anymore. So the Aston Martin just seems to be better towards the end of the stint. So as long as King can keep the gap at 5 seconds for the next 15 minutes or so, he might still be able to close in later on in the lap. They've both just done a personal best in the first sector as well, within a couple of hundredths of a second of each other. And here we see Florian Mack under pressure for 9th place, and that is Rodriguez going through, and that is Williams Esport into P9. So remember, Di McCormack was pretty confident this car would have some speed in the final stint. He wasn't wrong, was he? Because that is a good move into the top 9 now, but about 8 seconds behind 8th place. And everyone, I think, has now made their final pit stop. Yeah, I think everyone's been in now, so this is it. The run to the flag, 33 minutes of racing to go. The lead gap is 4.5 seconds. So it's back down again by a tenth or so on this lap. It's Jordan Sherritt that leads for RHE Esports. It's Darren King in second. As it stands, Sherritt and the rest of the number 9 crew would be champions at the end of this race. If King can catch and pass him, then the championship goes down to the final round at Bathurst in a few weeks' time. 3rd place is Giorgio Simonini. 4th place, George Boothby. That gap is now 21 seconds. It was 30 odd seconds. So Boothby has got the gap down a bit, but I fear he's going to run out of time to get there before the end of the race. Chris Hartveld is 5th in the 32 RHE Academy car. 6th place, Tariq Adam in the 23 RHE Academy Bentley, with Tobias Schur for Prime E-Racing back down in 7th position now. 8th place for Alessio Del Dottore. 9th is Florian Mack. 9th is Igor de Rodriguez. And 10th place for Florian Mack then to round out those top 10 positions.
Yep, as the sunset starting to show its way here at Kyalami. Track temperature, Andy, more importantly, we had it round about in the high 30s. We're now about to sink towards the low 30s at the minute, so 31 degrees centigrade track temperature, 27 degrees air, still sunshine for the next half hour. Track is still at optimum, as also battling away with Chordakis for position. This is Bentley v Bentley for 17th on the road, and Bitomski in the 166 McLaren rounding out the top 22. That is the BitoSimRacing.de by Warshirt's McLaren 720S. Could be the last team to score points, as you said earlier on. The first 22 teams score points as Chordakis with a send and a half, a la Daniel Ricciardo, up the inside of Pozzo to now take 17th position. Nice and tidily done there.
Yeah, that was a lovely, lovely move there at a difficult place to make it work as well, but it is the best overtaking opportunity on the track. It's still a bit dicey though if you really want to launch one up the inside, but that's exactly what Janis Chardakis did, and as you said, gains that position, so nice move made there, and that puts him into 17th place, and what's that gap? About 6 seconds or so to Samir Ibrahimi ahead in the number 72 car that definitely looks like it's going to drop down the order slightly. It will still mathematically be in contention for second place in the championship. Indeed, by my reckoning, we're still going to have a good 4 or 5 teams, maybe more, that could still finish runner-up in the points next time out at Bathurst. But the big question is whether or not we'll have a champion by then or not. At the moment, looking good for Jordan Sherritt. He is continuing to lap in the 40.7, so is Darren King. They're matching each other. Who is taking more out of their tyres to do this, though? That's the question. Is Darren King maybe going to suffer on the long run here by really chasing after Jordan Sherritt in these opening laps? He's got no choice. He has to try and go with Sherritt. But given the fact that Aston Martin's big strength has been in the second half of the stint, is that maybe not going to be the case now he's having to push so hard early on?
Well, one of the other things that we've now got to bring into the picture here, Randy, is that Darren King has clear air between himself and Jordan Sherritt as we've now hit the 30 minutes to go mark. You said the words game on. I'm going to say here comes yours, because Darren King will see at the earliest possible opportunity, because Sherritt's about to cross the line to start lap number 193. Let's just keep an eye. There's Darren King in the far background.
Yeah, he's there, isn't he? But that gap's just crept up now, 5.9 seconds. That was a really good lap back from Sherritt, 40.5, half a second quicker than Darren King, who didn't have any traffic. The next car that will be lapped, by the way, is Tariq Adam in the number 23, another GTWR RHE Academy car, so that's not going to be the hardest overtake that Jordan Sherritt's made so far today. It may not be quite so simple for Darren King when he eventually gets there.
Yeah, and you know, it's one thing to catch somebody in the old age, as you and I both know, but it's a completely different thing altogether when you try to pass. As Jerome Merman battling away with Santic in the number 17. That's the other slow racing team cars. That's the Porsche that was a little bit further up the order earlier on in this race, but however hasn't had the best run, I'm afraid, there, to be honest with you, Andy. And yeah, for some people, it's you know, it's become a race that they've really enjoyed doing, but for others it's been a trial, it's been a tribulation, and they haven't enjoyed one iota of it.
Yeah, and unfortunately for far too many of them, their races really were over before the end of the first lap, and that's a shame. It happens, and we said right from the top of the show that there might be a chance that it could be a slightly messy start to the race. That certainly was the case, and a shame that a couple of teams did find themselves on the back foot right from the very early stages. We're watching here the MSL Racing Bentley, Jeroen Moerman, 30th place for them, but a good battle they're having nonetheless with the number 17 Porsche running in 29th place there, and that is the car being driven by Adrian Santic. Wherever you are in the field, chances are you're going to have a race on your hands, especially getting towards the end of the race. And, you know, this isn't for points, it's not going to make any difference to their championship standings, but if you are a driver and you catch another car for position inside the last half hour of the race, you're going to fight them tooth and nail for that position, whether it's for points or not.
Yeah, that's very true indeed, because whether it's for points, sometimes it's also for a bit of pride at the end of it all. And you know, when it comes to this latter stage of the race, you don't know still how it's going to pan out, how things are going to transpire. However, saying about things that have transpired, I've just spotted that Jordan Sherritt has just had an absolute howler of a 193rd lap for the leading car, because it was a 141.9, Darren King 140.677, gap now down to 4.6.
Yeah, Sherritt must have had a mistake. He wasn't in traffic, so he must have had a moment somewhere, and that's telling, isn't it? That is exactly what you want to see if you're Darren King. If you know the driver you're chasing is making mistakes, that means they're pushing to the absolute extreme. That's where you want them. They're on the ropes, they're on the edge, they might make another mistake. Darren just needs to keep that pressure on. It's a 40.9 this time for Sherritt. That's better. What can Darren King do? A 41.0, so actually it's back up by another 10th that time. Fair play there to Sherritt. He was able to respond to that. But yeah, this late stage of the race, it is a lot to ask of our drivers to not make mistakes, especially when they're pushing as hard as they are. And both of them on the absolute limit, no doubt about that. And they're going to have to remain that way right until the end of the race. Neither of them can really afford to back off. There is a championship on the line here, after all. There isn't a championship on the line in this battle, though. Santic and Merman still tied together by a pretty short piece of string here, 29th and 30th positions. There are lots of other close battles actually up through the field. Perella is less than a second behind Florian Mark in the fight for 10th position, and that came down by 2/10 as there goes Merman up the inside. That was an ambitious move, but it is a place you can overtake. He got the inside line, he's got the overlap down into the mine shaft. No, he hasn't. The Porsche with that rear engine traction just keeps Santic ahead. Is the Bentley going to have a go on the inside? He looks to the inside, he's not quite late enough on the brakes though, and the Porsche holds on to the position. Whilst this is a replay of the mistake for Jordan Sherritt. He dipped a wheel on the grass going into Cheetah, so it wasn't the curb on the apex that caught him out, it was the track limits on the way in. That's a sign of how hard he's pushing.
Oof. Clean up on aisle 3 for Jordan Sherritt there, I'm afraid. But even someone as accomplished as Jordan Sherritt can just show you that you put a foot wrong, and at somewhere like Cheetah, which is one of the most committed points on the circuit, you know, you're not hanging around going down there. He nearly could have had that could have been a massive drama, and that actually, if he'd got that completely wrong, he could have ended up in the barriers there, Andy.
Yeah, that would have been game over, and not only would they have lost the win, but they may have even lost second place if the car was badly damaged enough. So there's a lot on the line here for Jordan Sherritt. I know they want to win the race, I know they want to win the championship here today rather than having the pressure of a final round decider. Even if they lose out here to the 383 car, they would still go to Bathurst with, I think, a 44-point advantage over the second-placed team. Yeah, it would be 44 points between them if the roles were to reverse here for the race victory. 44 points is a manageable cushion. That would mean they would only need to finish somewhere inside the top 10 and they would be guaranteed the championship. So if it's a case of, you know, backing off so as not to crash the car today, I would do that, even if it means running the risk of losing the race victory. So
this gap that is, I mean, look at it now. It's less than 4.2 seconds. Has Darren King been given something special in his Weetabix this morning? Because it's clearly working. Jordan Sherritt last time, 1 minute 41.037. Darren King at 1 minute 40.982. And now the track is starting to cool a little bit more. It was a little bit hotter earlier on when we started this race over 5.5 hours ago, Andy. So the thing is that it's a bit of a double-edged sword what's happening at the moment, because Darren King has got the number 23 car, the Bentley from GTWR just up ahead, and then also in front of them is the 166. That is the McLaren Vito Sim Racing DE by Warshirts, and that has got Bitomski behind the wheel. So Darren King he'll know, because obviously on their display on their screens they'll see how much time is left, what the race itself, the server time, the track temp. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to try and see if I can find his Twitch stream and see what's happening on that side of things, Andy.
Sneaky. This is one of the benefits of sim racing. We do get that bit of inside access that you just don't get in the real world. So we'll let Alex go off and do a bit of sleuthing then, see what he can find out.
Damn it, he's offline.
Oh no, there you go. He's on to you. You see, he doesn't want anyone
he's
getting
offline on Twitch. Doesn't necessarily mean he's offline on YouTube, does it?
Okay. Well, we'll see if we can find out for you. But yeah, that big chunk of time that Sherratt lost a lap or so ago, that was actually when he was lapping the 23 car of Tariq Adam, which I hypothesised wouldn't hold him up too much because they're affiliated with the same team, but it didn't quite work out that way. Ever since he's got into clean air, he is fractionally quicker than Darren King again, by a tenth or so a lap. Darren has just overtaken the first of the back markers that he has to get past, and the next one will be that 23 car. This could be a pivotal overtake, not for position, but to get back into that clean air and set back after the leader. The gap back up to 4.5 seconds now, as Michele Perella here continues to attack Florian Mack for 10th position, and this is to try and get the fourth of these RHG affiliated cars into the top 10. There's Darren King using all the road, coming out of barbecue all over the grass. There goes the leader, there goes the Bentley which he needs to lap, and there is the second place car, the McLaren behind he lapped on the previous occasion. How difficult is Tariq Adam going to make this, and how hard is Darren King pushing all over the grass again? Needs to be careful with track limits though, doesn't he?
He does indeed, because he's currently on 2 track cuts according to his stream at the moment. He'll have one more, and then it's the not get out of jail free card, so he's got to really watch his P's and Q's in the next 20 minutes, because it's all down to how. And I'm sure that Jordan Sherratt might have the odd track cut or two of his own to contend with. So these drivers are not out of the woods yet, by any stretch.
That was, sorry to interrupt, that was Tariq Adam getting out of the way, by the way. So one of the potential issues I foresaw here for King was that Adam might make life difficult for him. He did not. So 10 out of 10 for Tariq Adam there. He saw the second place car coming and pulled immediately out of the way. That is A-star driving.
Yeah, and that just goes to show that some people do sort of respect how, what other people are doing. They'll look at it and they'll go, actually, I'm not battling this driver for position. I'm just going to let him go. And sometimes by doing that, it just means that people see you in a lot better light, because they'll know, yeah, I'm not battling them for position. I'll just wait and see what they do, and if they get out of the way, brilliant, that's fine. It's less pressure on me. I can now concentrate on what I need to do, as Jordan Sherratt has just got past the number 17 car, which is the slow racing team Porsche, which is still all the way down. So another car that Darren King has got to contend with in the next few moments. So I can guarantee you one thing: if that gap is still under 5 seconds by the end of this race, hats off to this crew. Hats off to this crew.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both of these teams have done a fantastic job. One of them coming on strong in the second half of the race, the other one with a really strong start to the race, and they could tantalisingly meet in the middle here towards the end of the race. We're on the 199th lap of this penultimate round of the SimGrid Endurance Cup. We've got less than 5 seconds separating the top 2 cars. If things stay as they are, RHG are champions. If it changes, it all gets settled at Mount Panorama in a few weeks' time and the final round of the championship. You're watching Darren King here as he wrestles with the steering wheel of his Aston Martin V8 Vantage, comes through the final corner, comes out across the start-finish line once again on the inset. The onboard, of course, is a few seconds behind. He comes across the start-finish line now then, and the gap is up again. It's 4.9. Just can't quite deliver the pace at this point that he had at the back end of the previous stint. And the trouble is, every lap that goes by where he doesn't gain time on the leader, it gives him even more work to do in the final 15 minutes or so. 17 minutes, 40 seconds to go. And Darren King, he's not given up yet, but it's just starting to maybe ebb back in the favour of the championship leading car.
You know what's really, really funny? I forgot to mention this earlier. Darren King is one of the, along with Luke Whitehead, has actually been signed within the last week to GTWR RHG Academy.
Oh, really?
So the top 3 cars are either directly, well, they have a direct link with GTWR. So
that's interesting, isn't it? I mean, I'm sure he'll still try and beat them, but he'll have to be careful how he does it.
Well, yeah, that's true, because one of the biggest rules in racing is never take out your teammate.
Or near future teammate.
Or, yeah, that's one way of putting it. But the thing is that there's been a lot of moves happening within the sim racing community, with drivers moving from teams over to new homes and you know, newer pastures, and in some respects for people like Darren, you know, it's an opportunity to be with a prestigious team that has a lot of success over multiple different platforms. You know, Darren is one of many drivers that has concentrated on the Assetto Corsa Competizione platform since ACC came out, and you know, I've had the opportunity of chatting with him and talking there. And oh, hello, Mr. David Christie. Good evening, sir.
Isn't he busy talking about some race in France or something?
Apparently, well, virtual race in France. Apparently, he's probably got a few minutes off. He said, "Oh, just came here for the finish of the race." Well, David, good to have you with us, buddy. But still, 15.5 minutes to go. Oh, you finished 2 hours ago. What? They got you on part-time wages, did they?
Good to have him here anyway. He's of course been an integral part of our broadcast of the Endurance Cup this season, and I'm sure he'll be back again for the finale. And I guess a little part of it will be kind of hoping that Darren King does this, because then he'll have a championship decider to talk about in a few weeks' time. But as it stands, Darren's just going to come up short by a few seconds here on being able to take the championship down to that final round. You can see on his relative there on his screen, the gap is hovering at 4.1. It goes up a bit, it comes down a bit. There's been traffic for both of them, but it's not really benefited him at all. And it just looks like the Jordan Sherritt driven Audi is going to have enough here to bring this home and take the championship. But a lot can happen in 15 minutes of racing, and I'm not going to count out any more drama here. There may well be more traffic up the road as well. You can see that Darren is catching these 2 cars ahead, a Lexus and a Bentley, which are fighting well down the order, and I don't actually think they're even fighting each other for position, so hopefully they won't make life too difficult for him.
Yeah, I mean, the gap has stagnated a little bit. At one point, Darren was probably the best part of 3 to 4 tenths quicker on lap 200, now on lap 201. Jordan Sherritt is over 1.5 quicker, so I think one of the good things that the 383 car can do is, if they can't catch up past the leaders, they can still hold station and finish within 5 seconds at the end of what's been an enthralling 6-hour race.
And there is a chance that Williams Esports could gain another place, by the way. They're not a million miles behind the 171 car, looking at my timing screen. About 3 seconds or so the gap between them, but lapping about a second a lap quicker. So another brilliant final stint here for Igor de Rodriguez, and he is just starting to inch up onto the back of the 8th placed car from 34th on the grid. Bentley getting out of the way of Darren King there as he heads towards the S's. That wouldn't have cost him any time at all, but every time we get to the bottom of the S's, that gap is stubbornly staying at 4.1 seconds. So it comes down to 4 seconds now on his relative, 3.9 in fact, so he has been a tenth or so faster on this lap so far, but then he's very wide of the apex through Loikop, couldn't quite get in there, and look, the time goes straight back up. That is the most frustrating thing, and you can see him chuckling away there. I think you could see that he was gaining, and he just fractionally overdrove the corner. I mean, we're talking a couple of feet too wide of the apex, and it cost him 0.3 of a second. It just like that, you can lose all of the time you gained over the last 3 or 4 laps.
Yeah, I think Rodriguez is oh look, Rodriguez is right with Delta Torre, and they've just gone through turn number 11, and they're heading through into Mineshaft, so I think that Williams Esports could be in 8th position very, very shortly, as we've got 12.5 minutes to go. So if we can head back to those guys. David, enough of your banter already, we've had plenty of that today.
What's he saying?
He said, has Darren been behaving with pit bulls today?
I'm not going to pretend to know. Well, that's obviously an in-joke that they've got with each other.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, because there was a cough in front of that one. But De Rodriguez is pretty much, well, De Rodriguez is past. He's got through.
Nice. He's got to defend it again, though. Delta Torre's coming back at him into turn 2. But yeah, I think Ferrari should have the pace. I think that's all he will get now, though. They're about 19 seconds, 20 seconds behind the Tobias Schur Aston Martin, which has faded a little bit in the second half of the season. But for a team that hasn't actually made it to the finish yet this year, they didn't even make it to the start line in Monza. They are, in Williams Esports this is, they are looking now like not only finishing the race, but finishing strong. And an 8th place finish doesn't sound that impressive, but when you consider where they started, that really has been one hell of a drive. Samir Ibrahimi here, meanwhile, he just lets the 150 car of George Boothby go through. That's putting a lap on him, but that multicoloured Aston Martin up the road, number 52, that is the car that Ibrahimi's chasing here for what would be 15th place, and a valuable extra couple of championship points. As it stands, they're going to drop down to 5th place in the championship by my reckoning, but they would be some 40 points nearly behind 2nd place, so they need to try and gain a few extra positions here, or at least one extra position in this race. And in fact, Seitz, who they're chasing, is only 3 seconds behind Pignon, who's only 2.2 behind Cardinale, so there could still be a couple of positions up for grabs here if Ibrahimi gets on with this.
Yeah, very much the case. I mean, we've got 10.5 minutes still to go, and the track temperature again drops because Andy, darkness is starting to come in. The headlights and front lights on the front bumpers are starting to light up here. Kyalami, it's been an enthralling 6-hour race, and Jordan Warshawski said that Darren lost time on his last lap because someone told him he was live on your stream and he got distracted.
Oh, no.
Well, that's his own fault for doing that, isn't it?
Oh dear, sorry Darren, that is unfortunate. We won't show you again until you're right on the tail of the race leader. How's that sound? 9 minutes and 50 seconds to go. He has started to close in again as soon as we stop watching him. Here though comes George Boothby. Now he is about to open the door, and Ibrahimi's going to try and follow him through because Boothby's about to lap Seitz in the Aston Martin. Goes to the inside into turn 1. Ibrahimi tries to follow. He's just a touch too far back though. Boothby squeezing. Nicely done there from Seitz. He managed to close the door before Ibrahimi got there. Now Samir is right back on the tail of the Aston Martin. Nice line up through Barbecue. Lots of curb taken on the inside for him. Lots of curb taken on the outside. I think that was for George Boothby who ran wide. No, it was that Ferrari that was staying well out of the way. Nicely done. And as they turn up through the right-hander and then up into the left at the top of the circuit, it looks as though Ibrahimi's going to have to wait for another opportunity to come to find a way past the Aston Martin ahead of him. George Boothby, by the way, he was, 20 seconds behind Simonini last time I checked. It is now 19, so yeah, he's not gained a huge amount over the last few laps, and it looks like 4th place is the best that they will manage. Not bad, though, for a car that's been in the barriers twice in this race.
No, not bad at all. Could have been a hell of a lot worse, if I'm honest, Andy, and I think you and I both know that. But yeah, just it's been an absolute belter, and I think what was it? I did round 3, I think it was, at Laguna Seca with the Endurance Cup the previous season last year, and that just gave me a taster for endurance racing on the SimGrid of this ilk, and to come back and 6 hours around Kyalami. it feels like that time has absolutely flown by.
Now, I'll agree with that, especially the second half of the race, actually. That's sometimes when it starts to drag, but no, not at all. It's been all action all the way, really, and still scores to be settled here toward the very, very end of the race. The leaders then are into their final 8 minutes of racing, and for Jordan Sherratt, he is now 8 minutes away from managing to, provisionally at least, give the Season 4 Endurance Cup Championship to the RHG Esports squad. They would become the fourth different team to win the championship in the first 4 seasons. Season 1, of course, was won by Renvelton Esports, Season 2 by Yas Heat, and Simware.pro won in Season 3, the 41 car. That, I mean, where do they find themselves in the point standings now? They are well down the order, 26th in points coming into this penultimate round of the championship, albeit they've had to handle a transition from Aston Martin over to McLaren, but yeah, not been the season they would hope for. It does look as though, well, regardless of who does this now, it looks like we're going to have a new champion. The question is whether it's going to be RHG or whether it's going to be the CDA, DAL and ACR Aston Martin. Down the mine shaft comes Samir Ibrahimi. Still can't quite get back onto turns with sights. He's never been as close as he was a couple of laps ago at turn 1, has he? That might have been his final opportunity to get this 15th place.
Yeah, but the only other thing is whether Sykes makes a mistake in the next 6.5 minutes. You know, it's one of one, 500 at the other. So there's always that what if scenario, isn't there, Andy?
Oh yeah, absolutely, and he's keeping the pressure on, isn't he? And if he stays within a few car lengths of the Aston Martin, could always force that mistake, as you quite rightly said. Across the line they head now then. That lead gap doing, still hovering at around 4.5 seconds. So I have to say that the winning move of the race really was made by RH Esports, wasn't it? The decision not to put Dennis Schoeniger in for his scheduled second stint, and instead to plug Jordan Sherratt into that Audi for the final stint of the race. That was an inspired decision. Bit of a bitter pill to swallow, I guess, if you're Dennis Schoeniger, though. You've been waiting around all day, you get your first stint out of the way, and the team drag you in, you're not going quickly enough. I mean, you've got to be ruthless if you want to be successful in this business, and that is what RHG Esports did. They realised that the pace wasn't there for Schoeniger, and unfortunately winning the championship is more important than protecting Dennis's ego.
Yeah, and also you want to put, you know, your best wheelman behind the wheel at the moment. That person is Jordan Sherratt. And Sherratt has done an absolutely brilliant job all the way through this race. And
yeah,
he's not put a foot wrong whatsoever. And you know, to win on home soil and they pick up the title on Jordan's home track. You know what? I'm sure that that Springbok will be grinning from ear to ear when we speak to him later on.
No, I think he will be, most definitely, if he can bring this one home. The gap did come down by 4/10 on the last lap, possibly in traffic. Ibrahimi is airborne through Cheetah there as he whacks that curb on the apex. Couldn't quite get it up the inside of sights, though, into the last corner. I'm just trying to see on the track map. Yes, there was a bit of traffic, and there is a lot of traffic up the road now for the race leader, isn't there? Here comes Ibrahimi for 15th place. He's closer than ever. Surely going to try and have a dive to the inside. The gap is almost left. I'm surprised he didn't go for that, actually. Goes to the outside instead. Surely not. Right round the outside at Crowthorne. He's off the track, though, and he'll have to bail from that one. He can't overtake someone off the road, and oh, that is a shame. Drive-through penalty for Patrick Pignon in 14th position. My oh my, so 14th place will go begging then. Both of these cars will actually be the first two to benefit from that, but that must be those dreaded track limits again.
Oh, and it's right at the bottom of the ninth, to use a baseball analogy there. 4 minutes to go and Pignon gets pinged. Oh, I'm sure that Patrick will be kicking himself right about now, because he'll be saying, yep, drive through, buddy, you've got to take it. And that takes him out of the top 15. And it's not been an easy race for the number 33 Rutronic E-Racing Unicorns of Love Sim Racing collab car. It's not what they wanted, and Oliver Zeiss and Samir Ibrahimi will be battling over what is effectively now going to be 14th position. And what a bit of blow to the 33 in the dying stages of the race as well.
Yeah, not their first penalty either, is it? They've had some aggressive driving penalties, haven't they, earlier on in the race? 15-second time penalty for contact with the number 34 Christie squad, Bentley. They're in now to serve the drive-through, so they're going to fall surely behind Sights and Ibrahimi. It will be a little bit tight, but I think they have gone past them now. Here is Jordan Sherritt then, 3.6 now the margin, but he's only got 2 more laps to go, so he can kind of afford to back off. But look, traffic up the road. That's the 19th place, number 7 Lexus of Lehanaf that he's got to find a way past. He might even catch the next couple of cars up the road, so can't afford to dither too much here, can he? 3.6 seconds in 2 laps is a comfortable margin, but it only takes 1 slip up here in the traffic and that will disappear in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, what is starting to disappear again as we're getting into the last 2 minutes and 20 seconds. The gap between Jordan Sherritt and Darren King now 3.66 seconds as Sherritt runs wide coming through Barbecue, and there is Darren King. Oof.
I'm trying to figure out where that time's gone for Sherritt. I think he is just backing it off. I think he knows that he doesn't really want to catch this group ahead because then he'll have to overtake them, at least the Lexus. He's trying to work out, I think, whether he can afford to sit behind the Lexus and not go for the pass. But the gap's coming down, isn't it? 3.4 seconds now at the end of Sector 1, but I don't know. I think Sherritt's just bringing this home now. He's coasting home, not pushing harder than he has to, and that's really been the attitude this team have had all race long. Even in that opening stint where they built up nearly a 20-second lead, they never really seemed to be pushing too hard. They just took advantage of the battling behind them, and that's what gave them the gap. Oh, goes to the inside, and the Lexus saw him coming. Thankfully, I did just pause for a second there in case the Lexus was going to turn in, but that was an important pass because now with just 1 lap to go, Jordan Sherritt should not have to negotiate any more back markers. Darren King still has to get past the Lexus and is still 3 seconds or so behind him. So here we go, 1 more lap of the Kyalami Grand Prix circuit between Jordan Sherritt, RH Esports and the Season 4 Championship.
Yeah, and at the end of this 210 lap encounter around this 4.529 kilometre circuit, our race winners will have completed a total of 951.09 kilometres, or in miles, just a shade under 590 miles completed of this circuit. And as we say, the number 9 car has not put a foot wrong. Jordan Sherritt has been their standout driver all week, all day, and it's been enthralling. And to see a man like Jordan Sherritt at work, I've seen glimpses of it before, but to see such a standout performance from this trio of Jordan Sherritt, Niklas Huben, and also Dennis Schoeninger, and now the timer hits 0 as our leader makes his way through Loikop for the 210th and final time.
Fantastic race it's been. It has kept us guessing right the way to the end. Darren King ultimately doesn't quite have the pace in this final stint to take the fight to Jordan Sherritt. An inspired decision by RH Esports to swap out Dennis Schoeninger for Jordan at the final round of pit stops. Dennis was hemorrhaging time to Darren King in the penultimate hour. Jordan Sherritt, though, has been able to stem the flow. Comes into the final corner now, a race that RH Esports felt they might not have to win in order to win the championship. In the end, that's exactly what they did have to do, and it's exactly what they're able to do. The checkered flag for RH Esports. Jordan Sherritt comes across the line. He, Dennis Schoeninger and Niklas Huben are your Season 4 SimGrid Endurance Cup champions, and they win the race by 3 seconds. Darren King comes short by just 3 seconds, and immediately Jordan Sherritt goes into some winner's donuts up at Crowthorne Corner. And do you know what? I really can't begrudge him that. Darren King comes up, I was going to say to congratulate him. Jordan Sherritt didn't give him the opportunity to. Fantastic drive there, though, from Sherritt and the whole RHG Esports team. Absolutely incredible result for them. Now, second place goes to Darren King. Giorgio Simonini should come home in 3rd position, so that will be the first of the RHG Academy cars that will come home in 3rd place. 4th place for Yas Heat. So Yas Heat are going to leave here by my reckoning 4 points behind car 383. in the fight for second in the championship, and that now is the fight that takes centre stage at Mount Panorama next time out. There is Simonini. He's coasted it home. He comes home in third place, 15 seconds or so ahead of this man, George Boothby. This car has been in the barriers twice in this race. First about 11 minutes into the race, then again about halfway through it, just as they were starting to get back into contention, and Booth still manages to bring it home in fourth place. Here comes the battle between Ibrimi and Seitz, it's for 14th place, and it is going to be the Aston Martin that just by 38 thousandths of a second stays ahead. Samir got alongside at the line, but wasn't quite able to make the move stick. So R8G Esports are your worthy champions, quite frankly. We've not even finished the championship yet, and they've won 3 races out of the 4. They have never finished off the podium yet, and they, Alex, can now go to Mount Panorama and just enjoy themselves.
And not have any pressure. Unfortunately, 2 penalties handed out on the final lap. The 164 GTWR Aston Martin got a drive-through penalty, and then the 56 SMP car got a stop-go 30 as well, right on the dying moments of this. But this is this is from seeing some of the replay from earlier on, seeing that Jordan Sherritt just literally ran away like a scalded cat off a hot tin roof as we saw the initial forays from the 150 of Yaz Heat versus the 42 Simware Pro by VDS car that would eventually decide to retire, having also been given an ultimatum warning saying that if you have one more incident that you'd be actually disqualified from the event. But some great battling with the likes of Andrea Capoccia. I mean, even the Bentley going off the track in the initial phases. Jan Willem van Ommen, Dave Michel getting stuck in. There was so much great action. You and I were literally kept, I think our knuckles were all white, fingernails bitten to the quick, and literally on the edges of our seat to see what was transpiring, especially in the first hour of the race.
Well, yeah, and the second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth hours weren't dull either, were they? I mean, we always had something going on, some storyline that was developing out there on track, and just phenomenal racing, bit scrappy at the start, but that was always to be expected. Once it settled down, we had some truly outstanding, top quality racing out on the track, and with a championship on the line, it all just takes that extra bit of significance, doesn't it? And you can see there that even from halfway around the first lap, Jordan Sherritt was starting to check out at the front of the field, and he never did lose that lead. I think they might well have led every lap of the race. I don't think even in the pit cycles they lost the lead, because they were pitting so much later than everybody else, essentially. So let's get some interviews in then, shall we? We'll start with our third place finishers, I think, as I can see that Giorgio Simonini has just arrived here, Andrea Capoccia as well, and Tobias Pfeffer. They're all there, so let's drag them all in then, our third place finishers for the race then. And Giorgio, we'll start with you, because you were in the car for that final stint. A really solid day for you guys. Third place, that's a really good result. You must be pleased with that.
Yeah, indeed, it was a good result to bring home, so we surely are happy. So, as a team, I think we did a good performance, except a few mistakes, but the result at the end made it all, so we are happy about it. And yeah, indeed, a very good performance by Andrea and Tobias, as always, and surely a good result to bring home.
It's such a shame, isn't it, really, that you had that non-finish at Paul Ricard, because you had a second at Spa, a fourth at Monza, a third here. Could well have challenged for the championship. As it is, though, you'll go to the final round well in contention for the runners-up spot, and that would still mean a lot, wouldn't it?
Yeah, indeed. We will always, fight now for the P2 in the standings. For the last race, we always have the last hope, so we'll try our best indeed.
Tobias, come to you next. How was the Audi handling it out there? Because we saw quite a lot of Audis at the front, but some of them seemed to struggle a bit on the long run. Was that a problem that you had?
I mean, the tires overheat a lot on the rear, so yeah, probably that's a problem with the Audi over stint, but overall it felt okay. The setup was a bit understeery. That's probably was the problem why we weren't that fast at the end of the stint, but yeah, overall it was good actually. And
Andrea, your thoughts on the race? Pretty busy out there, even though in the final couple of hours, third place was pretty much in the bag. It's just so busy out there, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, it was a good race, actually. We did very well. But, you know, when we get punted at the start of the race, you know, things happen. But, you know, we're happy with the result. It was a good race.
Oh, a fantastic performance, a really consistent year or season it's been for all of you. Best of luck for the final round at Mount Panorama in what is definitely going to be an exciting battle for second in the championship. Good luck, guys.
Thank you, Andy.
Thank you very much.
So that was your third place finishing team then, and big congratulations to them for managing to come home on the podium. But really, the headlines were about our top two teams, and coming up in the end, just short of the race victory, were the DDA, DAL and ACR team of Darren King, Jan Willem van Ommen and Mike Noble, and they are all here as well, so let's drag them in for a chat, see what they think. And Darren, I'm going to come to you first, if you've caught your breath
Yeah.
because we were watching you on board, we could see how hard you were pushing, and so close.
Yeah, I was giving everything that last, the last 2 hours, the last hour and 45, and I could see I was getting closer and closer, but just not enough there in the end.
Are you confident that if Dennis Schoeniger had stayed in for another stint at the end, that you might have been able to get him? Because you took 15 seconds out of him in the second half of the first stint.
Yeah, I think obviously catching Dennis is one thing, but passing's another, right? We know how good a driver Dennis actually is, so getting round him may have been a very difficult task, you know. But I think we would have caught him, but like I said, getting round maybe another thing. But Jordan took a stop to that, right?
He is pretty quick, that Jordan Sherrod, isn't he? Jan, to you now. I mean, your stint was pretty impressive as well. You were in the car at a point at which you were in second place, the leader was 20 seconds up the road, and you were matching the leader for pace. I mean, were you happy with your speed today?
Yeah, well, the first stint was, catching the leader was the least exciting point for the first stint. So it was an insane stint, and for some reason in the first stint we had a lot of tire left after we passed the P3 and P2, I guess. But in the later stints, for some reason, we did have some drop-off. So I was surprised, but I was more surprised about having the drop-off in the other stints than being as quick in the first stint at the end.
Yeah, of course, apologies. I forgot you were in for that first stint. I mean, in which case, I have lots of questions for you, because there was so much going on. You always seemed to be in the right place at the right time, though. When the cars ahead would tangle with each other, you would be there to pick up the pieces. Was that a conscious decision you were making, to just sit back, let them run into each other and then take advantage?
Absolutely. I mean, we don't want to call anybody out, but the 42 was so dangerous that I felt it on track, right? So we even called it on stream. Docking, I said, you know what, I'm gonna let the guy go and see what happens, you know. And what happened was I gained 2 positions 3 laps after the call because they crashed. And we got into a new fight. We caught up to Capoccia, and we figured, you know what, we're gonna let the Bentley go again. And what happened? Crash. So it was absolutely conscious decision. But at some point, the whole train caught up to us, and I thought, now we gotta do something here. So because I knew I had the speed, but I just didn't want to get caught in a dangerous situation, seeing the championship standings, right? So. But at some point we had to, because we were getting attacked from behind. So I made the overtake on the Bentley, and I thought I need to make the overtake on the Audi from Capoccia, or was it Benedetti, I think, actually, in 1 or 2 laps, and then drive away. And it was super lucky, because right when we did that, there was a massive crash, I think, after turn 3 or something. So yeah, it was a conscious decision for sure.
Well, it certainly worked out, and it put you in that position then in second place for Mike Noble to go and chase after the leader. But Mike, that RHG car, it was just so consistent all day long, wasn't it?
Yeah, it definitely was. All I was thinking about was basically, let's go, be speed, try to either keep up with them and not lose too much time, which I think I've succeeded with.
Yeah, absolutely. You were matching the leader pretty much 10th for 10th. It was just a shame the time had been lost in that terrific battle in the first stint. All in all, though, Mike, it's been a fantastic season for you guys. You've sort of come out of nowhere, really, with that second place finish at Paul Ricard. That was the first podium of the season. You've backed that up again here. It's not enough for the championship, but second place in the championship, you guys would have taken that, I think, at the start of the season.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Paul Ricard was great. That was the first race I actually joined this team. Now Kyalami, and yeah, so far everything is going great. We set a good quality. We have a great race pace, especially with all three of us, because Oman is fast and Dalking is fast. It's just a very consistent results now.
Excellent. Well, another consistent result like that at Bathurst could net you second place in the championship, which I know would mean the absolute world to you guys. Huge congratulations, though. You've kept us thoroughly entertained all afternoon, so thank you for that. We'll see you at the final round.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Excellent stuff. Looking forward to it. So the second placed team, the runners-up in the race, they are also going to be the runners-up in the championship at the moment, although they still got a race to go to settle that fight for second place in the championship, which I'm sure we'll be able to give you the updated points at the end of the show. Before that, though, we probably should speak to our provisional champions, our race winners as well, Dennis Schoeniger, Jordan Sherritt and Nicholas Huben. Let's drag them in for a chat because, guys, you've done it. Well done. You are provisionally the champions in Season 4 of the Endurance Cup. Jordan, I'm going to start with you because really you were the one that brought that home under the most intense pressure. Darren was catching, and you ultimately just had enough pace to hang. I mean, how do you process a situation like that? You're not just trying to hold on to a race win, but there's a championship on the line as well.
You know, I'm still out of breath from that last couple of minutes. You know, I just didn't want to do something wrong. You know, so I just try to keep it safe and match Darren's pace, not try too much. And I think it paid off at the end, but just with that mindset.
You had two interesting stints. I know you had 3 stints in the end, but your first and your last stint were really the two key ones in the race, weren't they? The last stint we've already touched upon, but the first stint, you got the lead at the start, and then you were able to build nearly a 20-second gap whilst they all fell over each other behind. I mean, I bet you couldn't believe your luck when you looked in your mirrors and saw the carnage that was unfolding behind you.
Yeah, of course, but you know, we have teammates in the race, so sometimes strategy is key. No, I'm just joking. But yeah, you know, I was just consistent, kept it clean, and just focused in front and not behind, and I think that's what paid off for sure.
Well, Nicholas, you were also in the car quite a lot in the first part of the race. You were sort of alternating the driving with Jordan there, and you jump into the car with a big lead. It can be hard sometimes, can't it, when you're not actually fighting with another car on track to keep the pace consistent, but that's exactly what you did.
Yeah, it's not that easy. If you have the constant pressure of a guy right behind or right in front of you, you have, a reason more to concentrate, but it's a bit harder if you are driving more or less alone. But you can always see the gap to the guys behind, and they were pretty fast, so there was enough motivation to drive fast enough.
We were chatting to Giorgio Simonini and his team a moment ago, and they said the Audi was a little bit weak on the long run. They were running out of tyres towards the end. Is that a problem, Nicholas, that you had in your stints?
Definitely. I did not really go for the fast pace, especially in the start of the stint. I was about 3 or 4 tenths slower than John on my fastest lap. But in the overall, the stint was the same, so it paid off to be a bit more cautious.
And Dennis, we saw you just for the one stint in that race in the end, and that was the stint where the pressure really started to ramp up, because that's when Darren sort of really started to close in. Were you fighting any sort of issue with the car there?
I was more fighting myself. I was just not good enough. That someone's done pretty good.
So it wasn't the track conditions changing or an issue with the car then. I mean, the pace is so strong out there though, isn't it? You've got to be on your A game the whole time, and the pressure must have been immense.
Just myself was the problem there. Nothing with the car, just me.
Well, regardless of that, Dennis, it's been a brilliant season from you guys, and a consistent season as well. 3 wins from the first 4 races. Tell us a little bit about what it means to take this Endurance Cup. It's the first one for this team, of course.
Yeah, it feels awesome to get it with that team. I really love the guys I'm working with, and it's like a big family with us, and it feels really great. And the meaning for us that we pushed a lot in this champ, and it feels good to bring it home like that.
It has been an incredible season from you guys. You've really shown everyone how it can be done. Nicholas, what do you think about the final race now at Bathurst? The pressure's off for the championship. You can just go there and have some fun.
Yeah, that describes us pretty good, I think. We have no pressure. We can have fun. Regardless if it makes fun now with plus 60 kilo or not. But yeah, we will go there, have fun. I think the preparation will not be as hard as for the race today. But yeah, we can drive free.
Excellent. Well, we're looking forward to seeing how you get on there, but huge congratulations. It's been a stunning performance, not just today, but all season long from you guys. Huge congratulations on the championship.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
And thanks to you guys for putting on this great show for us and providing us this platform. It really means a lot to us drivers, and I'm sure every driver can say that.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Sean, and thank you for making the content as exciting as you guys always do as well. But yeah, really great work done by the crew here at the SimGrid to put together these super professional looking broadcasts. So congratulations then to our champions. RHG Esports are your Season 4 SimGrid Endurance Cup champions. And Alex, you really can't argue with that, can you? They have been the team to beat from the start.
Well, the minute that you put Jordan Sherritt in the car on home soil, it was the sign of things to come. And, to see him start things off and bring the car home on a home circuit, I think it's probably, like I said, I could tell by the way he was talking, that smile on his face was from ear to ear. And he's going to be smiling about that for a very long time. But they haven't got long until the final round, February the 5th at Mount Panorama, the 5th and final round. The final 6 hours out of the 30 hours that comprises of this championship. And, it feels like an eternity, but it's been really good coming back to SimGrid, and it's been a real pleasure. A big thank you, as always, to Coach Dave Academy and to Thrustmaster, as always, our partners that help us keep going, and so that's really about it from me. But it's been a pleasure as always, Andy. Good to work alongside you as always, and a big thank you to Michael Hamlet and Mike Yao too. Yeah, second all of that. Thanks, Alex, for jumping in for this penultimate round. And yes, we look forward to working with you again here on the SimGrid. Thanks to everyone who's tuned in as well on YouTube. We've had a good number of views. It's been a busy day for sim racing today. So thank you so much, each and every one of you, who have taken some time out of your day to come and enjoy what has been a sensational 6 hours of racing here at Kyalami. And as Alex quite rightly said, we get to do this all again Mount Panorama on Saturday the 5th of February, same time, same place, and we will have a multi-team shootout for the runners-up position in the championship. Still 4 of those 5 prize-giving spots in the championship up for grabs as well. So lots still to race for at Mount Panorama at the final round of the championship. Thanks to Mike and Michael at the SimGrid for all of their help as ever. We'll be seeing them again for the final round of the championship. But for now, from myself and Alex Goldschmidt here at the SimGrid, that's all we've got time for. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you next time.